The picture-perfect mochi I drew tastes good. Volume 6, Wall of Kindness by Mochimoki Matter. Translated by Lazy Translations. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade. Chapter 1. The mochi drawn with magic is delicious. I trotted through the fluttering cherry petals as I headed for teacher's house. 1 week into high school, I am still visiting teacher's house, even though the environment has changed. However, that day, even when I rang the doorbell, there was no answer. However, the front door was open, so I quietly peeked inside. "Excuse me." As I quietly entered, I heard a voice from the back saying, "Come in. It seems that teacher is there." I went to the living room, where the teacher was waiting to welcome me in, and that's where I found my teacher. "Can we talk?" When I spoke to him, teacher, who had been slumped over the low table, slowly looked up and nodded with a curious look on his face. "I'd really like you to do that. You're really attentive, Tugo." Teacher was not looking well. "You're not feeling well, are you?" "Oh, yes, I am. But I'm feeling a little better now that you're here. I'm even sitting up like a normal human being." While saying this, teacher said, go on," and sat back down on the sofa. At least, he seemed to have recovered enough energy to sit down. "That was good. Would you like me to make some tea? You're really attentive." "Yes, please." Then I went to make tea. I was used to the kitchen at teacher's house by now, and I might have used it more than my own. So, I succeeded in making the tea without any difficulty. "Here." "Thank you." I handed teacher a mug of green tea, and he took it and took a sip of it. "I also can't drink it all at once. We both have cat tongues. If you drink freshly brewed tea all at once, you'll be in trouble." Then, let's talk." "Okay." "Go on." Then I talked to teacher. He is one of those people who can organize his thoughts and calm his heart better if he talks. He often talks to me and to the wall. However, it seems that even with someone like teacher, there are times when things don't go well. And when that happens, I try to talk to him. Then he'll be able to talk little by little. I understand this because I often have teacher do it to me too. Well, what did you eat last night?" "Last night? What was I doing?" What I ate last night was canned tuna. I had a can of tuna with soy sauce poured on it as a snack. That's what I got." The teacher pointed to that. "It's a bottle of alcohol sitting in the corner of the kitchen. I tried to drink it all in one night, but it wasn't possible for a weakling. In the end, I fell asleep halfway through the drink." It seems that teacher rarely drinks alcohol. He never drinks, at least not in front of me, and when I asked him about the taste, he said, "I don't like alcohol, Tugo." "Well, I think it tastes better without the alcohol." Teacher doesn't drink alcohol, so rarely so that he can't help but think that it tastes better without the alcohol. Since such a person tried drinking, I think something must have happened yesterday. I take a quick look at the calendar hanging on the wall. I wondered if he had something planned. However, the calendar is completely white. In fact, it's still the page for last month. It's not turned over. Yep. Teacher is like this. Was the canned tuna delicious? So, in the end, my question is this. Ha ha ha. That's right. It was delicious. I wonder why canned tuna is so delicious. Teacher looks a little more cheerful as he reminisces about the canned tuna. Yeah, it wasn't a bad question. So, how about the alcohol? Are you really asking me that, Tugo? Well, I guess it's just as you expected. Yeah. I don't particularly think it's delicious. Teacher looked a little sour, then suddenly smiled. But, well, I was able to experience liquor self-destruction. I feel like the quantity wasn't enough to qualify as liquor self-destruction. However, it was still a fine liquor self-destruction. It was meaningful for me to be able to experience what is called liquor self-destruction. It's because of. Then teacher was looking a little dazed again. And then he came back. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't bad. It made some sense. I'm starting to think that way, Tugo. That's good. He was back to the normal teacher, though a little tired and a little languid. So, what happened? Did your girlfriend dump you? Hey, Tugo, I think it's pretty difficult to be rejected by something that doesn't exist, right? Yep, I know. I knew and still asked. So, did you get yelled at by someone at work? I ask. thinking that it's probably this one. Teacher nodded his head with a mysterious look on his face, then looked confused. There's something different about being angry at me, but I guess that's pretty much it. It's more like a difference of opinion. Or rather, the other person doesn't realize that there is a difference. It seems a bit complicated. When I had the same confused look as teacher, he looked at me and mimed my expression. When I saw that, I shook my head. As I was doing this, teacher started laughing a little. The world would be more peaceful if there were only people like you, if you say so. If it were just me, well, I think the world would be in crisis. You are a good creature. You can feel the pain of others, and that is why you would never do anything to hurt them. If someone else is hurting, you go to be there for them. You understand that others are different from you. If there were only guys like you, no doubt, the world would be at peace. To go. Somehow, I'm glad that he seems to be praising me, but it's distressing because teacher seems to be troubled. Yes, that's right. We human beings are all different creatures, with different beliefs, priorities, and everything else. It is impossible to understand each other completely. And since we can't understand each other anyway, we must accept each other our differences. If you cannot accept, at least be indifferent. That's what I think is the best, the way to make the world peaceful, the teacher said, and let out a deep, sighing sigh. Well, there are people who just take action without thinking about such things and try to change everything that is wrong with the other person. That's it. Yes, there are. I understand that. When I'm drawing in class, there are quite a few people who try to pull me and drag me outside. I didn't like the sun outside because it was too bright, but because there were many people who thought I should stay outside, and those people didn't want me to stay indoors, just thought it was because it was bright outside. They accused me of this. I also remember being told that I was slacking off and that it was an excuse. Also, maybe my parents are like that. When I'm drawing, it is a mistake to them, so they are trying to fix me, perhaps. Well, you know what? Yesterday, I had the opportunity to receive pieces of advice from seniors in my work, but, well, they will still no doubt do it, regardless of my wishes. They say, I don't understand why you're so vulgar. Why are you doing such boring complicated things? And stop trying to be deep. It's just an insult that shows off the other person's ignorance, poor sensibilities, and lack of intelligence. Teacher had a terrifying face while saying that. Yep. I think I will also have that expression too. It's as if they can't see things from any other perspective than their own, or because they don't understand that people other than themselves are thinking, or because they have a narrow perspective, or because they lack imagination, or because they're stupid. Damn it. I'm getting so angry just thinking about it. Teacher stood up from the sofa and then suddenly lost his expression. Then he jumped up and down on the spot. He landed and stood there for a while, silent and expressionless, staring at the space between the ceiling and the wall. After a few seconds, he returned to the sofa. Welcome back. I'm sorry. I was very distraught. Yep. The way teacher gets upset is kind of quiet. Well, maybe it's because I'm right in front of him. But teacher doesn't get very upset, at least not in front of me. I've only seen him this upset once, only this time. I think it was from the time we first met. Well, teacher, who doesn't get upset, albeit in a quiet way. I think he was very upset this time. Well, there are people like that who are unreasonable, irrational, and intolerant. This is why the world will never be peaceful. Teacher looked a little annoyed as he said that. Teacher is very expressive. So, you're giving up drinking? Well, that's right. Yes, I'm worried about the world not being at peace. I'm filled with anger at the unreasonableness. I also decided to take the opportunity to indulge in some alcohol. Teacher nods gravely, and then drinks the tea in his mug. Seeing this, I also drink the tea in my cup. If you only drink green tea, you are going to want tea sweets. Then, teacher who was drinking tea gets up and starts rummaging in the kitchen. Since it's teacher, there must be some sweets that were given to him. Probably. Sorry. This was the only thing I could get right away, and what came out wasn't sweets. It was crumbly. Teacher returned with a small plate of chira manjako, dried young sardines. To call it tea sweets, it's a little weird. A gift? Apparently, it's a specialty item. I don't know the details. Yep. It's delicious. I drink green tea while nibbling some chira menjaku. I feel like the strong saltiness of chira menjaku brings out the sweetness of the green tea. The aftertaste is slightly sweet. Yep. It's not bad. I see. It's delicious. Is it delicious because it's a luxury product, or is chira menjaku delicious even though it's cheap? I can't tell the difference. Teacher crossed his arms and wondered if he would be able to tell the difference if he tried the cheap and expensive ones side by side. By the way, teacher once compared expensive and cheap eggs and said, "I can hardly tell the difference." He did it before. Yep. Teacher, are you feeling better? When I asked him about this while pouring hot water from the pot into the teapot, teacher looked up from his bowl, blinked, and then smiled wryly. "Ah, I'm much better now. It's all thanks to you." "Thank you, Tugo." Yep. It would be great if teacher felt better, and if I could be of help, then it would be great. Then you're not angry anymore? When I asked that, teacher looked uncomfortable. Then he poured hot water into the teapot and made another cup of tea. Then he said, "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't angry." "I see." "Well, of course, I'm not angry at you. No, I know you have a tendency to feel anger directed at people other than yourself, as if it were about you. If anything, I'm inclined to do that myself." Teacher is very considerate towards me. I'm a little sorry about that. I'm fine. If you're angry, I think it's okay to be angry. When I said that, teacher looked a little sadder. "Well, I'll take your word for it, then." "Please." Today is a rare reversal of positions. I'm the one listening, the side that teacher always takes. It's good to be like this once in a while. "I won't forgive you, you idiot bastard." "I'll never forgive you." "Just hit your little toe on the corner of drawers every day, carelessly wear wrong pair of socks when you go out, and if you find out the difference in your socks at a dinner in a tatami room, that's fine too. Also, when you try to open the bag of potato chips you bought, you get too excited, and you scatter them everywhere. And then find some chips from a few months ago under your bed or something." "Oh yes, tea tastes good." Teacher is sipping his green tea, his voice filled with resentment. "It seems that even if I get well, a grudge is still a grudge. However, the content is a little mild, perhaps in consideration of me." I looked at teacher muttering mild words of resentment, sipped some green tea, picked up some chira menjaku, and poured hot water from the pot into the teapot again. I suddenly thought to myself, it's hard. Is it really difficult to find potato chips that are several months old coming out from under the bed? No, not that. You accept them because you don't understand each other. If you can't accept them, you'll remain indifferent. If that's your policy, then teacher, I think you shouldn't get mad at that idiot. But it's difficult. I think it's difficult to forgive someone who says unpleasant things to you. In any case, I don't think it's possible. No matter what teacher thinks, the other person will probably say something unpleasant. If that's the case, teacher will have to feel bad about it for a long time. But that doesn't mean it feels wrong to not forgive them. I suddenly realized that teacher was silent. He didn't have an unpleasant silence, but a silence with a look on his face, like, "I never expected you to say that to me." Then teacher took a deep breath and then said with a look of happiness on his face, "You really surprise me. In fact, that was the theme of my liquor self-destruction last night." Tugo, if being tolerant is a good thing, should we also be tolerant of intolerance? Volume 6, Wall of Kindness. The season is spring. It's around the time when you can smell the scent of early summer. I'm being taught magic painting by Leela. That's right. That's how you move the magic stone. Even if it is powdered, a magic stone is still a magic stone. So, it's like flowing water. However, this was extremely difficult. Originally, I wasn't good at controlling magic. That's why Faye said that it was leaking. Right now, I'm painting in monochrome with charcoal powder on white paper. I've heard that the materials used for magical painting are magic stone powder. But for practice, we will use charcoal powder made from magical wood. This is the cheapest. Also, imagine what you're going to paint, down to the smallest detail. You have to have a picture in your mind. Yep. A lot of people think they don't need to practice painting if they're doing magic. they end up hating it. Painting is necessary for magic paintings. If you don't have the shape of the object in your head, you can't paint anything. I see. Then you have to have a perfect grasp of the shape and be able to visualize it clearly. Something that even I, who have trouble controlling my magic, can manage to form. What is this? Mochi. Mochi? Yep, a mochi drawn with magic. While breathing heavily, I managed to complete a picture of a mochi. And then, my first magic painting materialized. Oh, I see. I thought it was weird. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to hide it, though. Afterwards, Leela and I sit side by side eating mochi and talking about my magic. Basically, it's about how what I draw becomes reality. And since this was my first time doing magic paintings, I wasn't able to control my magic very well. So it seems that they just materialized as I drew it. Well, okay. This is delicious. Yep. By the way, Leela seems to like mochi. That's good. How are you feeling? You look really tired. Yep. I'm really tired. But maybe it was because I made mochi in a way I wasn't used to, or maybe I was just tired from the magic painting itself. I was incredibly tired. Also, I'm still not satisfied with my performance. The mochi, or rather, the magic painting itself. Whatever. One more time. Hey, how about we take a break? I'll do it a little longer. Pictures drawn with magic often don't go as planned. It's quite difficult to manipulate the paint, but it's also fun. Oh, no, the straight line is blurry. Okay, I'll try again. Wait a minute. It's time to take a break. Yep, well, I'll just try some more. You're out of breath. Oh, I can't do this. Lockles, grab to go. I can't. This guy is impossible. After several attempts to do so, I was picked up by Lockles and carried to the hammock. There I was turned into a futon by the hoo-oo and the pipe fox, and I went straight to sleep. There are so many things I want to do, but I don't have the energy. I do farm work and practice magic painting for a bit, and then I run out of energy. It's frustrating, but even so, it's fun. I wonder if this is okay. I wonder what this is. When I wake up, I'll continue practicing magic painting again. While thinking about this, I ended up taking a nap using the pipe fox's tail as a sleeping mask. The next day, I was forced to take a nap in the middle of practice. The next day, I took a nap in the middle. Nap. Well, I'd like to do it without taking a nap so soon. And today too, Lockles picked me up, so I raised my voice in protest. It's regrettable. So, I protest. Stop it. You're still feverish. Maybe it's wisdom fever. But when Lockles said that and touched my forehead, his big hand felt nice and cool. I mean, do I really have a fever? Every time I do magic painting, I get a wisdom fever? I asked Faye. Yep. Your magical power has increased rapidly. Yep. Because I suddenly became a spirit, it has increased rapidly. But I think that's why I was able to use magic. It seems like your body can't keep up with that magical power. What? In the first place, the magic power of spirits is too great for humans. Just using it would be a considerable burden. And if you use the magic you're used to, it's fine, but magic painting is something you're just starting out on. Then, what should I do? There's nothing I can do about it. It's only natural that something like this would happen if you used both your physical strength and magical power at once. In the first place, it doesn't look like you're that strong. Yep. I tend to catch a cold at least twice every winter. I got it again this year though. No, that's because I was exposed to the storm. When I nodded dejectedly, Lockles put me on the hammock with a wry smile. Then, it's not like your constitution will change that easily. If you want to practice magic painting, why don't you take a break from farming for a while? But it seems like now is the season for sowing. Agriculture is also of interest to me. I am interested in doing a lot of things. However, I do feel that agriculture should be a little easier. In any case, if we were to try to produce our own food by ourselves, we wouldn't have enough manpower. If I were to throw away my work here, I wouldn't be able to grow enough food for the forest, and if that were to happen, that would be a problem. Then give up and take a nap. Or better yet, why not draw a picture of a field with ripe crops? I still feel good, but to do that, I'll have to see the real thing at least once, and if I'm going to paint a large number of such pictures in the first place, I'll need to be able to use my magic properly, and I'll need to practice magic painting. However, I ran out of energy before I could practice magic painting. You heard me, so don't think about it right now and go to sleep. Oh, yes, sleep. Good night. One day, that happened. Wow, that's quite a big field. When we were working on the farm, Faye came to visit. If you come straight to the forest from the town of Redguard, you'll pass by this field. That's strange. Usually, Faye comes to visit in the afternoon. In short, I think Faye is also busy with various things in the morning. But today, it's mid-morning. Rare. I just came to take a look at the fields. It's getting more unusual. What is going on? While I was wondering, Faye suddenly started speaking. Hey, Tugo. This might be sudden. Yeah. Are you planning on hiring a farmer? Chapter 2, Forest, Village, and Wall. Do you remember the territory under the direct control of the royal capital? You know, the place where the royal family mistakenly withered the spirit vein after the incident with our spirit vein. Yes, I remember. When I say I remember, it may be a little different. I've never seen that place. However, I have heard the story, and I remember it. The spiritual veins have completely withered over there, you know? That's why it doesn't look like any crops there will grow at all this year. I see. What can I say? I feel sorry for them. I went to take a look at the land, but it's just a wasteland. I don't think they'll have the ability to plow it up and plant seeds. Well, what kind of land is it? I'm a little concerned. Does that mean the farmers there are wishing to be hired? When Locals asked that, Faye nodded. Yeah, that's right. The land they live on has dried up, so they are giving up on the land themselves and moving to a more affluent area. I see. Is that so? That's tough. Many things are suddenly happening. When I understood the reason for Faye's sudden request, he let out a deep sigh. If you farm in a territory directly under the royal family, you will receive a subsidy. I believe their taxes are being reduced. That's why farmers often want to live in territories under the direct control of the royal family. But, this time, it seems like the people who want to come to our territory want to come here even if they don't have that kind of preferential treatment. Apparently, the land over there is that bad. I see. Anyway, I have a lot of things to think about. The members of the royal family have been trying to bully Redguard territory and even started bullying their own territory with theories they don't really understand, and I don't think that's a good thing. If there are people who are inconvenienced because of that, even more so. However, the people who are causing trouble, the farmers, this has nothing to do with them. It's not like they did anything wrong, and I want to help them if I can. Then I'll hire them. I'll hire them as farmers. Oh, really? If you say that, it will help me too. We didn't do anything wrong regarding the spirit veins, you know, but with a reason the royal family did all sorts of things. I mean, well, I can't help but think about it a bit. Yep, I feel the same way. I don't think I did anything wrong, but aside from that, I want to take some responsibility. I was the one who sent out the dragon. So, I immediately started building a house outside the forest. I understood it from the mochi, but when I look at it again, it's an incredible scene, isn't it? Tugo is like this. The house is supervised by Ms. Croix and Leela. Also, as another audience, Faye is watching the construction site while laughing out loud. Also, Locals is a great help when moving furniture. I think it's important to have a unified design because it's going to be a whole village. Yep, the colors are all different but calm. The sizes should be somewhat uniform. Various floor plans will be prepared. The roofs will all have the same design. I thought it would be nice to have an attic, so we decided on a gable roof. I thought it would be nice to have some furniture in the house and some in the house with very little furniture. I'm sure many people move in with furniture they love. Yep. Incidentally, the furniture we will be preparing is of a rather modest design. It is not as elaborate as when we built Ms. Croix's room. It's functional, simple, and maybe a bit lacking. All of the furniture has the emblem of the forest on it. This forest emblem is a recent creation. The emblem of the Redguard family is a crest with a dragon, so this forest emblem is the crest of a tree surrounded by a dragon. Somehow, I thought it would be better to have something like this, so I designed it. It was a lot of fun. You can build a cluster of houses, but you have to think about the distance to the fields because the purpose of people moving here is the fields. Yep. Furthermore, we will also build a field. When I created a field, Leela was stunned. Well, I did draw a picture of the cultivated land and reflected it in reality. If you can do that, do it from the beginning, idiot. No, but I was able to draw a good picture of the tilled soil because I tilled it myself, and it's difficult to draw something like this unless you see the actual thing. Yep. Sorry. Oh, maybe if people are moving in, we'll need a store here to sell food and daily necessities, right? Oh, I think we need a peddler from Redguard Town. Well, maybe it would be better to have a proper store here someday. Is this going to become a town? Isn't it possible? Well, if the forest spirit allows it. Yep. I think that's fine. I see. Maybe this place will become a town? I mean, it might be a little bit fun. Next, I decided to think about the salary. It's a strange way to say it, but that's all I can say. In order to hire farmers, I need a salary. And of course, it is to be money. Ms. Croix is currently employed with a single house, and Leela is working for free in the name of debt repayment. But the same cannot work for the farmers as well. So, I have to make proper money. Well, to some extent, I do have money. I got some money from selling my paintings. However, that is not a stable income, and it would be bad if my income affected the farmers' salaries. So I thought it would be better to prepare a separate salary. If I were given a house, furniture, and land, I wouldn't mind just working until I can harvest the crops. I just can't accept that. I think necessary expenses are necessary expenses, not salary. So, I'd like to keep that separate. But where are you going to sell that much quality jewelry in that quantity? Yep. That's it. What I'm having trouble with right now is that my means of making money are extremely limited. Faye looked at the jewel I took out and said, "You can probably buy a territory in the frontier with just this one." It was the same with the magic painting, but I think that because I became a spirit, I am not good at controlling my magic again. Possibly, for the time being. I tried drawing a jewel and materialize it, but somehow, it seemed like the magical power was stuck inside. When I first became a spirit, I drew gems like this and took them out to rehabilitate myself, but even then, I ended up with really good-looking gems. Are you going to have to put the seal on again? I already did it. I confirmed and showed the sealing tool to Faye. Well, I showed him the remnants of the sealing tool. I'm sorry. I broke it. No, if you think about it, there's no way we can seal away the magical power of a spirit with a human sealing tool. Yep. It seems that the capacity has been exceeded, and the sealing tool has broken. Even though I got it. I'm sorry. Well, we can't help it. You turned into a spirit. Yep. Because spirits do it. They all have different orders of magnitude of magical power. If you materialize the jewels, you'll be able to create an incredible magic stone. And they have so much magic power that they won't be able to be sealed with a sealing tool, I guess. While listening to Faye's comfort, I was wondering what to do. It would be fine if it was just an inconvenience for me, but that's not the case this time. This time, my goal is to get the wages to pay the farmers. That's why. So, why don't you just draw your own sealing tool, huh? I tried it as Faye told me to do, and it turned out great. It seems that when I drew a sealing tool myself and materialized it, something matching my magic power came out. When I put it on, it seems like my magic power has finally returned to that of a human being. Thanks to that, I've been able to draw a jewel that I don't think will be a problem even if I sell it. Great. This is enough for the salary. All that's left is seeds, right? I think we can leave that to the farmers. I'm sure they got at least some seeds from the crops they grew last year in the royal fiefdom. I see. Well, that's right. Well, I'll leave that to you. But I like edamame. Having lots of edamame makes you feel happy, so let's have them grow them for us. I think I'll just prepare some edamame seeds. Also, just in case, how about some agricultural equipment? That's perfect. A hoe, a plow. We'll draw those things out a bit, and then we'll build one of those communal barn-like things and store the farm equipment in there. Things like this are fun when you're preparing. If they move here to cultivate land, They will have a farm that has already been cleared and plowed, a house, agricultural equipment, and even a salary. The conditions are good. I think there will be a lot of applicants. Yes, if enough people come, we'll have them work a lot of fields and help out Redguard territory. Also, please create an Edamame special zone, even if it's just one plot. Is there really a need for something like a division in the farm? The soil is plowed, the fields is ready, the house is built, the barn is built, and the farm equipment is ready. Also, some Edamame seedlings. Now that I've found the salary, all that's left to do is get the farmers to come. Is that enclosure necessary? Yeah, it's like the royal capital, isn't it? Yep. The royal capital is surrounded by a wall that goes all the way around the city. It seems like it's a precaution against foreign enemies, but if you think about it that way, you'll be able to build a lot of walls, which will be nice, and I think it'll be easier to distinguish between land that's good for farming and land that isn't. That's it, isn't it? Wait a minute. Land that is good for farming. Why not? Why don't we enclose the forest or something? That's what Faye said, and I thought to myself, Faye, what is it? I totally forgot something. This is a forest, and I'm a forest spirit, but the forest is in Redguard territory, right? But Redguard territory doesn't belong to me. Would it be okay for me to build a field or a town outside of the forest? Well, this isn't really my property, right? I cultivated that area without permission. What should I do? I've already built a house. When I panicked, Faye started laughing. Oh, I don't really care about that. In any case, the area around this forest is land that I couldn't develop even if I wanted to. If you want, we can build a wall around this forest and call it Togo territory or something. Would you like to do that? I don't like that. As expected, an independent territory is a bit ha. Just kidding, but there's nothing wrong with that. Even if you surround the forest. I'd like to build a wall somewhere someday, but I don't think it's a good idea to enclose the forest. Well, it's fine. You can do whatever you want with the area around the forest and the forest. Rather, I'm in the position of being a spirit's neighbor. Even if you say that I've become a forest spirit, but that doesn't mean I feel like I've become the owner of the forest, and I don't feel comfortable acting like it. If I had to say, I would be happy if there was a road through the middle of the forest. Wouldn't I? But, well, the middle of the forest is where you live, and if the forest has the barrier, it would be better to keep people out of the vicinity of that device. I see. This forest is right in the middle of Redguard territory, so it's a nuisance. I understand that. However, as Faye said, letting people pass through the middle of the forest is likely to cause a lot of trouble, but at the moment, that problem is just an inconvenience. Can I think about this for a second? No. You don't have to force yourself. You can't just build a road through the middle of the forest, right? Well, that's true, but I'm still curious. I have always been helped by Faye. That's why I want to give back to Faye in whatever way I can. Section. The forest in the middle of Redguard territory is getting in the way of Redguard territory. This is too bad, and I want to do something about it. However, it's not something I can do right away, and I have to think about various things carefully. I'll put it on hold for now, and above all, people who want to settle here are already coming. Nice to meet you. I look forward to working with you. When I greeted them, the 10 farmers whom Faye had hired through the Redguard family looked at me quizzically. Yes, I could understand if it was Faye's father or brother, or even Faye himself, who greeted them, but it was me. I'm Tugo Uazora. I manage this forest together with the Redguard family. If you have any questions about this forest, please ask me. Also, I don't know much about agriculture, so if you think of me as a person who solves the inconvenience of your food, clothing, and shelter. When I said that, they gave me a strange look. How can such a child manage a forest? It's a face I know. Yes, I know how you feel. However, some of the farmers looked a little surprised when they saw me, and then responded very politely. After the greetings, I had a meeting with the representatives of the 10 groups of farmers. For those who came alone, it was the person who came, and for those who had moved in with their entire family, it was the head of the household. Or rather, I asked them about their needs for food, clothing, and shelter. I set up a place to listen, but there were some people who treated me like a noble. Well, 2 out of the 10 people. Those people said, "Oh, by any chance, are you the spirit of the forest?" So, I answered, "No, I'm not." Then, one of the 2 said, "Then, are you the dragon?" Again, I said, "No, I am not the dragon." The remaining 8 people looked at me strangely, but no one made fun of me or expressed dissatisfaction with my response. That was good. If anything, the response was more like, "It must be difficult for a child like this. Maybe I look younger than my actual age." Since I'm Japanese, I guess I have no choice but to give up on that to some extent. Thus, the field by the forest began to receive work. Seeds to be sown in early summer are quickly sown, and in 10 days, sprouts will start to appear from them. The field is a field, and the water for the farmland is to be used by the water flowing out of the forest. For this purpose, water was needed to spring. A spring is made to overflow a little downstream from where the dragon lives so that if water overflows from the dragon's crystal lake, it will mix with it. It seems that magic power is also effective as fertilizer for crops, so I hope it will help the crops grow better. Are things going well? The fields have sprouted, and the farmers are thinning and weeding, and Faye is here to observe. Yep, everything's good. The fields are doing well. It's going too smoothly. When I was talking to the farmers, I was told, as expected, this is really a territory where a dragon lives. The crops are growing fast. I was told. Apparently, it's early. Maybe the reason the indigo grew so thick and fast is because the forest is a land full of magic. Oh, by the way, after the indigo was harvested, it grew again and was used for Leela's indigo dyes. Leela was happy to know that the indigo kept growing on and on because indigo is an important grass to her. I'm also happy that they're growing up well. I see. That's great. If there's anything you're in need of, please let me know. Don't work so hard alone, okay, honorable spirit, Faye said with a bright smile and slapped me on the back. It hurts a little, but I don't mind it because it is a nice feeling. If I had to say anything about what I need, it would be the number of people. After thinking about it for a while, I answered, it looks like we can expand the field a little more. So, if there are more people, there will be more fields. Right now, they are planting tomatoes and other seeds, but in a little while they will start planting potatoes and carrots. And some greens I'm not sure about. Many vegetables from the other world are a bit confusing. Mysterious potatoes, mysterious greens, but it's okay because they taste good. I see. Then, shall we try recruiting some more? Yep. Please do. When I said that, Faye smiled and agreed. He said that he would advertise more in the royal fiefdom and other areas. If there are people who are having trouble growing crops, we'd love to have them come here. It's mutually beneficial. Then, as for the terms and conditions of employment, are they the same as the 10 groups we hired earlier? Yeah, I think that's good. Lockles said that the salary would be higher than the market rate, but I would like to keep the salary a little higher. The reason is that it takes a lot of courage to leave the land where you used to live and come here. I want to pay a salary that is commensurate with that. I have money here from selling jewels. I understand. If there are any applicants, I'll ask them to send in their applications. Okay? Yep. Please. No, wait. I think it would be better for them to come here directly. Personally, I would like to request another field as soon as possible. I would be happy if I could grow a lot of potatoes and generate income for Red Girl territory. No, I'd be happy if you brought the documents with you. I see. Well, if that's the way you want to do it, that's fine. Shall we send a carriage from our house to the territory under the direct jurisdiction of the royal capital and have them ride in it? Yep. Please. So that the next group of people may come, and we can expand the fields. I thought about it for a minute, and I've even grown some fruit trees. It would be nice to have lots of fruit trees if there is someone to take care of them. Since it was just around the time of harvest, I drew a lot of apricot trees and let them grow. And pear, peach, apple, and tangerine trees. They are my favorite fruits. That's right. And I added a few more houses. That should be enough. I wonder if they'll come soon. When the next people come, I'll ask them to harvest more and more fruit. I've painted and sent them out with the fruit in full bloom, so I need people as soon as possible. and I'll be glad if they come soon. Well, they're here faster than I thought they would be, to go. Really? Faye said. We are looking for farmers in Redguard territory. If you want to live here, we'll rent you a house and fields. If you want to live here permanently, we'll give it to you as is. You will be provided with farming equipment. All the crops you harvest will be given to us, but in return, you will be paid 25 gold coins a month. There is a raise. Apparently, I heard that they received applications after they put up an ad saying that. I guess that's the case under these conditions. And when Lockhart saw the paper with the advertisement that Faye distributed, he had an indescribable expression on his face. How did you decide on this salary? They did something similar in the territories under the direct control of the royal family. They bought up all the crops and paid wages in exchange. I thought I would try to imitate that, Faye said, and produced several sheets of paper. Apparently, they were similar job advertisements that appeared in the fields of the royal fiefdoms and other territories. See, there is something like this, and it seems that there are quite a few advantages. If you get paid, that means you'll still get money whether there's a good harvest or a bad harvest, right? Then it means your life is stable, for better or worse. As a farmer, that's one advantage, right? And it's an advantage for us, too. There's less waste if all the crops are distributed together in one place. In a way, it's like hiring factory workers. So, the Red Guards control the distribution, reducing waste and increasing efficiency. I see. That could be quite interesting. That's fine, but isn't the salary high? However, Locklers looked at the other job advertisements with a slightly complicated look on his face. It's almost double the market rate. Job advertisements include a lot of words like 13 gold coins and 15 gold coins. Wow. Oh, that's fine. Here, I'm not going to go through all the applicants to begin with. We've already chosen the 10 groups that came before them from among the applicants. Faye said so with a proud smile. If the salary is high, talented people will come. If you gather only those people, you can make high-quality things. Besides, if you want them to live near the forest, they have to be trustworthy. So, don't you think this is a good salary? I see. So, you're going to do an interview and decide who gets the job. I see. Well, we don't want people who are not very motivated to come, and we don't want spies or other strange people to come. So it might be a good idea to make the ratio higher. I guess it's fine. If there is a test, even counterintelligence from other territories will shy away from coming in, and if it's a big shot who won't shy away, there's a good chance I know him to some extent. Furthermore, it would be perfect if Ms. Croix acted as the interviewer. No bad person would get through. That's wonderful. Well, we got a few more candidates than we expected, so it's a little harder to make a selection. I see. But I think it can't be helped if we want to attract good people. So, Faye, I wonder how many farmers have applied this time? Ms. Croix immediately took out paper and a pen. She is in secretary mode. I can rely on her. Roughly 100 applicants. However, as soon as Faye said that Ms. Croix's pen stopped for a moment. 100 applicants. Seeing Ms. Croix like that, Faye grinned and answered, "Hey, 100 people. I wonder if the fields need to be expanded further." Section. There were a lot more people than I thought. I thought it was going to be 10 people at most, or something like that. What, 100 people? 100 applicants? Well, this is the first reform since the beginning of our territory. We're all fired up, you see. So, we got fired up about advertising. Then 100 people gathered. Oh, I see. That's true. This forest, including the surrounding land, has always been an inviolable forest. I'm sure you'll get fired up. As for the number of applicants, well, almost all the people from the territories directly under the royal capital have applied. Faye said and groaned a little. It seems to be quite serious, isn't it? A territory under the direct control of the royal capital. That's right. I think it must be quite a big deal since 100 people decided to move all at once, although it's still beyond my imagination. Besides, the neighboring territories are also suffering damage. If someone destroyed a spirit vein, of course, there's a lot that can go wrong. Yep. I think it can't be helped that a member of the royal family would be troubled by something a member of the royal family did. Although it might be a bit obnoxious. but it's not good for the people around them who didn't do anything to be inconvenienced. If the scale of the project grows, I'm thinking of recruiting a second and third group of people who want to settle here. I'm sure there will be more applicants, and the farmers who are sticking around in the territories directly under the royal capital will have to decide before this winter. I see. This has become a rather serious topic. If I don't increase the size of the farm, not 100 people, but many more will be left in the cold. So, I have to grow the field. So I'm going to cultivate more land around the forest? So, I have to select some people out of 100. The pay is good, and there are all kinds of people coming in, but it's not wise to hire all of them. Well, does that mean we'll be interviewing 100 people or something? I will do my best. Putting the interviews aside, I added houses. I made cultivated lands. I can do that now. If I had not become a spirit, I would not have been able to build houses so rapidly, so maybe it is good that I became a spirit after all. Thanks to this, I can at least help people who want to settle here. Wait a minute, you're pushing yourself too hard. How many houses have you made? I don't know. About 30 houses? Anyway, I built as many as I could. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore, because I was cultivating lands as well. It's a lot of work to draw houses one at a time. So I'm drawing like a residential area with about 10 houses all together at once. It's more efficient to do so. But I guess it consumes a lot of magic power. I'm a little tired. Okay, no more. Let's go to sleep. Lockles, help. Did you call? Lockles was called. No way. I still want to cultivate more lands a little more. Oh, no. I can't run away from Lockles. You don't have to put me to sleep. Leela, stop trying to put me to sleep right away. And don't partner up with Lockles. Really? Well, I know how you feel. I know you're in a hurry. I mean, 100 people all at once. Yep, that's right. I'm nervous. Until now, there were only a few people around me, including me, but now there are 100 more people at once. That's why. But you should go to bed. You don't look so good. But Leela was ruthless. That's what she said. And she left me with Lockles. I don't think I should be sleeping. You should be sleeping. Rest now so you can work tomorrow. All right. I'll do that. Also, when I saw you sleeping peacefully on the hammock surrounded by horses, you looked. Then, Leela tightened her mouth, furrowed her eyebrows, and thought for a moment. Then looked at me with dull eyes and said, kind of better. What? I realized that Leela seemed to be watching me sleep, so I was kind of embarrassed to go to bed. So, I decided to put the pipe fox in front of my face before I went to bed so that she wouldn't see my face while I was sleeping. It's just right for a sleep mask. However, while I was sleeping, I feel like I had a dream of being tickled by the pipe fox's tail. Moreover, when I woke up, the pipe fox had crawled into my clothes. And when I woke up and went back to my house to eat, Miss Croix reported to me with a grin, "You were laughing in your sleep while being tickled by the pipe fox's tail." Now, what should I do? So, I took a break and made more houses and fields. Now I can handle more people at once. But the next problem is how to choose people. Do I interview 100 people? No. This time it's 100 people, but if the number continues to increase at this rate, the next 200 people, and the next 400 people, and so on, it wouldn't be surprising if that happens. As expected, interviewing with 400 people is a bit difficult. I think it would be a good idea to make some selections based on documents. What do you think? As for my feelings, I have a strong desire to meet and talk with them in person. Otherwise, I don't think you'll know if that person is really a good person or not. But 400 people is kind of impossible. I wish there were at least 40 people here. I think the human flood strategy is the best, but since we don't have many people, I guess we have no choice but to take our time. While Faye and I were thinking hard, Ange brought us tea. Please, have some. Oh, another new sweet. She brought us a cup of tea and a cake. The cake covered with rich cream. It looks simple but appetizing. I had a little with my fork, and it was very delicious with the melt-in-your-mouth sponge and creamy cream. Even the fairies are getting better and better, aren't they? Yes. I'm really excited. There's going to be more people. Ange looked up at the fairy that was jumping on her head and smiled. Then the fairy started spinning around happily again. I'm just worried. When Ange said that, the fairy sat on Ange's head and looked up at me with a serious look on her face. The fairy says something there, but unfortunately, I don't understand their language. So it just sounds like a bell chiming. Are the people coming here good people? You're talking about the farmers, right? Well, I'm thinking about how to choose good people. I tell the fairy that we were just talking about that, and she nodded a few times and tilts her head in thought. Then the fairy speaks again. When Ange heard that, she tilted her head a little. Timidly, she looked up at me and said, well, the fairy said that she wants us to choose someone who can get along with us smoothly. Yep, we want that too. I would like to have someone who can get along with horses and birds as well as fairies. The field is outside the forest, and the forest is basically a forest of spirits, so people are not allowed to enter the forest. But still, I still feel like I want the same things to be cherished. But I don't know. How to choose one. What kind of person can get along with fairies? Do they have to be able to see fairies? Faye leans in and listens. The fairy shakes her head above Ange's head and says something. Is something wrong? She says it's okay if they can't see them, but they just want someone who will take care of them even if they can't see them. At the very least, they don't care if they don't believe in fairies. They just want someone interested in them. I see. So, in the end, what kind of people are interested in fairies? Hey, Tugo. While I was pondering over the fairy's request, Faye was standing beside me with a flash of inspiration on his face. I have a good idea. A good idea? The next day, the reception for the interview started. The receptionist in charge was me and Leela. We just sit at the desk and ask them to give us their paperwork. We talk a little bit there, but only a little bit. It was not an interview. Locals will process the documents we received in the seat behind us. We just check them in and sort them out. But we put a little screen in front of the desk so the people who come in can't see what we're doing. And Lian and Ange are working around. They guided people who came to waiting seats and handed out tea and sweets to those waiting. Lian's ice spirit helped with this. Little icebergs fly by, handing out serial number tags and letting them know the next number. Since it was a venue like this, the farmers, who seemed to think they were just going to hand in their documents and go home, were a little confused. The receptionists were kids like me and Leela, and there were two more kids working. There is one adult behind us, but he is locals, who clearly looks more suited to modeling, guarding or escorting than clerical work. Plus, tea and snacks are served. Well, it may be a strange atmosphere, but this is the important thing. Why go to the trouble of having them come to the site and submit the paperwork after they've been there? Because this is the first round of interviews. Of course, we are not interviewing them. I'm only going to talk a little bit about it, and that's just for reference. The most important thing is, the fairies. Among the people waiting, there were some whose eyes were moving here and there. Those people are the ones who can see. People who can see fairies. Because there are over 100 fairies gathered in this room right now. Those who can see fairies can see a lot of activity. So, I don't think they'll be able to remain relaxed. Yeah, the fairies are looking at the people who are waiting. And they check to see if they hit the mark. When I tried to find out what made someone popular, I found that it generally meant does he fit in with the forest, temperament, sensitivity to magic, etc. Apparently, that's something fairies can sense. That's amazing. If the fairies find someone they're interested in, we'll stamp a fairy seal on a document that person brought with them. Once it's in locals' hands, it means that they are approved by the fairies. On the other hand, if the fairies think this person is absolutely no good, if the fairies think this person is definitely not good enough, we will also put their stamp of rejected when the documents come into the hands of locals. There were around 10 documents that were stamped with rejected. When I showed it to Ms. Croix later, she laughed and said, "Oh, this one is a spy. They are a colleague of mine, but aren't they currently living in a house that is hostile to the Redguard family?" The observational eyes of fairies are amazing. Thus, we completed the first round of selection with the fairies. The fairies seemed to have a lot of fun with this, so I guess that's a good thing. 100 down to 25. Amazing. If there are only 25 people, I can interview them again, and if they're good, we'll hire them. With this, we can finish the interview in one day. Thank you. All of you were helpful. When I thanked the fairies, they were smiling happily. We are honored to be able to help you, Lord Spirit. Oh, I see. I guess the fairies worship me a little too much. Ange is also happy to help Brother Tugo. Ange also shyly says that while fidgeting, so, I feel ticklish. Very ticklish. The following week, those who were rejected were notified. Then, a total of 35 people will be invited to Redguard territory, including 25 people that the fairies like and 10 people chosen from our human perspective. Interviews were held there. We don't have enough horse-drawn carriages because we have to have so many people coming and going at once. So, I drew a horse-drawn carriage and materialized it. It's a hollow carriage with rubber tires, like a car. I thought that would be good because it would absorb vibrations. Also, the material of the carriage is aluminum. If it were made of wood, it would be very heavy, and I felt sorry for the horse that pulls the carriage. And the horse that pulls the carriage is a unicorn. Unicorns are said to be much stronger than horses without horns. So, they can run easily even on a route that would be tiring for a normal horse. I was a little worried about whether it would be safe for the horses to go outside, but they thought, a person who has the guts to attack a unicorn pulling a carriage with the Redguard family emblem on it must move from Redguard territory to the territory directly under the royal capital. Faye said, they won't be on the same path. So, I decided to them send his away. I'm still worried, so Lockles and Dems, Croix are riding in one of the carriages. Then, an interview will be held during that time. Since it was for 35 people, we decided to split them. The interviewers were Faye's father and brother, and me. I wonder if it's okay for me to be included. Can I be an interviewer? Me? Well, we are interviewing in pairs, so I'm not the only one choosing the people, so I feel safe in that sense. I got worried and asked Faye, who was working with me on the interview, and he simply answered, don't worry. It's all right. You're here for a reason. I didn't quite understand, so I asked for a bit more explanation, and Faye laughed and explained it to me. The people we will interview are those who don't have the fairy seal. In other words, the fairies don't have any particular problems with them, but they don't think they're good either. In other words, they're the ones who are chosen for their abilities. Yep, I understand that. And I'll drop anyone who looks at you and tries to take advantage of you. That's all there is to it, It's true that Leela and I live in the forest, and there are also Liane and Ange, who are younger than us. After all, there are many creatures that are weaker than humans. So, if Faye doesn't think they can get along well with me, it's better for them not to come. Do you mean that? I had some doubts and asked Faye, and he scratched his cheek as he answered me. In the first place, the person who looks at you and thinks you're really just a kid that has no sense of magic, or something like that, while living in a place full of magical beasts. They're not suited for the forest, are they? Is that so? Now that I think about it, 2 of the people from the 10 who came earlier looked at me and asked, are you a spirit? When I said this as I remembered, Faye smiled and nodded. I get it. Somehow, you don't look like a human, or maybe you seem far too removed from the real world, or also you're very fluffy. Doesn't that mean I am a fluffy person? Then, does that mean I am not human? Well, is it a sensitivity to magic, or the presence? I don't know. It changes a little bit, especially when you're near the forest. I see. I guess when I'm in the forest, my forest spirit side comes out more strongly. Have I become that far away from being a human? I have a slightly complicated feeling, but if I can become a forest compatibility checker, well, that's okay. So, we ended up interviewing 10 people and 25 people with Faye's father and brother. Thank you for the help. Interviews are tough. That's right. But, well, it looks like some good people will come thanks to you. I'm sure there were a few people among the 10 people that I felt like, this person is really good, or this person is amazing, or I think I can get along with this person. It would be great if there were many people like that. I want to make the forest filled with people like them. Well, thanks to you, it's going to be great for us. 2. You're going to be able to harvest in the summer, right? Yeah. The fruits are already ripe, so we can ship them right away. When I answered, Faye laughed with a half-surprised look on his face. Well, thank you for your hard work, Tugo. Is there anything else I can help you with? What? No. That's fine. I'll take care of the field expansion. And I'll make the house. And Faye has already done all the advertising and interviewing. However, after I answered that, I suddenly remembered and decided to tell Faye, if I had to say one thing, I would like Leela to stop calling locals. But that's too bad. But I can't do that. Faye laughed and instantly refused. Well, yeah, I kind of expected it. Section. So more and more people came to the fields, and as a result, more and more fields were added. When I asked a farmer, he told me that it was quite difficult to plow land that wasn't originally a field and turn it into a field. But this field, where all that work has already been done, is very easy to work on. I, on the other hand, am getting better and better at drawing soft soil, and am able to produce better fields. Also, I think I've gotten much faster at drawing houses. I think practice is the key to this kind of thing. But, Mr. Tugo, the farmer's wife called out to me as I came to check on the field. You know, it's kind of strange, but when I woke up in the morning, the soil on the other side of the field was completely plowed. Oh, I see. I don't suppose anyone could have tilled that large an area, and I'm wondering. Well, that place was originally a cultivated area, probably. Maybe? Yes, it was. It's been turned into a field overnight, but I'm sure that's just a mistake. Yeah, you know, when I build a field or a house like this, the farmers who have already started living around me are a little bit surprised. So I have to, do it a little bit at a time. Or I have to make sure that I build the field on a slightly separated plot with some space in between. Yep. However, if I leave too much time between activities, immigration will become congested. I think that's why I need to build a road that cuts through the forest as soon as possible. While I'm worrying about it, the next applicants will come. So, for now, I'm going to build a field and a house in a position where the farmers who live there can't see it. I can draw even when I am worried. I was thinking about it while drawing, and as a result, one of the fields ended up looking like fluffy cotton. So I hurriedly redraw that part, and then, Ms. Croix and Locals returned. Welcome back. I'm home. It is normal again. All the horses are safe. No bandits showed up. This carriage is very comfortable to ride. It's strange. I feel like this will sell well if it becomes available in the market. Well, I can't sell it unless Tuga draws it, so we can't really spear it around. When Locals and Croix returned, their faces were bright. Yep, the horses are safe and sound. The horses safely delivered the people who were rejected this time to the territory under the direct control of the royal capital. I'm glad that there were no incidents. And then, in the carriage on the way home, I brought the next applicant with me. It seems that Ms. Croix and Locals dropped off those who had been rejected and instead loaded up the next applicants for the return trip. One after another, people are getting off from the carriages. I'll prepare right away. Then, the next day, there was another first interview with the fairies and a second interview with us. And the next group of people to be hired was decided. And there were more people in the field. This time we hired 55 farmers, so now we have a village with a total of 100 farmers, including those who have been working there since the beginning. The number of people is increasing at an incredibly fast rate. I see. For now, I guess I'll cancel the next recruitment. Please do so. At this rate, I won't be able to expand the fields and houses in time. But it's starting to look more like a village. Yep. In short, what is outside of the forest is a group of fields and houses. But there are people there, and they are beginning to interact with each other, and it is gradually becoming more like a village. Watching them from inside the forest, I can see them gathering outside in the evening after they have finished their farm work, talking, dancing, and eating together. Yep, it's a good feeling. The number of people has increased, and it seems like it won't be enough just to transport them here. But if that happens, so far started thinking for a moment, is something wrong? Well, Let's see. Faye took out a map from his pocket. A map of the Redguard territory. First of all, here's the forest. It's big. In the middle of Redguard territory, there is a forest. It's this place. When I look at it on the map, it once again looks very large. So, here we are. Yep. Then, Faye's home and the city of Redguard. It's in the northeast of the forest. I guess we are at the center of Redguard territory. By the way, the forest village is located outside the forest. Moreover, it is the one where Faye's house is located. In other words, that is located in the northeast of the forest. So, there's a town over here that does livestock farming. The next point was southwest of the forest. The next town shown was southwest of the forest, across the forest from Faye's house. For things like ham and cheese, the raw materials are made in this town and then they come here for all the processing to be done. Wheat is grown here. The next point shown is the southeast part of the forest. What we produce in our territory is only what we use in our territory. The rest is dependent on other towns. Well, speaking of the territory as a whole, we are relatively self-sufficient. I see. I guess that means Redguard territory has a food self-sufficiency rate of nearly 100%. However, it seems that some luxury items are not produced, and such items are imported from other territories. Well, that kind of thing does happen. In other words, if you're going to procure food, it would be faster to have buy directly from the forest village instead of having it go through this place. I see. I was also thinking about it. I'm sure it would be quicker if we could go through the forest. This forest is a huge hindrance to transporting supplies. Oh, to go. What are you painting? A path to go back and forth between the boundary of the forest. So, I was drawing various ideas. Redguard territory would be better off if we could get through the middle of the forest. If it were easier to get to and from the other side of the forest, we could use each other's land more effectively. Ultimately, it would be much easier to do. A house was built overnight if we could make the fields on the opposite side of the forest and the other side of the forest. Yup. Besides, in Redguard territory right now, there is a city-size forest that is eating up the land, but the biggest problem is that the forest has become an obstacle. If it is just unusable land, that is one thing. But if it is inaccessible land, that is a problem. There are other towns in Redguard territory in addition to the one where Faye and his family live, but travel between them is basically a detour via a road that goes around the forest. That is not very efficient. That's why I'm trying to build a road that cuts through the forest. Well, this is my first idea. I showed the painting to Ms. Croix. It's a big bridge. Yep. I was going to build a big bridge over the forest. Like a pedestrian bridge. I was thinking of building several connecting parts so that people can enter and exit from about 8 different directions. But this is really hard. It's going to be a hell of a climb uphill. Certainly. There are a lot of big trees in this forest. This forest is full of life. Somehow, I feel like it is doing well lately. With that in mind, the trees in this forest are quite tall. The area around the nest of a giant robin is so large that each tree is over 100 meters long. If you try to build a bridge over it, of course, the height of the bridge will be ridiculous. Moreover, trees have the potential to continue growing, so the bridge must be built with a certain amount of leeway in height. It's definitely hard to go up, and it's hard to go down. If we were to build a bridge at a height of about 120 meters and tried to keep the slope to around 10 degrees, the slope would keep going at 680 meters from the forest. But then I thought it was too long. The mathematics I learned at school was useful. If I do the calculations, I will know the distance I need. However, as a result of that calculation, it ended up showing that it was a bit useless. I think climbing 680 meters up a 10-degree slope is pretty tough. Also, if I was to build something that big, it would be on a very large scale. But then, I was a little worried about the sunlight. Forests grow in the sunlight. If that sunlight is blocked by a bridge, it is bad for the forest. That's right. For my part, I'm more concerned about how you can create something that big in the first place, rather than the structure of the bridge or the sunlight. I think it will materialize if I paint it, so it's okay. I think it's probably possible to materialize it little by little over a few days. But, also, I think farmers will be surprised by this as well. Yeah. So, it's not a good idea. Next, I thought about running a road underground. That's a tunnel, isn't it? Yeah. Tunnel. However, this one is more serious. However, trees have roots. I don't know how deep to dig. I see. After all, the trees are about 100 meters tall. I think their roots are pretty deep as well. That means, just like with the bridge, I have to take into consideration the deep roots, the entrance to the tunnel, and so on. Also, if I dig a path underground, it's scary because it might collapse. I agree. I don't feel very safe with a big forest on top of the path. We, who live in the forest, are also afraid that the ground might sink at any moment. That's true. I agree with you. The ground I'm standing on is a little unstable, which makes me feel so uneasy. There's no way to maintain the parts you can't see. I thought there's a forest barrier underground. Yep. It's inside the roots of the trees, so maybe we don't have to worry about that too much. But because of that, I'm a little scared of tinkering with the ground. When I said that, Ms. Croix nodded and said, I guess so. I can't put this forest in danger, so a tunnel is a bit of a problem. Also, I don't know how to dig a tunnel. I see. A bridge is fine. If I paint it, it will materialize. However, a tunnel, how should I draw it to make it look the way I want? I can paint a picture of a road that goes on and on into the ground, but how do I draw it? How does it connect to where it comes and goes? It's convenient to be able to make something appear in a picture, but conversely, I can't make something that I can't turn into a painting. I'm having trouble with this. When I asked her for advice, she put a slender finger on her chin and began to think with a serious expression on her face. This kind of face is also wonderful. I want to draw it. No, I need to think first. Think first. Oh dear. In the first place, isn't building a road itself reckless? Yeah. I can't help but feel depressed at Ms. Croix's curt answer. If things continue like this forest will become a nuisance to the Red Girl territory. No, I know that Faye and his family would never say something. But, why don't you think of something other than a road, huh? However, when Ms. Croix said this, I suddenly felt better. For example, you could have Pegasi pick people up and fly over the forest to the other side. I think that would be more flexible to travel from one end of the forest to the other. Surely, you don't need a separate road. It doesn't have to be a road just because it is convenient and easy for many people to use. Ms. Croix's idea might be good. People who want to cross a forest can ask a horse to carry them to the other side. But then we would have to ask the horses to cooperate with us. I feel a little sorry for the horses, but that's it. If they don't want to, I can materialize another creature. Sure. Asking the forest creatures is a good idea. Then I thought about it again. I thought about flying an airplane, or an airship, or something like that. However, if I try to fly and land such a large vehicle, they will need a large amount of land, and the forest is not large enough to do so. Or rather, the cost performance is poor. I don't want to make such a big deal out of it. And then I started to think that the Pegasi would be a good idea. If we can get a horse to carry us, that would be a good idea. This time, I tried talking to locals about this idea. Then, if that happens, we won't be able to come and go by a horse-drawn carriage. Really? Well, we can't have the horses carry the horses, can we? And, it's not just people that need to be transported, it might be mainly goods. If that's the case, a bigger vehicle would be needed. Oh, I see. In that case, I'd build stables at various exits of the forest and ask them to be rental horses. Oh, no, there is a high possibility that they will be taken advantage of. Or would it be no good if the luggage was the horse itself? Then I guess it's an airship. So, I decided to draw an airship very, very roughly. What is this? It's a strange creature. Locals gave me that impression when I looked into it. But this is not a living thing, it's a vehicle. How does this thing fly? Is it clever? If it can't fly to its destination without making a mistake, it's useless. Well, it's not a living thing. Oh. Does it need a driver? If it's a vehicle, It's no good. We need a person to drive it. And in this world, there are no airplanes or airships anyway, so there is zero chance of a pilot appearing somewhere. Hello, Miss Croix. To go. What's wrong? I think you're tired from thinking too much. Then I slumped down by my desk at home. I've been thinking too much, and my brain is tired. I don't want to think about anything anymore. As I was feeling exhausted, Lian came closer and closer to us. Then he looked at the paper I had tossed out and blinked. To go. Are you going to build a bridge over the forest like this picture? No. I have to put it on hold. Bridges can cause a lot of problems, but are bridges the best option after all? No. But the sunlight in the forest, it seems to be more flexible than the tunnel. But you look troubled. Yes, I'm troubled. But no matter how much I think or worry, the thoughts just keep spinning around in my head. Do you have to cut down the forest? I don't want that, if possible. But that might be better than bridges and tunnels. You know, how about building a tunnel in the forest, above ground? That way, people won't accidentally get lost in the forest. Maintenance is much easier than underground tunnels, and there won't be any accidents. The only problem is that it will trouble the creatures in the forest, which is a really big problem. But that's right. I don't like it either. Let's leave this forest as it is. I want to do that too. As Lian said, I want to do that too. I want to keep this forest as it is. But also, if you're going to build a road, wouldn't you be able to make one that allows you to travel really fast? I'm thinking it would be nice to be able to get to Brother Fei's house even faster. I think it would be difficult to move faster than a Luans, a Huu, a red dragon, and an alicorn all fly incredibly fast. So, if we tried to outpace their speed, we probably wouldn't be able to outdo it. But if a town is going to be built outside the forest, we have to build a road between it and Brother Fei's house, right? Yep, that's right. I had been thinking only about the inside of the forest, but now that I think about it, it is necessary to connect the village in the forest with other towns. Well, but that one is just a normal paved road that we can draw over and over again. Can't you find a way to move faster than a Luan? I guess it's a little difficult. While I was imagining an ordinary road, Lian was innocently imagining an extraordinary road. I wonder if we can create a path where you can fly if you go on it. Oh? Is it a road or a magic tool? I'd like to be able to move around in an instant. I heard from my brother Fei that such magic existed in ancient times. Eh? Let's see. Oh, but I want you to make it so that when I go through the door of my room, I'm connected to Brother Fei's room. Then I'd be able to bring the letters so much faster. I see. Hey, Tugo, can't you make a door like that? Well, I see. I can't make something that can't be drawn, but I can make something that can be drawn. If I can express it in a visible form, I may be able to make it. The rest depends on my ability to express myself and my technique in painting. To put my vague idea into practice, I drew some rough sketches and headed to Fei's place. Fei, I have something to discuss. Hey, what's going on? Welcome back. Fei looks a little confused but listens to me. So, I decided to ask. I might fall asleep for more than 3 days. Is that okay? Section. Then I flew in the sky on a Pegasus, looked down at the forest, and drew a rough sketch. It was a blueprint of the entire forest. I drew a final picture of what the forest would look like in the future. Of course, the purpose of the drawing was not to materialize it, but to organize my thoughts. The forest will be surrounded by a wall. It makes the atmosphere a bit stuffy, but that can't be helped. If there are more people around the forest, the mystique of the forest, or rather the sense that the forest is inviolable, will diminish. Therefore, the wall is to protect the forest creatures, and the mystique from the increasing number of people. The wall is made of weathered stone. The stone material should be similar to that used to build the ruins of the boundary, so as not to spoil the landscape of the forest. The walls will be old and carefully constructed, with patterns dug into them, and the walls will be mostly hidden by plants. I plan to make the bottom 3 meters of the wall look like a little hedge by letting vines crawl along the wall. I had a bit of a hard time deciding which plants to use, but I decided on wild rose and raspberry vines for now. The thorns will block intruders, and above all, The flowers are beautiful, and the berries are delicious. I don't want the wall to be just a wall to hold people back. I want walls to be pleasing to the eye with delicious food to eat. I decided to make the wall look like this, and I built 4 gates by hollowing them out. The gates face the north, south, east, and west of the forest. The view from each gate is not of the other side of the wall the gate is attached to, but of the inside of a room. The point is that when you enter through the gates on all 4 sides, you should exit into a building that will be set up in the middle of the forest. I explained to everyone based on the pictures I have drawn. Faye was listening to me very seriously, probably because I had told him I might sleep for more than 3 days. From inside the building, you can go out to the gate of your choice. That way, we can not only go through the forest at once, but also go through to the side, which I think is very convenient. When I explain, everyone nods their head in agreement or tilts their head while pondering. The intersection of the gates. Well, I think if you make it one way inside the building where all the gates are connected and go round and round towards the gate you're looking for, the carriages won't run into each other. Next, I show a sketch of the inside of the building. There are gates on 4 sides of a large circular room, each connected to the 4 sides of the forest. The visitors are then led around the inside of the room in a circle along the perimeter, like a roundabout intersection. However, since we have to decide on the size of the gate, there will be a limit to the size of things that can pass through. For now, I'm planning on using the red dragon as the upper limit. What do you think? When I explained what I wanted to create, everyone gave me an indescribable response. I see. It suddenly became a ridiculous plan. I now realize that you are a forest spirit. That's a rather inhuman idea. That's right. You're a spirit. In short, they seemed a little surprised. Yep, it's fine because they aren't opposed to it, but it seems like the scale of the project is too large to casually accept it. So, this is a recreation of ancient magic, right? Yeah. I heard from Elian that there was a magic that allows you to travel to different places in an instant. When I looked at Lian, he asked me. I looked back with an expression saying, "That's right, it's you." So, Tugo, are you going to revive the ancient magic? Well, maybe that's what's going to happen. Even with the red dragon, I was able to bring back an extinct creature, so maybe I can bring magic back from the past. Surely. Well, the fairies said it would be nice to have the forest covered by a wall, and the horses said it would be nice, too. They said they don't want to go outside. Yeah. Well, I've already gotten permission from the other forest creatures. There's no need to make the forest bigger than it is now, and if the current forest can be preserved, it would be better to build a wall. That's good, isn't it? This forest, when seen from above, has an area equivalent to 3 or 4 royal capitals, which is more than enough space. So, rather than expanding the forest any further, it would be better to enclose it at its current size, or so it seems. Incidentally, it was the bird that was particularly pleased with the establishment of the wall. The reason is that the wall has nothing to do with a bird that can fly, and it will be a wall to protect the forest. They like the wall because it looks like a castle wall. Well, this forest is like a castle for this bird. Oh, so the town that will be built outside the walls of the forest will be a castle town? A bird castle town? So, what do you think? Can I do this? When I asked him about it, Faye looked a little glum. As the son of the Lord of Redguard, I'm very welcome. If this thing works properly, travel will be incredibly efficient. Not only will we be able to cut through the forest, but we will be able to move east and left as much as we want, right? That would be a great help to us, considering that we are going to expand the town around the forest. Yep, I'm happy if you think that. However, Faye's face shows that he's not plain happy. It's just I'm a little worried as it's not a Fae-blood Redguard but just Faye. I see. This is amazing. The price for this is your magical power running out, right? Yep. Well, maybe. I don't want you to do anything that would put your life in danger. I see. I understand why you would think so. Yep. I understand. Now I understand. However, I still feel like giving it a try. I think we need a wall around the forest now that we have the fields and the town. Most of the farmers here are in awe of the forest, but not all of the people who will come in the future will be. That's right. So, for now, Can I just try the walls? I'll do the gates later. Then, I'll do some experiments with the gates as well. When I offered that, he looked at me like, well, if it's a wall for now, you can try. So, I decided to paint the wall for now. However, there is still some opposition regarding the gate, especially from Faye. Why would you go so far as to try to do that? Even if you create a gate with ancient magic, it won't be particularly good for you or the forest, right? That's right. It won't be good for the forest itself either. And you have magical power. Are you going to create a gate even until you are completely out of magic? Yep. I nod firmly in response to Faye's question, to let him know that my feelings are made. I want to give back to this forest as well. This forest has always been protected by the Red Guard family. Even if it was called a spirit forest, I don't think it would have benefited me. In fact, it has been a hindrance. Still, the Red Guard family has been protecting it for a long time. That's it. This forest has been protected for a very long time. When the Red Guard family came, and the king of the time entrusted this territory to them, half harassing them, it had an inviolable forest in the middle of it. But they never did anything to open up this forest at all. The Red Guards have cherished this forest for generations. They protected the forest along with their territory. When their territory was attacked, they did not abandon the forest, but fought with ridiculous formations, and when there was talk of exchanging it for another territory, they refused. They prevented the development of this forest by saying, "There are spirits in this forest." They never tried to develop the forest, even though it would be inconvenient. Sometimes they fought poachers to protect the forest creatures, even at the risk of their own lives. This forest has been saved for a long time. When I talk about that, Faye looked confused. Tugo, you know a lot about that past, don't you? Even I don't know about that. Did you hear it from my father or brother? Eh? Oh, yep, is true. If someone asks me, I feel like I know some stories I've never heard before. What? I think it's strange, but those stories are in my head. I wondered why, and then I thought about it more and more, and the forest is rustling in my head. Oh, is this it? Well, maybe. Somehow, I understand. The forest is saying that in my head, or rather, I remember it in my head, or rather, I'm saying it. Huh? I am the forest? Wait. You're Tugo. You're Tugo. Tugo, come back. Oh, yep. I came back. I am me. The forest is the forest, but I am the forest, and the forest is me. Yep. It's okay. I'm back. Well, so I'd like to return the favor. First of all, as the spirit of this forest, to the descendants of Redguard, thank you for, protecting the forest all these years. From now on, I will protect the forest myself, and I will return the favor I received from the Redguard family. I have to properly convey this to the current generation of the Redguard family. Fortunately, as a current generation spirit, we have the power to create things. If we just maintain it, later generation spirits will also be able to protect the forest, so we don't think there will be any problems. If we can help the people who live there, we want to do it. We don't want to be a hindrance to you, and we want to be helpful to you. When I told Faye that, he looked a little confused. You look kind of like a spirit. Are you sure you are okay? Is there something wrong? Well, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the border between the forest and the outside is becoming clearer. With the creation of the fields, the border between the forest and the outside became clear. So, is there a change in my thought? Well, that's okay. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. Yep. Well, you're starting to look like a spirit, but is that really your intention? I know now that the forest is not against it, but Tugo Yuzora himself, do you want to do it even if you run out of magic? Yep. When Faye asked me, I changed my mind. I'm human. Also, I'm a painter, and I'm a person who loves drawing. Personally, I've been helped by Faye, your father, your brother, and everyone else. So, I want to return the favor. If there is anything I can do to help, I want to help. When I first express my feelings as my reasons, Faye looks a little embarrassed. Also, I want to paint. I want to try it. I want to see if I can create magic with my paintings. If I can't create things that can't be painted, Then I want to find everything that can be painted. I want to see how far I can go with my painting skills. I want to see if I can revive the ancient magic that has been lost. Because I'm a person who loves painting. I see. Well, if you say so, I can't stop you now. Faye said that, looking a little lost. Then he smiled and held out his hand to me. Then, please help me. Please create an amazing magical gate for us. Tugo, the spirit of the forest and my best friend. Yes. Thank you, Faye, descendant of Red Guards and my best friend. I firmly grasped the hand that was offered to me. I felt really motivated. Let's draw, let's paint. I was going to paint it anyway. So, I'll build a wall. Sketching, priming, and drawing in the details. All of this work was done from the air. I can't see the forest in its entirety unless I'm looking at it from above. I wanted to paint while looking at it, so I rode the alicorn with locals and looked down at the forest from above while painting. Well, you see, the people in the village would be surprised if the rye appeared too high up in the sky, but with an alicorn, it's still a horse, so they're not that surprised. It's time to go down. Let's take a break. Just a little longer. Oh, alicorn please. A little longer. This alicorn has the same timer as locals, so there is a time limit. I was forced to come down to the ground and have to take a break, so it's not very efficient, but alicorns stable. They are much more stable than the Pegasi, and they stay perfectly still in the air. So if I want to paint, I should paint riding an alicorn. Once I have finished sketching the wall, convey it to the creatures as the forest spirit. I'm going to start growing a wall now, so don't stay too close to the edge of the forest. After confirming that the creatures had taken refuge a little closer to the center of the forest, I painted the final strokes. Then, the picture trembled on the drawing paper, spread out, grew bigger, and something like a colored mist surrounded the forest. The mist solidified and took the shape of a wall. Although it is old, it is still a sturdy stone. Wild roses and raspberries intertwine, flowers blooming everywhere. A tall wall about 20 meters in height was created, surrounding the forest. Thus, the forest was equipped with a castle wall. No, it is not a wall, but a forest wall, right? The wall of the bird's castle. So is it a castle wall? Oh. If we really build a castle too, should we call it a castle wall? Then, let's build a castle in the forest. As I was thinking about this, my consciousness suddenly drifted away. Sleepy. I tried to resist a bit, but it didn't seem to work, so I gave up and decided to go to sleep. Good night. Section. When I woke up, it was morning. I heard a little bird chirping and the usual cawing call. It seems that the giant bird is in good spirits again today. Huh? What day is it now? The fact that I'm in a hammock before I know it means that someone has carried me there, and since I didn't notice, I was probably sleeping. Maybe I ran out of magic. When I woke up in a hurry, I found myself surrounded by horses. The usual. I ran through the horses to the house, ran in through the front door, and right there I bumped into Locals. His thick pectoral muscles slammed into me and I ended up on my butt. Have you woken up? Yep. How many days did I sleep? 3.5 days. Locals, on the other hand, who had been hit by me, had not moved an inch, said as he helped me to my feet. I see. 3.5 days. That means I'm not as tired. Oh. I was surprised. The wall came out of nowhere. The farmers were in a panic. Now that I think about it, I didn't tell them. I wonder if they're okay. There were no injuries. However, even if they were shocked. I see. Well, I guess so, I thought as I stood on my own 2 feet. And then I felt hungry. Seeing my face like that, Lockles seemed to sense my hunger and said with a funny smile, "Eat something." Even when you ran out of magic, you hadn't eaten anything for 3.5 days. Yes, I will. Urged by Lockles, I head to the living room. There, on a plate were pancakes that Ange had apparently made with the fairies. Brother Tugo. Angel's face lit up when she saw me, and she held out the plate of pancakes to me. Here you go. All of this for me? I don't think she was expecting me to get up, so I think this was probably for someone else. It's okay, Brother Tugo, just eat. The fairies are still cooking. When I looked, the fairies were frying and stacking pancakes in the kitchen. frying and stacking them to form a tower of pancakes. From there, Leon takes some pancakes and Ange pours something like honey on top. The newly arranged plate was presented to Locals. The pancakes are a little small. It's about the size of my palm. I think this is the limit to which fairies can still flip them. The fluffy pancakes are drizzled with something like honey, but, for honey, the scent is a little different, or rather the sweetness is refreshing. Is it delicious? Yep, it's really delicious. The syrup soaks into the fluffy pancakes and is very delicious. However, I don't know the true identity of this syrup. Seeing me looked confused, Ange, a little shy, told me. I heard that the fairies make it from the flower nectar they have collected. Fairies do be like things. I see. I did not know that. The flower nectar collected by fairies is viscous, refreshingly sweet, and has a wonderful fragrance. What a luxurious taste. This is a magnificent breakfast. After eating the pancakes made by the fairy, I decided to have a cup of tea, but I found crystal fruits on the windowsill. I think Raya probably gave it to the bird and the bird brought it to the windowsill. I looked out the window and there was the bird looking at me with its eyes tightly fixed on the window. Yeah, I was not surprised. While being watched over by the bird, I listened to Locals and Ms. Croix talk about the wall. Well, it seems like Faye and the others are a little busy right now because a wall appeared all of a sudden. First of all, I feel sorry for Faye when Ms. Croix told me that. Yes, I think it's necessary, but I felt bad for Faye. The farmers were also confused. They started saying, maybe the spirit is angry because we planted a field near the forest. Well, that cannot be. The spirit was the one who created the field. Well, I wouldn't have even thought that was the case. Yep. I'm not angry. On the contrary, I'm the type of person who wants a farm to be built. But it seems difficult to convey my thoughts. Well, on the other hand, it has helped to put the forest as a source of awe. The inviolability of the forest will be protected. It proves that the forest is not silent. It would be nice if the forest and humans could get along, but I guess that would be difficult. Then maybe it would be better to separate them with the wall from the beginning so that they have a comfortable distance between each other. The farmers had built a small shrine that day, and there were small offerings, freshly picked fruits, bread baked with flour bought from the town of Redguard, a small bottle of wine, and other such things. I took them secretly while no one was around and ate them with the bird. It was delicious. The bird seemed to like the aroma of the freshly baked bread. Yep, I like bread, too. However, when I tried drinking wine, I felt hot, weak, and sleepy, and just fell asleep. When I woke up, the bird was also sleeping next to me. Apparently, both me and the bird are weak to alcohol, and when Locals found out that I had been drinking, he got a little angry with me. No, but it was offered to me, and I thought it would be rude not to drink. In the end, I decided to tell the villagers, you shouldn't give alcohol to the spirit. After that, they started offering water and juice, so I enjoyed it as well. I'm so happy. I was so happy that I put flowers on the ground to thank them. I also mixed a little juice of the tree's fruit with the water that flowed out toward the field. I hope it will be used as fertilizer for the fields. Thus, the wall that suddenly appeared became a bit of a hot topic. Not only were the farmers surprised, but also people who passed by the forest going from town to town noticed something strange about the forest. From there, the story spread. In this way, the story of the sudden creation of the wall in the forest spread. So, tourists came out to look at the wall. I never thought it would become a tourist attraction. I had intended for it to become a transportation hub. And I also thought it would be great if a town could be built around the forest. However, I never expected that the wall would become a tourist attraction. Well, something like this can't be normal. It's supposed to be the power of a spirit. That's probably why it's so unusual and mystifying. Faye is laughing while saying this, but I think this must be quite difficult. Actually, since Faye uses the red dragon to climb over the wall to visit the forest, I think he'll stand out a bit. But if I make a poorly built gate in the wall, that would be a problem. I'd better build a gate soon, and someone to connect the inside of the forest to the outside. Well, it's okay that the number of other people has increased. I knew this would happen if I built a town by the forest anyway, and this place was going to be more prosperous in the end. It's an unavoidable path. I see. Yep. Well, that's right. This is a necessary expense. It doesn't matter if it happens. If it gets people talking about it, so much the better. It might cause more trouble. But it's an unavoidable road anyway. Yep. You have to go head on and get out of the way. Then, I think it would be better to open the gate before too many people come. Then, I suggested that to Faye. It's only been about 10 days since the wall was built, but I think that's why we should build the gate now. Because look, if you build the gate now, you only need to make it one time to make the wall and the gate stand out. However, if we decide to do this after the walls have settled in properly, there will likely be another uproar when the gate is built, and since there will be a lot of people around the forest at that time, it will be a bigger commotion than it is now. So, I guess it's now or never. Are you really sure? You've slept for 3.5 days just for the wall, you know? Yep. But this is a path that cannot be avoided, for the forest will not be an obstacle. The forest is not to be a hindrance, so that we can return the favor for generations to come. To gather people around the forest and to make them fall in love with the place even more. After all, I think the forest needs a gate. It may be fine without a gate, but it would be better to have one, and I would like to do it. Faye thought, and then came to a conclusion. I understand. Faye says that and nods. Then, I'll talk to my father and brother. And I think I'll have them do it as soon as possible. Is that okay? Yep. If we can do that, all the best. Let's paint. I'll paint it anyway. As I was getting motivated, Faye suddenly pointed his finger at me. First, your best friend, Faye, has one condition for you. A condition? I wondered what it was and asked. This time, you have to draw with the rhyme. If you can, draw it with that big bird, or your hoo-oo, or your pipe fox, or even Lockel's alicorn. That's what I was told. Ryu. Why? Ryu is very reliable. They were very helpful to me when I was with Leela, and before that, they made a rain of magic rain down on Redguard territory. But, that's right. The rhyme. That Ryu is probably the one with the most magical power in this forest right now, right? Next is that huge bird. Yeah, I think so. Because that Ryu is someone that can replace the spiritual vein. And that bird is a spirit of the previous generation. I know that. But, whenever I run out of magic power, that Ryu will bully me. But I guess it can't be helped. So, the next day I began to draw the gate, surrounded by Ryu and the bird, hoo-oo and pipe fox, Lockel's alicorn, and Faye's red dragon. It's a very large group. Moreover, all of them are much bigger than me. Except for the pipe fox and the hoo-oo. I feel a lot of pressure. Also, since everyone is looking into the drawing paper, it's really difficult to draw. But as soon as I started painting, I was able to concentrate and soon I didn't mind their stares. A building in the center of the forest. A circular room with a domed ceiling. Someday I want to fill this building with murals. With that intention, I made the walls quite wide. When I painted the room in this way, the room was created. The building, which is located near the center of the forest, but not covered by our living area, the bird's nest, or the Ryu's lake, is in very good condition. I was happy that the building turned out just as I had imagined. Then I draw gates on all sides of the building. There is nothing there yet, just a gate. There is a blank entrance, and the view of the forest is beyond it. The gate materialized, and wind began to blow in from all sides of the building. And this is where the real action begins. From now on, I will make this gate a magical gate. I let the hoo-oo carry me out into the sky above the forest. Then I decided where to build the gate in the 4 directions of the forest. After deciding, I sketched the view from each point with my back against the wall. The key is the view from the gate of the central building, which will be the view on the other side. Without it, I couldn't draw the magic gate. I managed to finish a simple sketch of 4 directions that day. The next day, I finally started to draw the magic gate. Surrounded again by the strong gazes, inside the central building, I draw the building, the gates on all sides of the building, and the view on the other side of the gates. I wanted to use the heavy, dark look of oil painting to express a sense of grandness of the inside of the building and the gates. However, I decided to use watercolor because it is the method I am most familiar with. Besides, I felt that I could express the feeling of the other side of the gate better with watercolor. The inside of the building is dimly lit, and the only light source is the light coming in from behind the gate. Because of this, the other side of the gate looks very bright and clear, and the composition makes it more obvious that each gate leads to a different place. Of course, I can only draw up to 3 gates in one picture. No matter what I do, I can't fit the last gate into a single composition. Therefore, I decided to express the last gate, the gate behind the viewpoint with the light falling on the floor. I just kept drawing it in each of the carved stone of the building, the pattern dug into the stone, the light from outside falling on the dust on the floor, the view beyond the gate, down to each swaying blade of grass and each leaf and branch. I drew up an imaginary landscape by layering sketches of 4 locations on top of the landscape spread out directly in front of me. And so, I drew and drew and drew until I was satisfied. But the picture I drew never materialized. Is it no good? Somehow, I didn't have any intention of failing, but this was a failure. Perhaps this is the first time that I have made a huge failure to make a painting into reality. So, what can I say? I was a little shocked, or rather, I didn't know what to do. Looking at the other side of the gate where nothing had changed, I decided to be absent-minded for a while. Maybe because I was concentrating on the painting, my head was foggy. I started thinking about what went wrong, but I started to feel sad. So I stopped thinking about it. Teacher told me that I shouldn't reflect on things when I'm tired. I thought, if I don't reflect on things after I get some rest and feel better, I'll only end up feeling sad. When I turned my back a little, I was in the position where I was buried in the bird's belly. It was somehow comforting, and I decided to take a nap in spite of my disappointment. Good night section. When I woke up, it was already night. And just because I woke up, it didn't mean that the gate was finished. It was just there, nothing but a gate. Once again, I am disappointed. What was missing? Was the drawing crazy? Are the colors not being reproduced properly? Not enough expression? The more I think about it, the more I don't understand. As I was thinking about it, the bird's head suddenly thrust into my neck from behind. Whoa! I was surprised because a fluffy head suddenly hit my neck. The bird shook its head and tickled me with its fluffy feathers, which tickled my neck. Oh, stop, it's ticklish. I tried to raise my voice in protest, but the bird's fluffiness did not stop. Instead, the hoo-oo began tickling the other side of my neck, and the pipe fox slipped through the gap in my shirt and began tickling me. The alicorn also pretend to be relaxed, while tickling me with their tail. The red dragon and the rye were looking at me from a distance, but they seemed to be amused. Once I was tickled like that, I felt a little more energetic. Maybe I'm just that simple. I guess you were trying to cheer me up. Thank you. But it sure lifted my spirits, so I decided to thank them. Then I saw the bird's very proud face. Yes, you are always so confident, aren't you? You are always so self-satisfied. I envy you a little. I'm home. Then I went home. The delicious smell of the dinner Leela was cooking was wafting outside the house, and that cheered me up some more. Oh, welcome home. If you came back on your own, that means you didn't finish it today, right? Leela asked while stirring the inside of the pot with a ladle. I have gotten used to it, and said, well, it was completed, but I failed to materialize it. When I explained that, Leela tilted her head in shock. Does that happen at all? This is my first time failing like this. I am a little disappointed if I say so myself, but Leela's tone says, that's just how it is. When I look at her, I feel a bit more energized, or rather, I feel less depressed. After that, everyone gathered around and listened to me talk while eating. I tried painting a picture of the gate, but it didn't materialize. It just became a picture, and it didn't move at all. Well, that's different. That's true in the sense of it being an ambitious project, and it's certainly true in the sense of recreating ancient magic. However, since I was able to materialize the red dragon and a rhyme, I think it would be great if I could materialize it this time as well. You're trying to recreate lost magic. It won't be that easy. Yep. The way Lockles said it was not very kind, but the point was that he wanted me to cheer up and not worry too much, so I'll accept it gratefully. Does that picture make sense to you, Tugo? Then, When Ms. Croix asked me that, I nodded a little vaguely. Yep. Very vague. You look like you don't even know what it is. Yep. Ms. Croix chuckled as I turned my attention to the painting placed on the wall. I still think it's a great accomplishment. I do not think so. I certainly put a lot of effort into it. I concentrated on the details and layered the colors over and over again. Even the smallest of details were drawn with great care. But even that isn't enough, so I'm leaving it as a painting without materializing it. Hey, what do you think, Leela? Huh? Me? I couldn't resist and asked Leela, since you are also a painter, I wanted to ask you what could be missing in this painting. I'm not understanding it myself. In fact, I am not sure. I don't know what is missing in this painting. Leela is a painter, so she might be able to tell me something. I thought so and asked her about it, but she said, well, even if you say that. Well, if it didn't materialize, then maybe it's the materials? Materials? Look, if it's watercolor, maybe the colors are a little too light. It's very transparent, and the outside of the gate is very good. But that may be why the inside of the gate doesn't look that dark. I see. It is true that this time, the oil painting might have been better suited than the watercolor. After all, watercolor is not really suited for heavy and profound expressions. I see. Then, I should practice oil painting as well. I'll hurry up and practice, and somehow, I'll be able to paint the way I want to paint. That's what I was thinking. So, why don't you try magic painting? That one? You can draw what you imagine, right? Then, wouldn't this be perfect with your ability? Well, that's certainly true. Magic painting is essentially about moving magic stone powder paint using magic to create something on the canvas that matches my imagination. But I'm just not very good at it. You seem to have a lot of magical power, so I think you'll be better at it than watercolor once you get used to it. Hey, why don't you give it a try? Yep, I think I'll give it a try since it's a good idea. Because I can't think of any other solution. If I do something, I can distract myself, and if I do that, I might feel a little more energetic. So, I am making magic stone paint. What I'm going to use is a magic stone. Magic stone. I mean, the gemstones that I painted and materialized. We have a lot of jewels in stock. Faye sold the jewels that he could sell. So, the farmer's salary was secured for the time being. But I have jewels that I can't sell, just stay with me for a long time. I was told that these gems have too much magic to sell, so I thought they would be good for paint. Are you really going to crush this? Are you really going to destroy this? Huh? Yeah, I thought it was just right. In the cardboard box that contained the cookies I had bought as a gift for Ms. Croix before, there is a good number of jewels that I just materialized and never used. When I took some out, Leela's face twitched. This seems like an expensive magic stone. It's not something you should use as paint, you know? Well, no, even if you try to use it for something other than paint, you can't really use it. Yep, it can't be sold anyway, and if it's a jewel for a summoned beast, I'll make something better. So, these are just useless gems. Then, Leela, do you want to have this? What? I don't need the jewelry. It doesn't look good on me, and it's a little too expensive for me, and it's not really my style. I don't think it's because it doesn't suit you. But I can understand your hesitation, so I won't force it. But the clear blue jewelry seemed to suit Leela somehow, so I put it away in another box. Someday, when Leela gets used to jewelry, I'll give it to her as a gift. What about you, Ms. Croix? I thought, if it's jewelry, I'll give it to Ms. Croix, so I brought some to her. I can't afford such a ridiculously expensive jewelry, but anyway, I guess I'll take it. Ms. Croix chuckled and picked up a green gemstone. She puts it on her chest and asked, does it suit me? As expected, it looks great on her. Oh, yes, I'd like to design some accessories for Ms. Croix to wear. Maybe I'll paint some and give it to her next time. I'm feeling a little more energetic again. Well, then I guess we should just crush this. That's right. But, it seems that the lapis lazuli that I drew with the blue color obtained from lapis lazuli turned out to be quite unbelievable, so I decided to crush it and turn it into powder. Wow, I knew it. But it's a hell of a sight, isn't it? You could buy a mansion with just one of these gems, but you just grind them. Yep. Well, That's what I think too. The pieces were crushed by Faye's red dragon stepping on them, and now they are ground into powder after refining them in a mortar. So, the lapis lazuli is now completely powdered. For Japanese paints, the powder is then dissolved in water, allowed to settle, or poured off, and the rough and fine grains are separated. The price of the paint varies depending on the fineness of the particles. This time I don't do that because I only crush it a little with the mortar. This is how my magic paint was completed. The first paint I made with magic stone powder, and I felt like I could paint more easily than I had expected. Well, it's strange that I can draw so easily. Why? Oh my. No. It's no good. This paint is a little too heavy for me to handle. Leela was breathing heavily next to me as I drew a picture with the lapis lazuli powder. Huh? Can you really paint with these paints? Yep. I, on the other hand, am painting with blue paint. I'm a little impressed that for the first time, I'm able to paint magic pictures the way I want to. You've improved quite a bit. Maybe you've been secretly practicing all this time? Well, I haven't been practicing magic painting much lately, and even when I did, it was very hard to even move the charcoal powder, and I was trying very hard to get the paint to go where I wanted it to go. And yet, now, the lapis lazuli blue is really being handled as I want it to be. Leela, on the other hand, can't seem to get this paint to work for her. Leela is a much better magic painter than I am. Could it be that the reason my magic painting hasn't worked out so far is because the materials didn't suit me? Then I got absorbed in making paints. In the middle of crushing various colored magic stones, I realized, if I do this on my own, I'll never finish. So I drew out gems that are crushed and powdered from the edges and used them as paints and painted magic paintings. Then I did it. Amazing. A magical painting. The picture was created just as I imagined it. If I can get used to this and manipulate the magic stone paint with ease, I'll be able to paint as many pictures as I want in a day. Why, you are freaking weird. Yep. Leela's face twitches when she looks at me, but all I can do is fall in love with my first magic painting. I'm not sure what to expect. Really, just as I thought. I can paint just as I imagined. It's like painting with paint on my consciousness, not with a brush. The paint moves around as I'm aware of it, and then it settles there, and the painting becomes more and more of the painting I imagined. It's amazing. It is really amazing. I can create strokes as if I were dripping watercolors on wet paper, or I can draw thick, opaque lines on top of it, just like oil paint. I can make it dry or wet at will. The paint can be blurred and smudged freely. Every single stroke can be done exactly the way I want. It's amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone manipulate magic stone paint so precisely. Is this how it is? Leela looked at my work carefully and let out a sigh of admiration. Yeah, that's how it should. It's impossible to keep moving this much paint without it settling. I then asked Leela for more information, and she told me that magic painting is something that is done in a very short period of time. She said she just placed the magic stone paint on the canvas exactly as she imagined, and that was it. When it comes to large canvases, she divides them into sections and paints them over several days. It seems that people don't usually do things like I was doing earlier, where you can just keep playing with the paint all over the canvas, dry or wet, without it setting. You can control an incredible amount of paint at once. I'm really jealous. No, I'm extremely jealous. Leela says that and looks at me with slightly moist eyes. Maybe she's really jealous. Oh, what should I do? I feel itchy, like I'm happy to have her be jealous. I know it's not good, I know, but I'm kind of happy to be able to draw a picture of this size with magic painting. You must have a lot of magic power. In addition, the image is very clear. Right? This one. You're so outrageous. I feel like even my jealousy is wasted. Well, I think maybe the materials suit me. Well, since I dropped out of being human, I have a lot of magic power, so it works better to use magic stone paints that have a lot of magic power. When I used to draw with charcoal powder, it felt as if the powder would scatter with the slightest effort, and I wouldn't be able to draw at all. I thought it was because my control was not mature enough. but it may have been simply because my magical power and the magical power of the magic paint were not in harmony. I think there are pros and cons to this kind of thing. This paint is the best paint for me, but it seems too heavy for Leela. On the other hand, the paints that Leela uses are extremely difficult for me to handle. So, the right person in the right place. I'm so happy to have found the right materials for me. I've never had materials that do everything so well. Wait, Tugo. What are you doing? I thought I'd go and paint the gate too since it's a good opportunity. So, I took a set of painting materials and headed back to the building in the center of the forest. All right, I'm going to try to challenge the gate again. I was thinking, don't do it. You've got a twinkle in your eye, but you don't look so good. Leela grabbed my shoulder and stopped me. Lockles, come here. Togo is up to no good again. Got it. Moreover, Lockles was called. Then, I was quickly grabbed. Which do you like better, the hammock or the bed? Then, I'd like a hammock, please. Even after Lockles put me down in the hammock, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. Because it's amazing that I can draw as much as I want to. It's too amazing. I can draw anything from now on. With this, I really can do anything. However, as I was thinking about that, I started to feel sleepy. It seems like my physical strength hasn't caught up with me after all. That's frustrating. But I feel refreshed and excited, much more so than after my disappointing nap. If I can sleep like this, I'm sure I'll have good dreams. Okay, good night. Section. It was evening when I woke up. I thought I'd just go draw a picture, but a horse carried me to the stable where Leanne was waiting. And just like that, Leanne happily called for Lockles, and I was taken home. Even Leanne. That day, I ate dinner and then went to bed, so I went to bed. Instead, I wake up the next morning before the sun rises and immediately go draw. This time, I'll complete the gate. I came back to the central building with vengeance, but somehow it looked different than the last time. Perhaps it was because I was in a different frame of mind, but I could see the outline of the building much more clearly than before. That's why I can have a much clearer image. The view from the north gate is of rolling hills. If you go all the way to the other side, you will see the royal capital. But you can't see that far, so I don't paint it. The view from the west gate is of scrub and bushes. Another town in Redguard territory can be seen in the distance. The view from the south gate is a meadow. Beyond the grass, which rustles in the sunlight, a small town can be seen. The view from the east gate is of a field. It's a view of the newly completed field, the meadow beyond it, and the town of Redguard that can be seen a little on the other side to the north. This is the east side, so the light is bright. With this kind of image in mind, I draw pictures directly on the buildings. I felt a little crafty, but I felt like I could do it this way. I decided to put leather on the gate from the outside of the building and paint a magical picture on it. The frame of the canvas is the gate itself. I would paint the view of the other side directly into the space that corresponds to the inside of the gate. The gate is large. It is big enough for the red dragon to pass through, so of course it is big. That's why it's fun. I never thought I could paint so freely on such a large canvas. Besides, magical painting is still wonderful. I can move the paint to heights that are out of reach, and I can finish this entire area by myself at once. My will becomes one with the tip of the brush, and the paint is placed on the canvas just as I desired. There's no reason this isn't fun. Through trial and error, I thought, should I use this kind of brush stroke? Maybe this color would look better? I continued to manipulate the paint with magic and just kept drawing. It seemed that I did not have the strength to hold all the paints until I had finished the entire painting. So I decided to lay the paints on top of each other, fixing them in the middle of the painting. Watching me paint were the rhyme, the bird, the red dragon, the alicorn, the hoo-oo, and the pipe fox. Quite a large group. They seem to be spending a leisurely time watching the paint float in the air with magic. They've been waiting for me to finish one of my paintings, without stopping me, without saying a word. However, it was just around noon. I had just finished painting the first gate and was just taking a breather. The pipe fox jumped at me, and I lost my balance, and then the hoo-oo caught me, and I was carried away. The bird was waiting proudly for some reason inside the Ryu's coils, and poof, I was put down. Then, I heard a cry, and the red dragon spread its wings and hovered over me. Oh, maybe this is a futon? Furthermore, the alicorn also entered the Ryu's coils, sat down next to me, and began to sleep. The pipe fox and the hoo also crawl in and begin to sleep. Does this mean I should take a nap? When I tried to slip out for a moment, the Ryu pushed me in the stomach with its tail, and as usual, the Ryu bullied me and caused a lot of trouble. So I decided to sleep quietly. The Ryu is tougher than locals. It was evening when I woke up, but my strength was back. So I painted. The first gate I painted was north, so I painted the west gate next. Since it was the second gate, I was getting used to it and was able to finish painting it much faster than when I painted the north gate. After drawing the west gate, it was time to eat. Everyone brought a lot of things. The alicorn has ham and cheese bread. Maybe locals had it brought to me. Meanwhile, the red dragon brought me some grilled meat. But I wonder if it's from Faye. Who has bamboo shoot soup. It was placed in a container made from a bamboo tube. Yep, it's delicious. The pipe fox brought me sweets that looked like they were made by the fairies. Ah, it's a new fairy recipe. It's a raspberry-flavored macaron. But could it be the ones picked from the wall? The Ryu always has plenty of fruits, and the bird accepted part of the offerings. Bread, steamed sweet potatoes, and raspberry juice. Ah, but about half of the bread was eaten. Yep, please go ahead. After eating plenty, I got sleepy again, so I went to bed. I also sleep in the Ryu's coils, surrounded by everyone else. It was nice and warm. I went to bed and woke up in the morning. Next, I painted the south gate because it is south. The image is bright with sunlight. I painted the soft luster at the grass in the meadow, the way it swayed in the wind, and so on, in detail. I was satisfied with the result, probably because it was a magic painting. The lack of skill in the magic painting is much lessened when it is done by magic. Of course, there are expressions that only watercolor can do, but what I want to do now is more of a profound and realistic way of painting. So magic painting is great for that. I am excited while painting. While I am painting, I keep coming up with ideas of what I want to do here, there, and everywhere, and I can put all of them into it. This is fun. It's a lot of fun. Then I finished the south gate, took a nap, and started the last one, the east gate. The east side is the one with the fields. Also, the northeast side has the town of Redguard and Faye's house, so I want to be even more meticulous about painting there. I didn't compromise on any of the other gates, but I especially didn't want to compromise on this one any more than I did on the other gates. That's why I took a break before anyone told me to. I was seen as suspicious due to this. As soon as I said, "I'm going to take a break," the Ryu's eyes widened. The alicorn flapped its wings in surprise, the red dragon's tail froze, and the hoo looked as if I had some serious illness, and flew right over to me. The fox started hiding in my sleeve, and the birds tilted their heads with a serious and pensive look. No, I really want to start drawing it right away, but I want it to be the best it can be. So I would just hold on a little longer. I went to sleep, woke up, started drawing, and it's non-stop from there. I just keep painting the scenery outside the forest. The view is illuminated by the morning sun. It was so bright and dazzling, and the sky went on forever. I was making such progress that sometimes when I was a bit absent-minded, I felt as if the gate was already connected to the outside of the forest. I was happy to see that, and I just kept moving the paint around until I was satisfied with the results. And with that, 4 gates were drawn. It was nighttime. I have been painting for 2 whole days. 2 days? No, maybe 3 days. Well, that's okay. Anyway, I'm taking another break. I told everyone I was going to take a break, and each of them brought out a meal, which we ate together. After eating, I went to bed. If I didn't wake up, I asked the Ryu to wake me up at dawn before the sun came up. They would probably wake me up. In the morning, I woke up before the Ryu woke me up. When I opened my eyes and greeted the Ryu, they looked a little disappointed. I wondered how they were going to wake me up. I was just getting out of the Ryu's coils when the bird, which seemed to have woken up cold because I was out, started flapping its wings in protest, and that woke up everyone else. After that, I asked everyone to step back for a moment, and I stood in the center of the room. The finishing touches will start from here. There is a problem that arises when you draw each of the 4 gates directly into the gate locations. The problem is that in order for each of the 4 gates to materialize, the point of view becomes important. Each gate is drawn with a composition viewed from the front. So if I look at it from an angle, I'll end up with a picture stuck to the gate instead of the other side of the gate. So, I finish from the center of the room, where I can face each of the 4 gates straight on. There is a part of each that I dared to leave, so I'm going to finish all of them. And finally, I put paint on the floor as well. It is now dawn. The sun is about to rise, so light will be coming in from the east gate and lighting up the floor. The south side should also become brighter. On the other hand, the north and west sides are in the shadow of the forest, so they are not so bright. With that in mind, I drew the sunlight. Draw, and then all I have to do is wait. I waited nervously. I also wonder what I will do if it doesn't materialize. What I said to Faye is true. I want to give something back to the Redguard family and the people of the Redguard territory. I personally am indebted to Faye personally. I want to repay him for everything. Besides, I want to see how far I can go. I would like to create a magical gate that connects 2 distant points by reducing the distance to 0 using ancient magic. Various anxieties were going around in my head, but I suppressed them and just waited and waited. I waited for the sun to rise and light up the east side of the forest, and for reality to come closer to the picture. And then, with a snap, I felt as if a piece of the puzzle had fit together, as if the hands of a clock had shown zeros. The moment it happened, the magic started to move around inside me. I was bewildered by this, but I remained conscious, kept my attention focused, and continued to gaze at the other side of the gate. All the pictures on the gate were trembling, shaking. The entire landscape begins to tremble as if an earthquake is occurring. The paintings light up and I can feel the magic running through it. Soon, it felt like the world was twisting around. Then, when the twisting spreads out and returns, the light drawn in the picture has changed to real light. I touched a gate with trepidation, but there was nothing there. The gate that had a picture on it just a moment ago was no longer there. There is only the view of the other side. Yes, all I could see was the field. Wow. Gently, I went outside the gate. There, the field spread out. The farmers were standing there with their mouths open. The town of Redguard can be seen in the distance. The wind blew softly and shook my hair. For some reason, my heart is full, and I go back inside the gate. Then I am inside the central building. Continuing on, when I went out the south gate, I saw a grassy field spreading out, and when I went out the west gate, there were shrubs and bushes. As soon as I stepped out of the north gate, I found myself surrounded by rolling hills. I did it. I really did it. Ancient magic has been recreated. The gate in the picture became a real gate. That's my painting too. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, I looked back at everyone. Looking back at them who were waiting leisurely inside the building, I opened my mouth to say thank you to them for their continued support while I was painting. At that moment, my consciousness suddenly disappeared, as if I had been pulled out of the room. No matter what I thought, my body wouldn't move, and I collapsed on the spot. While I was thinking that this was strange, more and more of the creatures started coming to me. While watching them, I closed my eyes. Yep. It's not bad to go to sleep feeling satisfied. Chapter 3, Fairy Patisserie. When I woke up, I found myself on the small crystal island. It's the Ryu's den. I was lying on a crystal bed shaped like a cradle, covered with blankets. The pipe fox and Huu were in the bed with me, and the bird was sitting leisurely next to the bed. When I tried to get up for a moment, Ryu quickly came over and pushed me back on the bed. No, even if you do that, it's probably going to be difficult for me to get up and get out of bed on my own considering how much strength I have now. Yep. I wonder how many days I slept this time. I tried to ask, but neither the Ryu, pipe fox, Huu, or bird answer, so I don't really know. Crystal Island is cool in summer and warm in winter, so it is difficult to read the season from the temperature I feel. Well, it doesn't feel like that much time has passed. If Faye or Oculus are around, I'd like you to call them. When I told the Huu, they gave a slight nod and flew away. Thank you. And I was once again in bed, covered with a blanket, waiting for them to arrive. After a while, Locklers flew in with the alicorn. Come on. He seems to have gotten used to me running out of magic like this, so he looks a little stunned. However, I feel a little sorry for the fact that while he looked shocked, he also looked relieved. Locklers. Good morning. I did it. Yeah, I know. I immediately reported it and Locklers laughed at me. I see. Well, while I was sleeping, he would at least check the gate. Is the gate working properly? Is it okay? I fell asleep without checking carefully. Well, there haven't been any particular problems. I tried using it too, and it worked without any problems. However, of course, the people around were surprised. Yeah, the farmers looked very surprised. I feel bad for startling them. However, Faye said thanks to the construction of the gate, the transportation of goods in Redguard territory has been greatly facilitated. Also, to let you know when you wake up. I see. I'm happy if it's helpful. My face suddenly becomes relaxed, and the length of time you were out of magic. Seeing my relaxed expression, Locklers announced the results with a wry smile. And the result is, it's 2 months. Whoa. It isn't a good morning. It is a good morning. Finally. I see. Good morning. Yep. Good morning. Did anything happen in the past 2 months? I asked, a little nervously, and Locklers thought for a moment. Then, gesturing with his fingers, he told me. First, the gates were built. Yep, I made it. So I know that. The people around were surprised by that. Yep, I can imagine that too. The gate made from ancient magic was suddenly born and became a hot topic. Well, that's something I can imagine. Yep, a royal messenger came to inspect it, but even as they looked at them, they didn't seem to understand how they worked. They really just looked at what they can see and then went home. I wonder if Faye and the others are okay. The Faye and the others stick to the line. The spirit did it. Yeah, that's right. The spirit was just doing what they wanted. Then, after the royal messenger came and just left. Yep. This place has started to prosper as a tourist destination. This became a tourist spot. Of course, outside the forest. But, oh, I see. That's right. I was surprised. I got a little nervous, wondering if there were people coming to the Crystal Island. I doubt anyone would be allowed in the forest in the first place. The gates are only connected to each other. The only way to get into the forest is to go over the wall or destroy the building connecting the gates. Yep, I see. I looked at the forest in my head, and it still looked like no one had entered the forest, so that was good. So, it has become a tourist destination? Yeah. The fact that a wall has suddenly appeared around the forest, and this time the sudden appearance of an ancient magical gate, has attracted the attention of scholars. Then, it became a sacred place for spirit worshippers. This place here. Spirit worshippers? I mean, I'm a spirit, but am I being worshipped? The spirit forest suddenly had mysterious changes. The rumors are that it is the work of the spirits. If this is the case, those who believe in spirits will have no choice but to go and see the manifestation of the spirit's power, which may or may not be seen once in a lifetime. Well, it's true that the gate and wall are my fault, but then, the faith. What can I say? I can't accept it. When I was feeling so uncomfortable, Locklers laughed some more again. It's not funny. I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that people are worshipping me. Well, that's how the number of people coming to see the place increased. As more people gathered, the number of people increased again. Originally, even the people of Redguard territory didn't seem to go near this forest. But now they were free time not used to travel. The people of the territory are all coming to see the forest. Yeah. Once again, I'm glad I didn't have to do this in stages. I should do it all at once. I think if I just acted quiet about this, I'll be fine. But, well, being a tourist spot was a bit unexpected. When people gather, commerce develops. Food stalls are starting to pop up to attract onlookers. Stalls. Food stalls? It's like a festival. Well, it might actually be a festival, but, and now, Faye has given permission to open a food stall on your behalf. Is that okay? I guess I'm Faye's representative. Isn't it strange that Faye is my representative? Well, That's about all that's happened in the past 2 months. Is there anything else you want to ask? Lockles says as if this is the end of the explanation. No. There are a lot of things that are bothering me, but I think the first thing I have to say is this. I've been sleeping for 2 months, but is the forest really okay? Also, I'm sorry for causing trouble to everyone. I think there's no point in saying it, but I don't think it's too much not to say, so I say it. Then, Lockles chuckled in amusement. Don't worry about the forest. It's not like there aren't any inconveniences, but if you're sleeping all the time, I don't have to worry about putting you to sleep. You actually made it easier for me. I'm not sure if he was joking or serious, and I don't know whether I should be relieved, angry, or embarrassed. Well, don't worry about it. I'm happier than I expected. Faye also seems to be lively. In fact, the gate is useful. Immediately, people started to travel to and from Redguard territory via the forest. Actually, nothing has happened that you should be concerned about. I see. I'm sorry, I think, but I'm kind of glad to be told that I'm being helpful. I hope that those who have been going around in circles avoiding the forest can have a little bit of relief. However, people can't calm down without you. Get back in shape sooner. Yep. I'm sorry, so I will get well. I will get well soon and work again. I would be happy if I could help you a lot. It's fun to see the surroundings of this forest change all the time. Also, there are so many things I want to paint. So, I started my rehab. That said, my body, which had been sleeping for 2 months, really couldn't move. It was a bit difficult to even get up. The cause of his malaise is not simply because I haven't been moving for a long time, but more likely because of a lack of magic power. That's probably why the Raya made me drink the fruits every day, day after day. And taking advantage of my inability to move, he kept bullying and toying with me. He would leave me alone until the last minute, or suddenly fill me up when nothing was happening. I wonder what this guy thinks of other people's bladders. For a while, I ended up living on a diet of the Ryu's fruits, occasional bamboo fruits, and lake water. Well, I wasn't allowed to eat human food. While undergoing rehabilitation, I drew a piece of bread and tried to materialize it to eat it, but as soon as the bread came out, the bird flew in and snatched it away. I thought there was nothing I could do about it, so I drew another one, but it was snatched away again. In this way, I ended up just serving snacks for the bird. It's so annoying to hear that bird chirping that they're full. After about a week of living like this, I was able to walk, and after about 2 weeks, I was back to my normal body. Maybe this is because I was under house arrest on the Crystal Island, so I was able to get back in 2 weeks. I think I was able to recover at this speed because I was poured with magical power. I can't complain about the mean Ryu or the annoying bird. I can't help it. I'm home. It's been 2.5 months since I've been home, and somehow, I feel calmer. Especially when I saw Ms. Croix and Leela cooking while chatting, Ange playing with the fairies, and Leanne learning letters from Lockles. I thought, oh, I'm back, or rather, it feels like that. Oh, welcome back. As soon as Ms. Croix saw me, she trotted over and hugged me tightly. Oh, it's soft. I can't calm down. Not at all. Really, you're fine. I was worried about you, but I'm having fun, so I won't complain. Yes, thank you. Ms. Croix let go of me and suddenly turned to Lockles. Hey, is it alright to feed Tugo normal food? I guess it would be better to just give him a small amount of something that is easy to digest. It seems like he was forced to eat like a spirit. Yep, it was raya fruits, bamboo fruit, and water. When I think about it, it's amazing that I didn't get hungry even though that was all I ate. It's not just most of the time, but also all the time. Or is it because I'm a spirit? If it's a change in me, it's a little scary. That's right. Then, I guess some light soup will be fine. Then let's make milk porridge. I'd like to eat bread with ham and cheese. You'll have to wait a while, because right now, you really have the air of a spirit rather than a human. Let's gradually return to being human. What kind of atmosphere is that? Does that mean that if I don't eat food, I won't be human? Maybe I've lost weight? Even though there wasn't much to begin with. I'm a little shocked. In the end, it took me 3 days to be able to eat ham and cheese bread. Until then, I was forced to only have porridge and soup. However, the porridge was quite delicious. It was made by boiling coarsely ground barley to make it soft, but it was quite delicious, which I think was a blessing in disguise. I'm also happy that my favorite food has increased. And then, shortly after I returned from my life of porridge and soup, edamame. Edamame is now being offered as an offering. This makes me happy. I am so happy. I love edamame. I really like to eat them boiled in salted water with barley tea. So I like summer rather well. I prefer cold weather to hot weather, but I also like summer because of edamame and tomatoes. I'm so happy. Edamame. The bird also seemed to like the edamame, and while eating the peeled edamame on the paper with me, they had narrowed eyes full of satisfaction. I made an edamame friend. I'm also happy about this. It's been 2 days since I was able to eat edamame. I went to check on the farmers, and when I tried to help them in the field there, I was stopped in a hurry. They said it was not my job. Well, I'm sorry. It's not something an amateur should touch. I was also a little sad to hear that today's offering was going to be steamed potatoes instead of edamame. Well, I like potatoes, but I love edamame. But the farmers who were watching me asked me, would you prefer that the offering for the spirits not be potatoes? I told them, potatoes are good, but I think edamame is better. Then they decided to offer edamame, which made me very happy. Edamame. I then casually asked the farmers how the gate was doing, and they were a bit excited and told me a lot about how convenient it was. The crops are already being harvested in these fields, so we have to take them somewhere to sell them. From here, the town of Redguard is close, but now that the gates have been built in the forest, they can go to the southern town to sell their products. In fact, recently, people have been coming all the way from the southern towns to buy their crops, which has been very helpful. Also, the fact that the forest village has become more convenient because people are coming to the village is also a big factor. Because the traffic has improved, vendors who come and go in Redguard territory now pass through the forest village, and they can buy daily necessities and so on. He also told me that he was looking forward to eating food from the tourist stalls. Hearing all this, I felt a little relieved. I was a little worried that the sudden construction of the gates might be a burden on them, but it seems that the gates have been well accepted. That was good. The farmers were preparing lunch for the day, and I was helping them prepare the edamame. I was confident that I could handle edamame faster than most people because I used to do it at my teacher's house. However, it seems that people in this world don't cut off the end of the pod when boiling edamame in the first place. Also, it seems that people in this world take the beans out of the pod before boiling them, so I'm trying to propagate my world's way of doing things. When I was processing a pot of edamame in this way, boiling them, and eating them with the farmers. Hey Tugo. Faye flew in with the red dragon. Can you please read this for a moment? What Faye brought was a document. So, I read the papers handed to me one by one. That was a request for permission to open a store, addressed to the Redguard family. So, there are some people from Redguard who want to open a stall over here, okay? I mean a store, not a food stall. If Faye thinks it's a good idea, I'd be happy to do it. A shop, huh? So, this place is finally starting to look like a real village. It's exciting. Okay. It's a place where we can properly confirm their identity, so there's no problem there. Is it okay for the area around the forest to be crowded? Yep. If it gets too noisy, I'll put some soundproofing material on the walls. That said, even in its current state, it's fairly soundproof. The walls are thick, but the wild roses and berries crawling on the outside of the walls seem to be sound-dampening material. The animals in the forest love it. So, this is the store you said you wanted to open this time, right? Okay. If there are any other stores you want to attract, let me know. Not only within the territory but also from other territories. This place is getting a lot of attention. I see. If so, I guess it would be a good idea to grow the village now. Yep. When I read the documents, I was given again. There was a list of stores I wanted to appear. Many of them are stores for daily necessities, such as clothing stores, dairy stores, butcher shops, bakeries, etc. There are no bookstores or art supply stores. Yep. Well, it can't be helped. What do you think? Are there any other stores you would like to open? Art supplies stores. Yeah, I see. Well, as expected of to go, but I can wait until later. I think it would be better to open an art supply store after there are more people. For the time being, I expressed my wishes. However, I don't think there is any demand for it yet, so I won't force it. Yep, as expected, it would be selfish to invite an art supply store at this stage, but there's no substitute for that. Faye. Yes? I will propose a store I want to open. Would it be alright if a fairy patisserie appeared? Section. Fairy patisserie. When I suggested it, Faye looked confused, then laughed and agreed. Fairies have a track record of running my gallery. It's okay to have human employees, and most importantly, the fairies look like they're having a lot of fun making sweets. Yes. After that, it's up to the fairies' wishes. So, fairies, why don't you try setting up a store? I immediately returned to the forest and went to the Celeste siblings' house to ask them, and the fairies were astonished. Then, instantly, they started talking, shuffling and whispering. The sound of their voices sound like the sound of a bell ringing, a wind chime made of seashells ringing, or leaves rustling in the wind. Well, Ange, who seemed to be hearing the sounds as words, was a bit troubled. Well, if someone speaks that much at once, that's what happens. For the time being, Ange and I decided to wait for the fairies to calm down and then try talking to them again. Well, you geese make a lot of sweets, but if you're going to put them in the pockets of people who come to the gallery, I think it's a bit difficult to give them cakes with lots of cream or pancakes with lots of honey. When I said that, the fairies all started nodding in unison as if to say, that's right. The sight of over 100 fairies nodding in unison was, well, amazing. So, I was thinking it might be nice to have a store that sells fairy sweets. Well, you guys might not want a lot of people to eat sweets, so I thought I'd discuss it with you guys first. But whoa. And as soon as I started to speak, the fairies flew toward me and gave me a fairy-style handshake, hugging my fingers. Thanks to this, my fingers were in trouble because the fairies were sticking to them more and more. Then the fairies started talking again, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. Well, you see, the fairies said they wanted to run a sweets store. And translated it for me. The fairies, who seemed to understand what I was translating, straightened up, looked up at me, and appealed to me with their sparkling eyes. Oh, I see. Do they want to open a sweets store? That makes me happy. Then, let's start building the store right away. I'm thinking of opening a store on the south side. There are fields to the east, and people will be surprised if a house is suddenly built next to their house or field. As I started to create the design, asking questions like, what kind of store do you want? The fairies would give me all sorts of opinions, so I asked Ange to translate those for me, and then I started to draw up design proposals. And just like that, a store was created. The location is near the south gate of the forest. If this place becomes a town, it might be a prime location. Well, I can't say for sure since it hasn't become a town yet. The design of the shop is like a shortcake. It has a fresh red roof like a strawberry and cream-colored wall. The bottom third of the wall is decorated with bricks and shades of sponge cake, caramel, cookies, and so on. So, the store looks like a shortcake. By the way, the doors and window frames are chocolate brown. You know, because it looks like a cake with a chocolate slab on it. You know, the kind that says happy birthday or something. But I haven't had that kind of cake in a long time. I had it at teacher's house. I ate it at Christmas. Teacher starts a monologue painted with indignance and says, I'm not sure how they could be so cruel as to give a single guy a whole Christmas cake just because they had some left over. And I'm at the age where I'd get a stomachache if I ate a whole cake out of desperation. You know what I mean. But for some reason, cake makes my heart leap unconditionally. What a surprise. Of course, the words on the chocolate were not happy birthday but Merry Xmas. The store is surrounded by a flower garden and there is a large tree behind the store. Inside the tree, there is a creek, which will be a resting place for the fairies. At the back of the shop is the kitchen. There is a stove and an oven so you can make sweets, and there is also running water using the same principle as a bath. Should I do some plumbing work in the forest village? I think I should make a proper well since I can get spring water out of it. I'll talk to Faye about it later. The front side of the store has a chocolate brown floor and shelves of the same color by the wall, where cookies, madeleines, and other such items can be displayed. Beyond that, there is a checkout counter and a glass showcase for fresh pastries and such. We will start out small, so we can add more showcases later, but for now, we just have a small one. The fairies' hope is that in the future they'd like to be able to eat sweets inside the store, but they think the village is still a bit too small to run a restaurant, so that's something for another time. However, there is a building that could be turned into a cafe in the future. The cafe is colored like chocolate, with white chocolate doors and window frames. For the time being, I think opening a store once a week would be fine. If we start moving too suddenly, we won't know how things are going. Yep, and the patisserie's plans progress steadily. I wonder how many customers we will get. I don't think we'll get that many tourists. I wonder if the main customers will be the farmers. Oh, and if there are stores, they will be there too. Also, the number of peddlers will continue to increase, and some may stop by on their way from town to town. Will the farmers buy sweets? I have some doubts, but oh well. For now, I expect a few customers to come a day, so I'll just wait and see for the time being. Will Ms. Croix be running the shop? I was a little curious, so I asked. Because, since a moment ago, Ms. Croix has been writing plans with a pen at a high speed. The fairies and Ange were watching her with excitement. Yes, I can't just leave it to the fairies and Ange. I might hire some employees eventually, but for the time being, it will be me, Leela, and Ange who will be working there. If Lian is okay with it, I might hire him too. Lian's job is to deliver mail and take care of the horses, but I think it's fine to ask the Luans or the bird to deliver the mail, and I think it's fine if they do what they want to do. Actually, I don't think it's necessary for Lian to work, but it seems like he's not happy about that. So, to go. Yes, Ms. Croix turned to face me with a serious look, so I also turned to face her and straightened my posture. Then, Ms. Croix said with a serious look on her face. You see, I'd like to be able to go outside as well. Oh, I see. The wall was put up so Ms. Croix can't get out. Lockles is fine. He's riding out on the alicorn. Faye can come and go with his summoned beasts, and Lian and Ange can come and go with their Luans. You have the Huu and Ryu. Leela seems to ask the Pegasi when she needs to get in and out. But yeah, that's right. Ms. Croix, you can't go outside because she doesn't have any summoned beasts. The horses are very attached to Ms. Croix, and some of them are even her biggest fans. But I think it would be a pain to have the horses fly around her all the time. Okay, I think I'll summon some kind of summoned beast. I'm sorry. You've just gotten better. No, it's okay. I have a lot more magical power now than when I summoned Lockles Alicorn or Faye's Red Dragon. So I should be able to summon any creature without too much problem. I shouldn't have to stay in bed like before. So, what kind of creature do you want? Well, Croix thought for a moment. Then a slightly excited look appeared on her face. I could have a horse, like Lockles. I like horses, and being in this forest made me like them even more. Yep, I am glad to hear that. But I don't think it's good to have too many alicorns. Right now, it seems like Lockles Alicorn is the one in charge of coordinating the horses in this forest. Having two horses in charge might not be a good idea. I see. Thinking about the horse, maybe it would be best to stop with one alicorn. I think the horses themselves would be happy to have a cute little child. But it's true that Lockles Alicorn seems to be the one in charge, so it's not good in terms of disrupting the order. And I think you should probably avoid children like Luans and Huas. I can't ride a Luan with my stature, so I'd have to hold onto the legs like you, right? That way, I'll have my hands full. Well, you know, in case I have to work on the covert side, I'll be a little. I wonder what comes after a little bit. What exactly is a covert job? No, I won't ask. Ms. Croix seems uncomfortable answering, so I won't ask. Then, should we make a hole in the wall, or put in a door with a lock? Or maybe we could create an underground tunnel under the wall that connects to the patisserie. But either way, You'll need ways to get around. Yes, I think it would be better if they could fly. If they could fly, then I could go and get you back immediately if the bird were to kidnap you again. I wonder if she still has a grudge against the bird that kidnapped me. Knowing that bird, it seems like he wouldn't mind taking a hostage at all. Then, a flying creature that will leave both of your hands free, Miss Croix. Yes, and if possible, I'd prefer something smaller. If it's bulky, you know. Once again, I'm curious about what happens after you know, but, well, yeah, I'll try not to worry about it. And so, after much deliberation with Miss Croix, we finally decided on Miss Croix's summoned beast. After some deliberation, the summoned beast was decided upon. A butterfly. Butterfly. The summoned beast for Miss Croix is a butterfly. A big one. That's what we decided. Section. I immediately started drawing Miss Croix's summoned beast. What I'm drawing is a big butterfly. Well, I vaguely remember that there was a butterfly called Queen Alexandra's bird wing. I have heard that it is a very big butterfly. So, I'm going to have that butterfly be a little bit bigger. You see, there is a big robin, so I think there should be a big Queen Alexandra's bird wing. The way it works is that Queen Alexandra's bird wing will cling tightly to Miss Croix's back, and then use its wings to help Miss Croix fly. Since the hoo can support my weight, I decided to draw a butterfly like this that would also allow Miss Croix to fly. But I've never seen a Queen Alexandra's birdwing butterfly, so I didn't really know what kind of wings they had or what they looked like. I thought it might look like a swallowtail butterfly, so I made the wing shape similar to that. Also, I had heard that it was a greenish butterfly, so I thought I'd make the wings green. But then a thought occurred to me, come to think of it. There was a gemstone with a name that sounded like the Alexandra swallowtail butterfly. And so, this butterfly became a butterfly with a body like goldwork and jewel-like wings. This butterfly's body has a goldwork-like texture and the body is small in relation to the wings. I went ahead and painted it, thinking that if I painted it with the same enthusiasm as when I painted the shield of Locals, the gold would look like magical steel. This way, I think the gold will probably be strong enough. And the butterfly wings are Alexandrite. Yes, that's right. Alexandrite. Its name is Alexandrite butterfly. I had also seen this gemstone in an illustrated book at teacher's house. It's a mysterious gemstone that turns green in sunlight and red under an indoor light. In other words, the butterfly's wings are made of a gemstone that turns a refreshing deep green in the sunlight of the forest and a bright burgundy under the chandelier at the party. I think it is perfect for Miss Croix, who looks completely different when she is in the forest and when she is at the party venue. So, I tried to paint them with magic painting. For some reason, I wanted to paint the Alexandrite butterfly made of gold and jewels with magic painting rather than with watercolors or oils. I also wanted to depict a living creature, not just a piece of jewelry. I was very, very particular about that. However, as I continued to paint in the textures of the jewels and gold, the Alexandrite butterfly began to look less and less like a life form. Originally, butterflies themselves are not very lifelike creatures, so perhaps this is even more so. So, I decided to draw an Alexandrite butterfly sucking nectar from a flower. It's a gigantic butterfly, so the flowers are too small for it to suck the nectar from. Well, so I drew it perched in front of pancakes covered in fairy nectar, sucking the nectar from the pancakes, lit by a candle on the table and the sunlight streaming in through the window. How should I put it? I think it gives it a bit of a living, lifelike feel. And the Alexandrite butterfly, which I had spent about half a day painting, including the background, came out of the canvas safely and began to fly through the forest, flapping its wings. Is this thing alive? Thinking that it would be a problem if I drew something that was unclear as to whether it was alive or not, I called out to the butterfly, and the butterfly looked at me, tilted its gold head slightly, and fluttered its large Alexandrite eyes. Well, this is definitely not a butterfly, but it looks like a living thing. Yep, probably a success. Absolutely. Miss Croix. Oh, Tugo. What's the matter? Oh my. Miss Croix was inside her house processing a damn aim, but when she saw the Alexandrite butterfly I had brought home, She stopped what she was doing and ran over to me. She stopped and ran over to see the Alexandrite butterfly I had brought home. Wow, is this child alive? Yep, it's a living being. Ms. Croix timidly touched the goldwork-like body, and the Alexandrite butterfly began to flutter its wings in a ticklish motion. It's beautiful. To be this beautiful and still be alive, it's bewildering. As Ms. Croix said this, she twirled around me, gazing at the butterfly. At that moment, the Alexandrite butterfly fluttered away from me and began to hover in front of Ms. Croix. Then, they extended their golden straw-like mouth and lightly touched Ms. Croix's cheek. Maybe it was an affectionate kiss. My, I thought you were a beautiful child. But you're not just beautiful, you're adorable too. Ms. Croix chuckled and reached out towards the Alexandrite butterfly, which then landed on Ms. Croix's arm and began to rest its wings. What can I say? What an amazing sight. If I don't look like a human, then so does Croix. A fairy queen with a jeweled butterfly at her side. Ms. Croix. Here. After Croix had finished playing with the Alexandrite butterfly, I handed her a present. It's a necklace made with a large Alexandrite. I brought out a number of gemstones and asked the Alexandrite butterfly to choose the one it liked best and made it using that. Are you sure? Yep. If you don't like the design, I'll remake it. No, don't change it. I love it. She gently took the necklace from my hand and quickly put it on. The way she fastened the clasp at the back of her neck was quick, and I vaguely thought, oh, she's used to this kind of thing. Does it suit me? And then Ms. Croix smiles brightly. Yup. She really is an enchanting person. When Ms. Croix put on the necklace, the Alexandrite butterfly looked at me and Ms. Croix as if to asking, is it okay? When Ms. Croix and I nodded, it fluttered up and flew off, then floated into the gemstone of the pendant. A little while later, the Alexandrite butterfly emerged from the gem again, this time going behind Ms. Croix and embracing her from behind. And Kaya, Ms. Croix floated gently. Oh, I'm flying? Once Ms. Croix was able to steady her position in the air, the Alexandrite butterfly was able to fly in unison. How should I put it? It looks as if Ms. Croix has grown butterfly wings and is flying. A great success. Hey, Tugo, what do you think? In the blink of an eye, Ms. Croix was flying freely through the air and smiling down at me from the sky. Yup. Truly a queen of the fairy kingdom. Thus, there birthed a Ms. Croix who looks like the fairy queen. Now that she can freely cross the wall, I'm going to do my work as the forest spirit. Recently, since the forest in my head has become clearer, I feel like the forest's boundaries are also becoming clearer. The barrier used to protect the forest vaguely around the forest, but now, they are changing to protect the forest firmly along the wall. Maybe the wall makes it easier for the barrier to keep its shape and increase its strength. So, there is actually a barrier on top of the wall. Even though it looks like there is nothing there, the barrier is spread out like a domed roof, the forest completely covered. So, I modified the barrier a bit so that the newly born Alexandrite butterfly could also pass through it. I was a bit tired, so I decided to take a short rest in the forest ruins before heading home. I somehow feel at ease inside the ruins. This place, deep in the forest, at the heart of the forest, somehow feels more like my place than my home, or rather, like it's deep within myself. Well, it's difficult to explain, but for now, it feels comfortable. Yep. It has been 3 days since Ms. Croix started flying with her butterfly wings. Ange, the fairies, Leon who ended up helping out as well, and Leela who no longer had to do any farm work after the farmers arrived, were all working together to create a menu for the fairy patisserie. Fairy cookies are already familiar to us. They decided to make and prepare several flavors. In addition to that, they decided to put the madeleines and candies that they had made for me before on the menu. As for the candies, they wanted to imitate the ones in glass jars that I brought back as a souvenir from the royal capital, so that's what they did. They put various flavors of candy in glass jars and sold them by weight. The candies are a bit small for us, about the size of a fairy's 2 hands, but the fruit and flower-scented candies are quite tasty. And in the glass showcase, cakes are lined up, in addition to the cupcakes and raspberry macaroons they made before. There was a raspberry shortcake. I asked Ange about it, and sure enough, these raspberries are the ones that grow on the walls. Yeah, well, I'm glad to see they are making good use of them. Apparently, they plan to increase the number of fresh confections if they get more customers. That's true. Supply is tight unless you know the demand. Especially since there is nothing that can be made with only forest ingredients, so they have to pay for the ingredients, and if that's the case, they have to make sure they can make a profit, and if that's the case, it's hard to handle raw confections with a large loss. Yep. In that respect, I think it would be a good to have candy that lasts for a long time as one of the main attractions. Ms. Croix agreed. It looks sparkly and beautiful, and if you keep the pricing low, kids can easily buy it. They last longer, so there's less waste, and thus, the preparations for the fairy patisserie were underway. Watching the fairies baking cakes and such in the kitchen at the back of the pastry shop, it was kind of amazing. The fairies' magic, I wonder, is it how they decorate so quickly? They were packing cookies in bags and tying ribbons round the mouths of the bags, and two fairies held the ribbons end to end and did a little dance around the bags, and the ribbons were already tied. It was amazing. It's magical. It's amazing. And the cleanup was just amazing. I thought the bowl with the cream was empty, but then I took my eyes off it for a second and it was clean. It didn't look like it had been washed, but somehow, it was clean. I'm not sure how it works. And then, Ange started to look a little bit like a fairy. No, I don't mean that in a weird way. I think she's learning the magic that fairies use, little by little. When Ange dances, the room becomes clean, the dust disappears, or something like that. How does this work? I wish I could help make the sweets, but unfortunately there was no space for me to enter the kitchen. If I tried to enter the kitchen where the fairies were flying around, there would probably be a lot of collisions. Instead, I thought about what I could do to help, and decided to make uniforms for the fairies: a sponge cake-colored dress or pants, a cream-colored shirt and apron. There would be a strawberry-colored line at the hem of the apron, the hem of the skirt, and the collar of the shirt. Add a strawberry-colored tie and you are done. For Liane and Ange, I decided to create human-sized ones with the same design as the fairies. The design was a little too cute, so for Leela and Ms. Croix, I decided on a chocolate brown one-piece with a cream shirt and apron with strawberry-colored accents. This one is more subdued, so I let them choose whichever they like. Since we had announced that the fairy patisserie was opening, a lot of people came on the opening day. It was a bit unexpected. Will it be enough? I think it's safe to say that we're going to sell out. Before the store opened, Miss Croix looked a little nervous as she watched the people lining up in front of the store. Even Miss Croix gets nervous sometimes. Then, when the store opened, it was sold out in 2 hours. The people who came weren't just farmers, but also traveling merchants who had heard the rumors, people who were planning to open a stall in the village, and also people who had taken the trouble to come from other towns, or even other territories. We didn't expect so many people to come, so we're very surprised. I'm sure it's partly because it's the first day of business, but I'm still surprised that this many people are coming. Ms. Croix, who had been processing the bill at an incredible speed, muttered this and sat down in a chair in the empty shop, sighing slightly. She seemed tired as expected, but it's reassuring to know that even with that many coming it will be fine. Fairies are hard workers, but the fact that so many people came all at once and yet everything was fine was undoubtedly thanks to the power of the fairies. The fairies did all the wrapping and bagging. They bring the items that customers have selected to the checkout, or they bring new items ordered from the showcase at the checkout counter, and they are fast from there. The fairies move at once, and the packaging is done in a blink of an eye. It's amazing. If it keeps up like this, I think it will be okay to increase production. Also, considering that the size of this village will grow in the future, I think it would be okay to increase the number of items little by little, Ms. Croix said with an excited look on her face as she took notes. It felt like a combination of her forest mode and secretary mode. This is more tiring than farm work. Good job. Unlike the excited Ms. Croix, Leela looks exhausted. It seems that she had never worked in a store like this before, and that was the cause of her fatigue. I understand that doing something you've never done before requires a lot of energy, but it was kind of fun. I've always wanted to be a florist or a confectioner. I see. Leela looked tired, but she still looked happy. Are Lian and Ange okay? Are you tired? I was a little nervous, but it was fun. Oh, I wasn't particularly nervous. And, yeah, it was really fun. When Leela asked, Ange fidgeted, and Lian puffed out his chest as they answered, if they had fun too. That's the best thing. Okay then, let's do our best again tomorrow. We plan to have about 3 days off per week, but for now, let's say we're open tomorrow, Ms. Croix said as she clapped her hands. Everyone else, including the fairies, nodded with smiles. If this keeps up, the patisserie will be fine. That's good. Then, a week passed. Shops other than confectionery stores have started to open. Well, in other words, the people who wanted to open a shop have arrived in the village. They are already preparing to build a building there. Yep. Hey, Faye, is it okay for me to create a building? Oh, don't do that. When I do it, I can finish drawing and construct a building in just a few hours. So when I see people trying to build it in earnest, I feel really bad. Well, now the number of customers has increased, and the patisserie is sure to boom. Yep. And as the number of residents in this village gradually began to increase, more and more people began to gather, and as a result, the fairy patisserie began to attract a lot of people. I'm glad that the number of people has increased. It seems that rumors have started to spread. Apparently, the fairies' pastries are delicious, and that's what people are talking about. Maybe from now on, customers will come from much further away. I heard that too, you know. I hear the forest pastry shop is full of beautiful girls. Eh? Ms. Croix is an incredibly beautiful woman, and Leela is pretty cute too, isn't she? Ange was even made into a model for an angel, so of course she's cute too. As for Lian, well, maybe he's also counted among the beautiful girls. Yes, it'll probably be a few years before he turns into a handsome man. Well, wait a minute. Hearing Faye speak, I'm confused. That's not the rumor I've heard. Isn't the rumor that the sweets are delicious? I checked and Faye replied with a puzzled look on his face. Well, the rumor is that a delicious sweets shop has opened, and even more so, that the shop's staff is full of beautiful young girls. Oh, I see. Section. The popularity of the fairy patisserie has not waned at all. On the contrary, it has maintained almost the same popularity as it had right after it opened, and it seems it will soon surpass that. That's amazing. I never thought a patisserie could be so profitable. Ms. Croix said this while keeping the books. It seems that they are making a lot of profit. Foo-foo. I guess it's because the fairy sweets are just very delicious. Ms. Croix is in a good mood and seems to be having a lot of fun at the patisserie recently. She is working hard on product development together with the fairies and Ange. In addition to that, I think it's because the staff are beautiful. Oh my. And speaking of that rumor, I'm surprised that you are complimenting me like this. What's the matter? Are you trying to flirt with me? Ms. Croix bent down a little and looked at my face from below. Her forest green eyes were beautiful, framed by extremely long, golden eyelashes, and her lips were slightly loosened in a smile, which made her look very enchanting. No, that's not it. Faye told me that was the rumor going around. I hastily try to stay conscious and look away from Ms. Croix. It's no use. If I look at her any longer, I'll end up wanting to draw her 100 times. Oh? Did you just try to use charm? Yes. I was just trying to see if my skills had dulled, but if you think I was trying to do something, then I guess my skills have improved quite a bit. I mean, I was trying to seduce a spirit. I thought something was a bit odd, so I asked, and Ms. Croix replied nonchalantly. Well, that's fine. It's not good, but I don't feel like I'll be able to win against this positive Ms. Croix no matter what I say, so I'll just stare at her in protest. Well, I suppose it could be that with the poster girls, Lian and Ange are angels, and Leela is a little less polished, but still a beautiful gem. I really like those feisty eyes of hers, and I still think I'm beautiful in my own way, too, if I do say so myself. Hearing Ms. Croix say that, I agree. Lian and Ange are angels, flaxen hair, sky blue eyes, and skin that seems almost translucent. Lian is a little wary of humans, but his face is dominated by curiosity and a sense of fulfillment, while Ange has an air of innocence that makes her able to converse with fairies. Yes, they're perfect for a fairy patisserie. Layla, too, I can tell. She's so beautiful. Her dark chestnut hair is just tied up in a random bun, but it looks like she's been grooming it with some oil or something that Ms. Croix gave her recently, and it's become really shiny and pretty. Also, as Ms. Croix said, her eyes are really beautiful. And as for Ms. Croix, it goes without saying. Yep. So, I think it's a bit too humble to say, I'm beautiful in my own way. You're really beautiful, Ms. Croix. Really? Not just in my own way. When you're flying around on your Alexandrite butterfly, you look like the queen of fairyland. So, when I told her honestly, Ms. Croix looked a bit surprised, then puffed her cheeks a little and turned her bright eyes towards me. Tugo, are you also practicing charm magic? Eh? Practicing charm magic? I see. That's what I did. Maybe. Yep. I just wanted to see how my skill compares. When I replied honestly, Miss Croix looked confused. Then she laughed loudly and pinched my cheek. Sassy, I feel a little like I received something. The day after my conversation with Miss Croix, I decided to take a look around the fairy patisserie. There's not much work for me these days. It's summer, so I don't have to chop wood, and the farmers don't want me to do farm work, so I've decided not to do it. So, my job is to take care of the horses a little bit and to make the paintings that are commissioned. I also maintain the forest barrier. That's about it. So, after I finished taking care of the horses that morning, I did some maintenance on the barrier, and then I went to the fairy patisserie. When I opened the door to the patisserie, the bell rings. Welcome. Oh, it's Tugo. That's unusual. Yep. I came to see you. When I entered the store, Leela greeted me. She was wearing a chocolate brown dress that matched well with a cream-colored shirt and apron. Are you going to buy something? Oh, I'd like 3 raspberry cakes, please, and a packet of tea cookies. Okay, I'll wrap them up then. As soon as Leela said that, the fairies on the other side of the counter started moving and put the boxed cake and packed cookies into bags. Wow, that's amazing. Quick work. Here it is. The bill will be 5 copper coins. Is it weird for me to take money from you? No, I'll pay. When I took out some coins from my wallet to pay, Leela handed me a bag of sweets. Yup, she looked a lot like a store clerk. Leela, do you have enough time to draw? When I asked her after receiving the item, Leela smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right. Recently I've been spending over an hour on magic painting, and 3 hours on pencil sketches. I only go to the shop from lunchtime after I finish painting. I see. It sounds like Leela is having fun as she said that. And I'm glad for her. Having fun painting is a very happy thing. The only thing I'm not happy about is that I can only do magic painting for an hour. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't have the time. It's that I don't have the stamina or magic power. Yeah, I understand that too. I can manage 18 hours of pencil sketching in a row, but 18 hours of magic painting in a row is impossible. I can only do magic painting for 6 hours in a row, or 4 hours if I'm not very good at it. The limit of my drawing ability isn't in the image. You can't create what you can't imagine. So, magic painting is a great way to check my current limits. I wish I could do it more efficiently. While I was talking to Leela, the bell rang and the door opened. It was a customer. Welcome. What? I thought. Leela seemed a bit unfriendly. Curious, I looked over at the customer, and then, hey, Leela. A man holding a bouquet of flowers greeted her, smiling brightly. The man, who looked somewhat out of place, came into the store carrying a bouquet of flowers that were not forest flowers, and looked around the store with a restless smile. At the same time, the bouquet was swaying, and a sweet fragrance was wafting through the air. Oh, where is Ms. Croix? She's off duty today. I see. That's a pity. The attitude of Leela is worse than the one she had when she first met me. I'm sure she was consciously trying to make me dislike her a little. But now I feel like she's doing it because she genuinely doesn't like him. So, have you thought about what we talked about? Yes, I have thought about it. and my decision remains the same. I have no intention of leaving here. What are they talking about? And Ms. Croix, I suppose the same. Now, if you understand, please take the bouquet home with you. It's outrageous to bring such strong-smelling flowers to a sweet shop. Layla said coldly and waved her hand to the man as if to say shoo. Don't be so cold. I really like you girls. Why don't you come to my territory instead of this remote place? That's why I told you I won't do that. Go home. As Layla gets incensed, a group of fairies from the back of the store began to stand ready with wooden spatulas, ladles, and whisks in their hands. Oh no. It would be bad if the fairies started hitting people, so I decided to call out to them from the side. She seems to find it troubling. It's not very cool to look up at a man who is taller than me, but I say so anyway. Interrupting Leela, the man looked a little confused and then said, I've never seen you before. Are you from this shop? You're quite cute. Then he smiled at me, and when our eyes met, I felt a little chill. Huh? I thought, what is this feeling? The moment I experienced this sensation, I realized, this must be a weaker version of Ms. Croix. Is this person trying to seduce me? Can't be, I thought to myself, and stared back into the man's eyes. The charm magic is much weaker than Ms. Croix's, so I can at least bounce it off to him. Because I've been under Ms. Croix's very serious charm magic before. I know how to do it. When I resisted the magic like that, the man looked a bit surprised, and then angry. At the same time, the tingly feeling disappeared. Can you please leave? She's troubled. And I'm feeling troubled too. With Leela behind me, I glared at the man. I don't know if I was glaring properly, but I felt like I wanted him to go home. The man then had his shoulders sag a little and let out a small sigh. Sorry. My bad. I'll go then. Sorry. Oh, that's right. Before I go, I'd like 2 packs of cookies. 1 tea cookie, and 1 with nuts. Leela glared at the man, wrapped up 2 bags of cookies, and held them out, saying, 2 copper coins. The man then laughed, took the cookies, took out a gold coin, and placed it in Leela's hand. Keep the change. Well, let me give it back to you. 9 silver coins and 8 copper coins. Then, as if she had anticipated this, Leela roughly placed the prepared change into the man's hand. I'll come again. Next time I'll pick flowers with a weaker scent. I hope you don't come again. With Leela's harsh words were thrown back at him, the man shrugged his shoulders and left the store. Air it out. Air it out. What on earth was he thinking when he brought that bouquet of flowers? Leela opened the windows with a bang and became even more angry. Somehow, I feel like this is getting a bit tricky. That guy is really persistent. I am so sick of him. After the customer had left, Leela, looking a little down, sighed as she spoke inside the shop, which was still being ventilated. Who's that? Oh, he seems to be the son of some lord. Also, he wants the employees of this shop, so he keeps asking if we would like to move to his territory, if we would like to come by ourselves, or if we would like to work as maids in his mansion. I see. That's a problem. Apparently, he fell in love at first sight with Ms. Croix. That would have been fine, but he even started messing with me. And he started talking to Ange and Lian too, so I guess that's just how he is. I guess a sweet shop with beautiful staff can lead to problems like this. I see. Well, I'm fine with it. If we just keep going like before, it will be fine. Ms. Croix seems to be used to that sort of thing, so there's no need to worry about her. However, I'm worried about Lian and Ange. Yes, both of them are still young. Even if they have guards to protect them from danger, the Luans and fairies, but I still feel uneasy. And when such things happen, it's a nuisance to the other guests, isn't it? So, I was wondering what I should do about it. That's right. The impact on stores is huge, so that's something to be concerned about. It's such a shame that the fairies and humans have worked so hard to run the patisserie, only to have one persistent person ruin it at all. What should I do? Hey, this forest has a barrier, right? Can't you put something like that up at the entrance to the shop? Leela immediately suggested something. The forest barrier, huh? Well, I can now allow to set up who can pass through that barrier, but it's not possible for me to set up who shouldn't. In other words, it's going to be a completely introduction-only store. Yep, that's it. So, It's a bit bad for the store. Well, that won't do. In that case, maybe it would be better to just hire a regular security guard like Lockles. In my mind, I see Lockles standing tall in front of the fairy's candy shop. Strong, reliable, fun. Lockles. Well, you see, if he's standing there, then it's impossible for anyone with something to feel guilty about to come in. Yes, exactly, because he's our Lockles. If the plaster statue is standing there, I think bad people can't get in. Somehow, well then, let's ask Lockles. It'll only be for a little while, but I'd like him to guard the store for a little while. That's right. I'll ask him as well. Yep, let's do that. Lockles is the best for this, I'm sure. So, I'd like to ask you to be the guard at the patisserie. When I explained the situation to Lockles, he nodded with a terrible expression on his face. I guess it can't be helped if that's the case. I'm sure sales would drop if someone like me was standing in front of a sweets store. Well, that can't be helped. Lockles doesn't have a sweet air around him, but that's why he's going to be a guard. If Antalya was here, I'd rather you ask her. Miss Antalya? No, I don't think she looks enough like a plaster statue. Whether she's plaster statue-like or not, she's still a knight. She is good at handling rough work. And she's better looking than me. No, Lockles is good looking too. Very good looking. Miss Antalya is also a beautiful woman. I think that the only thing is that, if you ask me if she would be a good fit for a pastry shop, I think that Lockles would definitely be a mismatch. And even Miss Antalya would be a little too imposing for it. But I think that's why it's good. Well, that's fine. I've been entrusted with that. I'll just stand in front of the store, and when certain geese come by, I'll get rid of them, right? Yep, that's how I expected it would be. And so, the next day, the fairy patisserie began operations, with Lockles as the guard. The customers were extremely confused. They came here because they heard it was a patisserie run by fairies and beauties, and then they saw a plaster statue in front of the store. I think the gap is overwhelming. Yep, I don't know. But maybe it would be better if he dressed in a friendlier way. No, but then he wouldn't have that air of security. Watching from inside the store, Ms. Croix and I discussed this, and when we got to the front of the store and saw a child running away upon seeing Lockles, we wondered what to do. Anyway, for now, today was just a test run of Lockles' security capability. Afterward, I was discussing with Ms. Croix about how we should dress Lockles, going over this and that, when, hey, back off. Why don't you back off? I have been instructed not to let certain people through. I thought it was noisy, so I looked outside. And there he was, the man from yesterday, and he was being successfully blocked by Lockles. As expected of Lockles. Certain people? Maybe you've got the wrong person? No, I mean you. They say that any man who brings flowers to a confectionery shop should not be allowed through. As Lockles spoke, the man looked at the bouquet he was holding, then at Lockles with a look of disgust. Oh, you don't want a bouquet? Then I'll throw the bouquet away here. That's fine, right? I don't care if they bring flowers or jewelry. If they have ulterior motives, I won't let them through. Ulterior motives. And if I may add my own personal opinion, I don't want to let through a man who casually throws away flowers. Hearing Lockles' words, Ms. Croix and I smiled at each other. Yep, the flowers are innocent. Please take good care of them. The man and Lockles were arguing about it, but the man was persistent and Lockles was like an iron wall, just as you'd expect from our plaster statue. How disappointing. I only came to say hello to them. I won't cause any trouble. Let me through. Or you can go and ask them right now and get their permission to let me through. Finally, the man seems to become annoyed and starts raising his voice at Lockles. But Lockles, being Lockles, remains unfazed. Sorry, I said I was asked to do this, but it wasn't the people in the store who ordered me to do it. Lockles took a step forward. As he took a step closer to the man, the difference in height and build between the two men became more and more apparent. And the closer Lockles got, the more the man looked up at him. Lockles saw this and grinned, looked down at the man, and said, "It's the spirit of the forest." Spirit? Yes, the spirit said that you shouldn't pass through. Didn't you know? There is a spirit in this forest, a spirit that is friendly to humans and wields great powers. The man looked confused as if he didn't understand what was going on. Seeing this, Lockless spoke again, his expression empty. Don't do anything to upset the spirit. The spirit is friendly to humans, but I don't know if it will be friendly to humans who are rude to it. Then the man left in a huff. He got into a carriage parked a short distance away and quickly left. As he was leaving, I was able to see the coat of arms engraved on the carriage, so I decided to make a sketch of it as a memo. Maybe I'll ask Faye about it later. Thank you for hard work. It was not particularly tiring though. Before the store closed, Lockless came in to take a short break. Since Lockless' purpose as a security guard was to keep the previous man out, after the previous man left, he had no more work to do. So that's the kind of guy that comes out here. Yes, that's true. Well, I deal with him as best I can. Leela's prickly act is kind of cute. However, I'm still worried about Leon and Ange. They're both so young. It seems like someone could easily grab them. Yeah, I'm worried about that. They're both still small, so it will be a problem if something were to happen. They're small enough that if I just picked them up, I could just take them away. I'm worried about you too. Yeah, I'm worried about you too, Miss Croix. No matter how skilled you are, it would be unpleasant if the other person is too persistent, and it would be unpleasant for the store as well. I'm fine. Oh, and I'm more worried about you, Tugo. Leela told me that you've been mistaken for a little girl, you know. Is that so? You didn't notice? No, I do know they did say some strange things to me. Like, you're quite cute. No, but I just thought maybe they were treating me like a child. Well, you're thin. Petite. And you have a pretty face. Also, your aura. It may be because your spirit aura is so strong, but you don't really seem like a human boy. That's why they must have mistaken you for something else. Oh, yep. I see. Yep. The reason they mistook me was because I was, like, a spirit. It wasn't because I was thin or small or anything like that, but because I was so spirit-like. The other person was confused and misunderstood. That must be it. In that case, it looks like I should really take over as guard here. I thought I would still feel safe if Tugo was here, but I didn't realize that Tugo was also a target. I was surprised too. I wonder if that person has poor eyesight. Then tell me when your days off are. I'll stay here on the other days. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, it's a bit tough to rely on Lockless as the only guard for the whole time. Maybe we should hire a new plaster statue. Even Ms. Croix and the others work in shifts. So, it seems a bit odd for Lockless to be tending the store by himself for so long. I don't really mind it. Oh, you don't care? Yeah. I thought about it for a bit and decided. Well, let's go to the model store again. Let's go. That's a slave shop. Yeah. Let's go to the slave shop and buy a plaster statue. So, first thing the next morning, I went to the slave shop together with Lockless. I will look at the stores in the town of Redguard, and if there is a plaster statue that strikes my fancy, I will bring it home with me. If not, I will go to the royal capital. Well, what kind of slave would you like today? Criminal slave, please. Wait, already? The slave shop owner was used to me, and when I arrived, he gave me a look like, well, whatever, and let me through to the back. So, this time too, I walked deeper and deeper, looking at everyone, until I reached the criminal slave section. There's no need to be so hung up on being a criminal slave. That may be true, but you know, the criminal slave section is just as noisy as it was the last time I was there. Also, things fly around. Lockless blocks such things, and if he glares at them, the criminal slaves stop doing anything after that. And so, we continued on. The shop owner told me, we've recently added some new slaves, so I was feeling a bit excited. When I reached the very end, I arrived at the place where I first met Lockless. It seemed that someone else was in the cell where Lockless had been before. So, with a feeling of half anxiety and half expectation, I quietly peeked inside the cell. Wow. Is there some kind of rule that says this prison absolutely must have plaster statues in it? There was a plaster statue there that looked quite like a plaster statue. Yep, the plaster statue in the cell noticed me and looked up. Then, with a gentle smile on his face, he waved lightly. I don't know how to explain it, but he doesn't look like a plaster statue with that expression, but he certainly seems like a nice person. But just as I was about to call Locals, and tell him that I was looking to buy him, inside the cell, a person resembling a plaster statue stood up with a pale face. You mean Locals, right? I looked up at Locals' face. Locals looked shocked, then he approached the iron bars of the cell and looked intently at the face of the person inside. And then, Senior, saying that, his expression brightened. Section, an acquaintance? I asked from the side, and Locals looked at me in surprise, then back to the person in the cell and nodded. He was my senior. From my previous workplace. Previous workplace? Is this person's crime the same as Locals? Yeah, that's right. In other words, he was also one who killed his lord. I see. Looking at Locals' senior, he doesn't look much like Locals. Well, that's only natural. He seems to be older than Locals and has a softer atmosphere than Locals. His physical beauty is amazing, but his expression is not so hard, so he does not look like a plaster statue. Well, his body is a plaster statue. Tugo, I can vouch for this person's character and abilities, so if you could. Yep, got it. I nodded, looking up at Locals, who seemed to be desperate. I was originally going to take this plaster statue. If it comes with Locals' guarantee, then I really don't have to worry about anything anymore. I am going with this plaster statue. Plaster statue? Yep, an honorary plaster statue. Locals Senior also has a beautiful physique. So, I decided to go through with the purchase. Locals just looked relieved, and the senior plaster statue looked a little happy, so I'm happy too. And so, after I had signed the documents and paid the money, Locals Senior got down on one knee and bowed before me. Thank you for your purchase. I am Marson Neely. I hope to be of service to you for many years to come. After a firm greeting, Marson looked up and laughed. Did I try to look good in front of my junior? Seeing this, Locals made an expression I had never seen before. Even Locals can laugh like that. You've grown up so much. I guess I'm old. You're not that old yet. But I'm almost 40. You're over 30 now, right? It's amazing how time flies. Listening to their conversation, I felt a little embarrassed because I could see a Locals that I did not know. It seems to be the same for Locals, who sometimes looks at me with a slightly awkward, embarrassed expression on his face. It's refreshing. And I keep watching the two of them. I'm sketching while watching. This is why you should carry a sketchbook and pencil everywhere. Locals with the unique expression. Two plaster statues. Amazing. By the way, our master is quite young. Is he the son of some noble? The two of them had been talking for a while, and while I was drawing, Marson asked me and I answered, "Oh, I am. My master is the Redguard family's personal painter. He doesn't live in the Redguard mansion, but in the forest at the center of Redguard territory." Before I could introduce myself, Locals said that. Well, I guess that sounds better than saying I'm the forest spirit. I'm Uazora Tugo. Nice to meet you, Mr. Marson. If he is Locals Senior, he is like a senior to me. When I say my name and bow, Mr. Marson looks a little flustered. Well, so, what kind of person is our master? Yep, this is the kind of person I am. I looked up at Marson and Locals, to assert my opinion, and Locals replied with a sigh. Rather than acting like our master, he's more like a kid from the neighborhood. Whenever the wind blows, he tends to float away. My job is to grab him and bring him back. Yep, well, thanks for taking care of me. I looked up at Locals with mixed feelings, and he laughed and lightly patted my head. A fluffy, and good lord. Good lord, huh? Am I a good lord? To be appreciated like that makes me feel very happy. Then I look some more at the slave cells. What's wrong? Do you still need one? Yep. If there are other plaster statues. Plaster statue. Marson looked confused, but Locals understood what I was trying to say. Basically, if I could find someone who looked like a plaster statue like Locals or Marson, I'd love to take them home with me, that's all. Marson, is there no one else in this slave shop with a body as beautiful as yours or Locals? Thinking that if it was about slaves I should ask a slave, I asked him, and Marson nodded. Well, I don't know what kind of physique meets master's standards, but it seems like there's no one who's better trained than me. I see. Then I don't need to see this slave shop anymore. Well then, maybe I should try going to the royal capital or another slave shop. Even if they were to work in shifts, it would be tough for 2 people to guard the patisserie. But as soon as I said that, then, Martin opened his mouth, then hesitated for a moment, closed his mouth, and then, as if he had made up his mind, he spoke. Then, please, go to the Dioran territory and make your purchase there. I hear there are some of my former colleagues there. The slave shop in the Dioran territory? You mean the one with a terrible system? When Locals made a bitter face, Martin also made a bitter face. Well, almost all of us are criminal slaves. I heard that Intalia was hired by some noble, but as expected, well, most of us end up in some not so good places. I heard that some of them were sold to Dioran territory. That slave shop does not have a good environment. What kind of place is a slave house where the conditions are bad? It's a bit unpleasant. Hearing Martin say this, Locals nodded with a bitter look on his face and turned to me. Tugo, I can't force you to do it, but it's okay. I know. Let's buy them all back. When I replied, Locals let out a small breath and then said briefly, thank you. Seeing his expression, I thought to myself, oh, I'm so glad I have money. Money is very important because I can make Locals look relieved like this. Well, then, may I ask Mr. Marson to show us around right away? I want to gather all the guards by today. After that, we left the slave shop and immediately headed to the next slave shop. The Dioran territory is next to the Red Guard territory. It would be quick if we flew. By today, a guard. By guard, you mean slaves? Yes. I would like you to be guards at a certain place. I made up my mind. Once we've gathered Locals' former colleagues, I can have them guard the patisserie. And let's make it a candy store full of plaster statues. Ah, it would definitely make a great patisserie. Then we went back into the forest to gain some more legs. I flew on a hoo-oo, while Locals and Martin rode together on the alicorn. We could have just headed straight to the Dioran territory, but the alicorn had a look on its face like, I'd be okay with 1 child or woman and 1 muscle man, but 2 muscle men are a bit much, so we decided to go and get a Pegasus from the forest. Where is this? It's the forest, in Redguard territory. Once we returned to the forest, Martin was surprised. This forest is quite different from the one I remember. The last time I saw this area was about 6 months ago. Yes, the village, walls, and gates have been built in the last 3 months or so. I sent Huu on an errand and asked them to call out Pegasi to me. I'm going to go buy some plaster statues. Do you have horses that can transport them? Suddenly, a bunch of Pegasi came out of the forest. The villagers were surprised to see a flock of Pegasus flying over the wall. Martin was also surprised. Yes, there are a lot of horses living in this forest. I'm astonished. Oh, Mr. Martin, please ride any horse you like. They're all good horses. I thought I might like to ride a horse once in a while, so I said hello to the nearest horse and got on. The horse gave a proud whinny and flapped its wings. Locals also asked the alicorn to stay on his shield, stroked the neck of the nearest Pegasus, and quickly climbed on top of it. Martin, although a little confused, also climbed on one of the Pegasus. So, the 3 of us got on 3 Pegasus horses, and about 8 empty Pegasus horses followed behind us, and we decided to fly toward the Dioran territory. With this, the purchase of the plaster statues was perfect. I went to see the slave shop in the Dioran territory, but it was awful. Now you know what I mean when I say it's terrible. Yes, there was a random row of prisons that looked like they were just throwing people in there, and there were people who were limping around in them. The food and baths were apparently not properly provided, and the place smelled a little, well, rather bad. If they sell plaster statues like this, I think they won't be able to sell anything that could be sold. What a waste. Yes, it is. It's a shame to leave plaster statues in a place like this. Plaster statues are supposed to be painted so they are properly cleaned and placed in a beautiful place. So, this slave shop is a bit, well, unforgivable. After everything that happened to the Dioran family, it seems like the environment here has gotten even worse. I was supposed to be brought here too, but luckily, I was taken to the Redguard territory instead. Masson looks sad as he looks at the rows of cells. It must be sad to see his former comrades here. Yes, so I need to find the plaster statues right away. And so, the search for plaster statues began, and we went round the prison, looking for and buying Lockel's and Mr. Marson's friends. The shopkeeper had a curious look on his face, like, why are you buying so many criminal slaves in a slave shop like this? But I went ahead and bought them without caring. And so, within an hour, the number of plaster statues had increased considerably. However, they're all a little dirty. I'm thinking of building a large public bath in the forest nearby. I understand how you feel, but please stop. If you suddenly do it, people will be surprised again. Yeah, but these people need to have a bath. And the horses look like they're saying, I don't want dirty plaster statue riding me, or I'll do it after I take a bath. Mr. Marson said. Then let's go to the river near here. It's just a short walk. No hot water is enough for these guys, Master Tugo. I said, I wish you would stop with the Master Tugo. Then, I drew out some new clothes, soap, and towels. Then, while handing them towels and soap, I went around convincing them with the fact that even Lockles calls me Tugo. So the older people should be allowed to call me Tugo, too, and they agreed to stop calling me Master for now. I'm glad. And so, the plaster statues began cleaning themselves. It was amazing. It was amazing to see more than 10 plaster statues in the river. It was like a painting in itself. I decided to sketch them again while watching them clean themselves. It was fun. I'm home. It was already evening when we returned to the forest. Oh? It's rare for you to be here just now. When I got home, Miss Croix was there. I returned to the patisserie. What sort of wind blew you now? The wind blew like this. I asked Miss Croix, who was apparently preparing the store for tomorrow, to take a look at the plaster statues I had bought today. With Mr. Marson in the lead, they are honorary plaster statues. There were 15 of them in all. I wanted these guys to guard the patisserie. Miss Croix blinked in confusion, but after hearing my explanation and seeing Lockles' wry smile, she burst out in a fit of giggles. That's quite nice. Yep, I think it's wonderful. The plaster statues and the fairy patisserie. And then, that night, I built a housing complex across the street from the pastry shop. The house was built in one night, but I think it's too late for that, so I don't care. The resulting housing complex is a plaster statue house. There are 2 bathrooms and 2 kitchens, about 3 living rooms, and about 2 rooms for each person. I'll leave it to each of you to figure out what furniture you want later. You drew a bed for everyone? Yep. I think it's pretty cruel to make someone sleep on the floor without a bed. However, I was still surprised by the plaster statues. It is certainly a bit surprising to see an apartment building in a place that seemed empty until just now, with each person having their own bed. The plaster statues should have a good night's sleep. And then the next day. Welcome. Please come this way. There are 2 plaster statues standing straight on either side of the store, guiding customers towards the fairy patisserie. Lockles and Mr. Marson have successfully become the plaster statues that decorate both sides of the store while guarding the store. Very nice. The customers were surprised by the 2 plaster statues, but they still went into the store. The fairies were smiling as they watched the confused customers. By the way, the fairies in the shop seemed to be quite fond of the plaster statues. There were some people who couldn't see the fairies, but perhaps because they were people who liked fairies, the fairies quickly became fond of the plaster statues. It seems that they were a frame that the fairies could relate to. Also, maybe fairies are quite mischievous. So I think they liked the look of a plaster statue in front of a store, and customers looking confused by it. And a few hours after the guarding of the 2 plaster statues began, a carriage with a familiar crest stopped near the store. It was the bouquet person. The man with the bouquet got out of the carriage and was shocked to see that the plaster statues doubled in number from the day before. And Lockles and Mr. Marson, seeing the bouquet person, stood motionless without any sign of bracing themselves in front of the door. In other words, they are standing in a blocking position. They are standing still. There are 2 plaster statues like that. The bouquet person hesitated, but then, as if determined, approached the plaster statues. Of course, neither Lockles nor Mr. Marson moved. Well, let me through. That's what the man with the bouquet said, but Lockles and Mr. Marson stared at him silently, from a higher perspective than him. I'm just here to buy some sweets. I'm just here to buy some cookies. See? I don't even have a bouquet to prove it. Then there's no reason not to let me through. The bouquet person opens his hands and shows them. Ah, it's true. He didn't have a bouquet. Or is this store just not allowing customers who come to buy products? Saying this in a slightly provocative manner, the bouquet person chuffs unpleasantly. But the two plaster statues, seeing this, both grinned. They looked very relaxed, as if they didn't care at all about the other's provocation. These plaster statues were really cool after all. I see. That's fine then. Eh? You came to buy some sweets, right? If so, there's no reason for us to stop you here. Please, sir. This way. And Lockles and Marson said this with a lot of composure and stepped back to the left and right. The bouquet person was very surprised by this. But then you should have done that from the beginning. What a waste of time. Oh my. The bouquet person opened the door of the patisserie while saying such a thing. And welcome. What can I get you? In front of him on the counter is a plaster statue. While Lockles and Mr. Marson were stalling for time at the front of the store, Miss Croix and Ange quickly pulled back and instead, the plaster statues that were waiting came out to the store. The plaster statue gatekeepers were needed for this. And now, the bouquet person is paying the bill surrounded by the plaster statues. The bill is 1 copper coin. The bouquet person, who only bought a pack of cookies, was surrounded by 3 plaster statues and handed a gold coin to the plaster figure on the counter in front. This candy store basically uses copper coins for most purchases, so I thought it would be better if the bouquet buyer brought only copper coins, but it seems that the bouquet buyer always brings only gold coins. I wonder if he likes getting change. Here's your change. 9 silver coins and 9 copper coins. Be careful not to drop them. The person with the bouquet received the change uncomfortably, receiving the plaster statue's gentle but expressionless follow-up. The items. You wanted tea cookies, right? The bouquet person then received the cookies from the plaster statue. We look forward to seeing you again. And so, with the plaster statues seeing him off, the bouquet person trudged out of the shop, trudged into his carriage, and headed home. Good job. Section. Then, the next day, the bouquet man came again. So, while the plaster statues were blocking his way, the clerks switched, and he again had the plaster statues process his order before trudging off. The next day, the bouquet man came again. So, plaster statues again. Oh, and this day, we added more plaster statues. The bouquet man was surrounded by 6 plaster statues and paid the bill. And then the day after that, there was another plaster statue facing the bouquet man. And then the day after that, they haven't shown up yet. Well, I guess so. The person who brought bouquets of flowers stopped coming. That's strange. The taste of the sweets hasn't changed at all. Not at all. Ms. Croix was chuckling as she said this. It was good to see that she was having fun. Oh my. It's a shame he didn't come. I really enjoyed watching him pay the bill surrounded by Lockles and the others. Leela said with a grin. Yes, I also liked that scene. I think it really showcased the charm of the plaster statues. Well, that's good. Now Leanne and Ange can go out to the shop in peace. I feel safe now, too. He looks at Ange in a strange way. And me too. Yes. It was quite scary. As Leanne and Ange said this, the plaster statues around them were patting their head. The plaster statues treated Leanne and Ange like little brothers and sisters, or like the children of a friend, and they looked after them with care. That's why the fairies like them too. This is all thanks to you all. Thank you so much. Ms. Croix smiled and shook hands with each of the plaster statues. The statues didn't look completely stiff. Well, even plaster statues have a weakness for beautiful people. I get it. And you, too, go. At the end, Ms. Croix shook my hand firmly. Thank you for bringing us these wonderful nights. Yep, I didn't do anything. But, since Ms. Croix looks happy, I'm happy too. If are expressing your gratitude, we should too. Then, Mr. Marson stood in front of me, and behind him, the other plaster statues were lined up. Thank you so much for rescuing my comrades. I will repay this debt by serving you for the rest of my life. You don't have to. I just bought you guys. So, if you want to give me something in return, just give me back the amount of money I spent. And that's fine. As I stammered, I realized that I'm not cut out for this. I'm probably not suited to standing on top of other people. If there are a lot of people, I'm not suited to standing on top of them. I'm more suited to holding hands and standing side by side with everyone else. I see. You're truly a selfless person. After saying that, Mr. Marson sighed and then turned to Locals. Ed, you're very lucky, aren't you? Our Lord certainly seems like a good person. However, he seems a bit otherworldly fluffy. Are you saying I'm fluffy? Well then, Tugo. Yes. Mr. Marson bends down a little, gets closer to my eye level, and says with a smile, what can we do for you? I guess security for this wonderful pastry shop from now on. If you have any other task you'd like us to do, let us know. Really? Other tasks? Please tell me anything you want. Really? Anything? Truly? Anything? I checked, and Mr. Marson was unwavering. Then I felt a little embarrassed to ask, and hesitated for a bit, but then I thought it would be a waste to hesitate now, so I went ahead and said it. Please let me paint you. He really is a strange person. Yeah, Ed, I kind of understand why you said, whenever the wind blows, he tends to float away. I mean, while I was painting, there were some unpleasant words flying around about me, but I couldn't be bothered with that because I have a lot of plaster statues lined up in front of me. I have to paint them. I have to paint them, because there are so many plaster statues in front of me. By the way, Tugo calls us plaster statues. It seems to be a kind of honorific title in his own way. Oh, you mean a statue-like body? Yes. As a sign of familiarity, respect, and admiration for physical beauty, I nodded my head in agreement to Mr. Marson, and then he said, with a bit of emotion, it's a strange feeling, that almost all of us have been scooped up and given a place to live, and now we're doing fluffy jobs like guarding a sweet store or modeling for a painting. What is a fluffy job? Do people think that just calling anything fluffy is enough? Seriously. At any rate, I ask him to accompany me for a rough sketch, and then we take a break. I'm thinking of having the plaster statues get used to being models, starting with a rough sketch, since just staying still for 10 minutes can be tough when you're not used to it, but since there are so many of them, it will take some time, but I will do my best to make them all models. As we took a break, Ms. Croix made us some tea. While the plaster statues were drinking the tea, they were enjoying the fairy sweets that Ange had brought. The fairy sweets served seemed to be prototypes. It looks like a pound cake, which I have never seen before. I wonder if there are strawberries in it, and the pink marbled pattern is kind of cute. Enjoying such a break, the plaster sculptors seem to be having a good time. They are so lively, you might say. Perhaps it's because of their liveliness that their muscles are so toned that they make excellent models. I never thought I'd be able to live a life like this. I thought I would end my life in a slave shop in the Dioran domain. I never thought I would have a buyer, and all of us at that. Seeing the plaster figures all excited, Lockel's eyes and mouth cured to a smile to them. This current scene of banter may be as close to their daily lives as they were when they served their former master. Thinking of this makes me feel glad that I was able to gather them together. I am happy that they look happy, but then, at that moment, now we just need to find Intalia. Mr. Marson sighed a little. Miss Intalia? When I asked him again, Mr. Marson nodded. With this, most of our companions are now complete. Some of us have heard that they have found new masters and are living happily there. But we don't know the whereabouts of a female knight named Intalia. Marson explained, then sighed again. Intalia was employed by the Dioran family, I believe, but the Dioran family has been in some kind of trouble for some reason. I can't find out where she is either. I see. Miss Intalia. Well, I suppose so. Oh, they're on the run. As soon as I nodded and said that Mr. Marson and the other plaster statues looked shocked. Why, you know about her? Oh, yes. When I answered, everyone, including Mr. Marson, had looks of joy on their faces, like they couldn't believe it. Currently, Antalya is traveling with the daughter of the Dioran family and a phoenix chick. Maybe Phoenix isn't a chick anymore. That's right. I wouldn't dislike it if they are still round. I think the bird would be happy if you told them that. They're round too, I said, glancing towards the window. Well, knowing that bird, I thought it wouldn't be strange for it to be outside the window. But no, the bird was not there. I see. I don't really understand. But at any rate, is Antalya happy? Mr. Marson said and sat down in his chair as if he had lost all strength. It's a strange thing, isn't it? We all seem to be in a better place now that we're involved with Tugo. I hope you do. I don't have that kind of power, but if we are lucky and everyone is happy, that makes me very happy. I think Miss Antalya will be coming back to this forest soon. Her master seems to have taken a liking to this forest. I wonder how Kanlia, Miss Antalya, and the Phoenix chick are doing. I was a little nostalgic and felt that the day when he could meet again was not so far away. I felt happy again. Since I came to this world, I've had a lot of happy things. I never thought that I could be so happy by being involved with people, as well as being able to paint pictures. After that, I started hanging out in the patisserie. The reason is simple: to paint the plaster statues. Sounds fun. Yep, it's fun. It's a lot of fun because there aren't many plaster statues that look this good. In my original world, there were no living plaster statues to begin with. This world with so many wonderful people is really wonderful. Ms. Croix looks at me and chuckles. When I see Tugo having fun, I start to feel happy too, Ms. Croix said, smiling brightly while looking at me. Her clear green eyes were just too beautiful to look at. I realized that I had started to lose my focus as I looked into Ms. Croix's eyes, so I quickly regained consciousness and gazed back at her. There's no point in trying to charm me. Oh, you found out? Yep, I know. Ms. Croix's seduction spell has been used on me many times. I've gotten used to it. I shot her a glare in protest, and she burst out laughing. Your face is lovely too, she said. I wonder if my charm magic has deteriorated while I've been living in this forest. I know that charm magic doesn't work on you, Tugo, but I'm surprised you saw through it before it was even completed. After teasing me for a while, Ms. Croix began to worry a little. No, I don't think it's a change in her skill. I think it's more about my dropping out of humanity or something like that. But, Ms. Croix, you're much better than the bouquet guy. Well, I'm sure I'm better than that guy. Huh? At this point, Ms. Croix makes a quizzical face. What? Was he trying to charm you, Tugo? Perhaps. Thinking about it, I really hate it. I mean, I'm a guy. Ah, so he must have really thought I was a girl. I see. That person has poor eyesight. I should work out more, so I won't be mistaken for a girl. I'm not going to be a plaster statue, but I should have a little more muscle on my body. As I was thinking about this, Miss Croix in front of me had a rather grim look on her face. Miss Croix. I quietly looked over at Miss Croix and called out to her, but she looked up hesitantly. This might be something bigger, I just said. I see. Chapter 4, Not a sword, not a shield. Bigger? That's right. That bouquet guy might do something. The bouquet man? But that guy. He was always surrounded by plaster statues. I think he stopped. If it were me, I wouldn't have done something so underhanded just to seduce someone. Most likely, he gave up on not trying to do anything when we didn't give in to his initial solicitation, and maybe even tested his magic while you were there. Tested? Well, his target was probably me, right? Of course. I'm sure he would have been thrilled if he could get his hands on Leela, Liane, Ange, and even Tugo, but if there was any point in him using the charm spell on Tugo and not on me or Leela, I think it was because he wanted to test the spell on the most carefree child. Maybe he was hoping to get you act as his spy. I see. I see. That's true. If he had used charm magic on Ms. Croix, she would have noticed it immediately, but she didn't know that the bouquet man was using charm magic. I think that means that the magic was only used on me. I would like to express a little regret about the part where she said, test the spell on the most carefree child, and as I thought, that was a really poor plan. It was weird that he gave up after being surrounded by locals and the others after using such poor methods. He was definitely persistent. It might be odd for someone who seemed so persistent to back down just because he was surrounded by plaster statues. Maybe he was just a special kind of person who had a particular weakness for muscles that resembled plaster statues. So that's right. If I was trying to win over someone I liked, I wouldn't give up in the first place. And if I was just messing around with someone I fancy, then it would be fine to end it at the beginning. But if he was using charm magic, that's unlikely. So, Ms. Croix's eyes lit up with a sharp glare. Maybe they approached you for some other purpose. Other purpose? Yes, maybe he approached you for a reason other than just fancying a cute child. If he wasn't looking for a cute girl, well, he was looking for a beautiful woman, isn't he? For example, maybe they came to take in the forest spirit. I'm sure it's not impossible, right? Because we are in the midst of a big news about the manifestation of the forest spirit's power, aren't we? Of course, the forest spirit is supposed to be here. Oh, I see. But why at that patisserie? I am not completely sure, but well, it's not surprising that some people would assume that when a patisserie suddenly appears out of thin air. In fact, it seems that this shop is said to be favored by fairies and spirits. I didn't know that. So, there are rumors like that. I knew that recently it has been called the shop of fairies, beauties, pretty girls, and muscles. Well, I can think of many other possibilities, such as that they wanted hostages to threaten the Redguard family. But since we don't know exactly who we're dealing with, it's probably useless to speculate any further. This is getting a bit troubling. I see. In that case, I'm still worried about Lian, Ange, Leela, and Croix. Then we still need security, don't we? Yes, I think that would be better. If it were me, I'd take advantage of the fact that we'd gotten rid of the overtly suspicious person and feel at ease, and use someone else to attack from behind. Attack from behind? Yes, from behind. In fact, I think that's a possibility. For example, if he was trying to kill the forest spirit, that seems quite plausible, right? I see. Well, I understand the reasoning. I don't understand the feelings, though. I think the people who are concerned about the development of Redguard territory must hate the forest spirit. I understand that. I can understand why they want to kill them. Well, I understand, but I don't like it. Or maybe they plan to kidnap the forest spirit. Looking at the way the Redguard territory has developed over the past few months, I'm sure they're culverting the forest spirit. I see. So, I might get kidnapped. Me? That's why, Tugo. You have to be careful. We're in danger too. But you could be a target too. Yes, I'll be careful. It doesn't really feel real to me, but yep, I have to be careful. Then there was Ms. Croix and the plaster statues, plus the people involved, Leela, Lian, and Ange, and then Faye. Everyone ended up talking together. Even if I say we'll be careful, we can't move until they do something. I understand why. So far, all the bouquet man did was acting a bit of an annoying customer. The only thing that I can point out is the charm magic, so we can't underestimate them. That's it, I think. So, we can't pursue the bouquet man. If we could, it would be after they actually did something more decisive. The best we can do is to remain vigilant. Yeah, that's what happens eventually. It's a bit annoying though. It's annoying that they're hindering me, Ms. Croix, Lian and Ange from going to work in the store. That's true. Besides, they could still harm the village and the forest even without targeting us. And besides, it would be easier to read their actions if they didn't think we were on their guard. It's difficult. It's an entrapment operation, I guess. If Ms. Croix and her co-workers are the target, then all we have to do is keep an eye on them, which might make security easier. But, can I say something? Then, modestly yet emphatically, Mr. Marson raised his hand. After all, whatever measures we take, we're going to need to be vigilant around this forest. Yep, that's right. Seeing us nodding, Mr. Marson also nodded. And with a reassuring smile on his face, he said, if that's the case, then by all means, let us be your guards. These are the guys who originally guarded the mansion and its surroundings. We are good at guarding and protecting. I am sure we can be of service to you. What do you think? Should we ask these plaster statues to provide security? That's great. By all means, please. Today marks the beginning of the formation of the Forest Knights. The first thing we did was to make the equipment to supply them. Light, easy to move and very sturdy armor. Shields of the same material. Plus, swords and cloaks. As for the swords, we went around to pawnshops in the Dioran territory and bought back all the swords we could find for sale, and we got 70% of them back. However, for those who were not particular about their swords or who could not find a sword, we decided to provide them with a new sword. It's made of the same material as Lockel's sword. Meteorite iron, I think. Iron that fell from the sky. I remember Lockel's telling me before that it was made to last a long time, so that it would serve him for a long time. I don't think I'm in a position to say that I want them to serve me for a long time, but I wanted to provide them with all the best equipment. I wanted to do everything I could to protect them. Also, Lockel's takes great care of his swords, and he also takes great care of the shields I drew for him. So, a complete set of equipment was completed. The armor, shields, cloaks, and swords that I drew for each of them turned out well with a lot of magical power. On the surface of the cloak and shield, and on the chest of the armor, the crest of the forest is engraved. The crest is a combination of a forest protected by a dragon and a cross representing the gate of the forest. I think I have done a good job with the design. I am satisfied with my work. The equipment is ready. Please try it on. So, I decided to invite the members of the Forest Knights over to try out the newly made equipment. This is, and Marson, wearing his armor, has a very surprised look on his face. What is this? I've never seen a material that is so light, flexible, and yet so resilient. What is it? Is it carbon material, fiberglass, or something like that? I myself am not sure. I don't know what it is, but I think it's metal because it is a metallic sheen to it. Could this be a top-grade magic steel? Maybe. If you mean magic steel, I know it. It's the same as the Lockel's shield. Yeah, that's probably it. These are expensive pieces of equipment, are you sure? Yes, there are plenty of them in the forest, and above all, since you're going to be protecting us, I wanted to give you as much as I could. I'll explain in detail later, but for now let's just say that there is a lot of magic steel in the forest. I see. Mr. Marson looked at Lockel's with a bewildered gaze. Lockel's shook his head slowly, as if to say, just accept it. If that's the case, I'll be grateful to borrow it. I'll do my best to be worthy of this equipment. Thank you. The plaster statues, clad in armor, with cloaks flowing down their backs, and equipped with swords and shields, look incredibly reliable. I want to draw them. And so, the Forest Knights were formed. There are 16 members in total. Lockel's and Marson are the commanders. Marson wanted to make Lockel's the commander, but it seems that Lockel's wanted Marson, who was his senior, to be the commander. The two of them were not giving in to each other and there was a clash of muscles, so they decided to make them both leaders. From then on, the forest village began to be patrolled by members of the Forest Knights. I never thought the horse would come. All the Forest Knights ride Pegasi except for Lockel's. I had the impression that the unicorns highly prefer women, but that wasn't the case for the Pegasi. It seems like the horses were also enjoying this. Look, that one looks so happy. According to Lian, it seems that the Pegasi are very happy to be a knight's steed. Indeed, the Pegasi strutting around with a plaster statue on their back look very proud. Well, if they are riding a Pegasus, their mobility will increase. It's convenient for when they need to go to the town of Redguard for a while, so it's probably a great plan. A few days had passed since the Forest Knights began patrolling the forest village. Mr. Tugo, can we have a moment? Two knights who seemed to be on patrol came galloping over on their Pegasi, calling out to me. The plaster statue knights call me Tugo or Mr. Tugo, but the Mr. part somehow makes me feel a bit uneasy. I caught this guy, and then, the thing that was dropped in front of me was, a person. It's a person, but, he's tied up. He is. He was caught trying to set a barn on fire. Section. When we heard about the arson, we rushed to the scene and found that the exterior wall of one of the barns built for the farmers had been slightly scorched. I noticed this guy acting suspiciously here, so I went to check it out and saw a fire. I see. Caught red-handed in the act of arson. Thank goodness for the Forest Knights. If they hadn't found him, someone could have been in big trouble. Damn it, let go. Why would I let you go? Mr. Tugo, what should we do with him? What should we do? I was a bit perplexed, so I asked Miss Croix, who was with me. Well, I wonder if it would be okay if I talked to him for a bit. I can't just say goodbye like that. I'm not sure either goodbye is good enough, you know. I wonder if there are different kinds of goodbyes. Well then, let's take him to the knight's quarters. We'll interrogate him there. Interrogation, huh? I don't think I have any part to play in this. I'll be there, but I don't think I'll be of any use. I'm not good at talking to people. Locklers and I will do the interrogation, and maybe 2 more knights might accompany us. I'm sorry for the other knights, but I'd like you to patrol the area. It would be terrible if other places were to be burned at the same time, Ms. Croix said with a bit of anger and immediately headed off to the night space. I'm a bit concerned about Ms. Croix's interrogation. And so, the interrogation began. Although Ms. Croix said that it was probably okay for me not to watch, I was a bit curious, so I decided to observe. Yes. Well, can you please tell me your name first? That's what Ms. Croix said as she entered the room and stared intently at the perpetrator. Oh, he's already charmed. My name is Heo, miss. The criminal's face was a little dazed as he said his name. Amazing. He's already bedazzled, completely captivated by Ms. Croix. Ms. Croix smiled, satisfied with the effectiveness of her magic, and then continued asking questions. You were trying to set fire to the barn in our village, am I mistaken? Oh, yeah. There's no doubt I did it. Oh dear, what compelled you do it? That's because I was ordered to do so. Yes. Who gave you the orders? Who told you to set the fire? The question, which had been going well, was cut off as soon as the who was mentioned. The culprit was flapping his mouth, but no words were coming out. Seeing this, Miss Croix frowned and gave the culprit an order. Just open your mouth. That's right. Stick out your tongue and show me. The criminal does as he is told. Then, on the tongue that comes out, there is some kind of strange pattern drawn on it. What? Why is it drawn on his tongue? Yeah, I see. Well, I guess we'll leave it at that. Miss Croix let out a sigh, took one look at the culprit who looked up at her with frightened eyes, just for a moment. Then he smiled when Miss Croix switched to another question. Then I'll ask you another question. Have you known me before? Oh, yeah. I heard there was an incredibly beautiful woman there. Well, thank you. So, was there ever any talk about what they were going to do to us? The criminal seemed a bit stumped by Ms. Croix's question, but as Ms. Croix's eyes twinkled and she stared intently at the criminal, he seemed unhesitant to answer. He said something. I don't know the exact reason, but he said he wanted to get you somehow. But then, the criminal's mouth started to flapping, and he couldn't speak again. Ms. Croix sighed again and shook her head slightly, and then, Ms. Croix glanced at me. Then asked, Hey, do you have a sketch of that bastard's coat of arms? Yep, that guy. He's probably the one with the bouquet. If so, I made a sketch to take note. I flipped through my sketchbook, took out the page with the sketch and handed it to Ms. Croix. She thanked me, then took the sketchbook and approached the criminal. I wonder if the house with this coat of arms is your employer? And then, at that moment, the assailant let out a muffled groan. Then, he clamped his mouth down in a pained manner. Then he shoved his hand into his mouth and began to do something. So that's what I thought. Ms. Croix sighed as she saw this and quickly put the sketchbook away. The culprit then began to pant. What's going on? For now, there doesn't seem to be any more information we can get. Shall we go outside for now? As I was wondering about this, Miss Croix urged me on. So Lockles, Miss Croix and I left the room. There's nothing more we can do. He was cursed with that seal so that he won't give any information. A curse seal. Somehow that sounds unpleasant. Is it the pattern on the tongue? Yes, that's right. To put it very simply, it's a seal with a curse that prevents you from giving any information that could lead to identifying your employer. Maybe if you try to speak, your tongue gets stuck, and if you try to give information in a way other than talking, your tongue blocks your throat, and you suffocate. Wow, that's scary. Such a thing exists. I thought this world was a wonderful place, with pictures materializing and fairies living in it, but it seems it's not all wonderful. It's also scary. Well, That's why we don't know for sure who his employer is. Most likely it's the man with the bouquet. That's right. I haven't thought of anyone else either. He choked the moment I showed him the crest, so they must be. But, if that's all there is to it, they can make any and as many excuses. I see. That's what the curse seal is for, so that's what it is. This is getting pretty awful. So, Tugo, what do you want to do? Afterwards, Miss Croix looked at me with a slightly troubled expression. What to do? What are we going to do about that guy? What should I do? Well, make him a farmer. That shows your lack of a sense of danger. I see. It'd be troublesome if the place was set on fire again. So, should I make a jail or something? That might be a good idea. I feel terrible for making Tugo use his powers for someone like that, though. I don't really mind. I had to build a prison somehow, so I built one near the night space. After I drew a picture of a cave digging all the way down underground, I built a floor and ceiling there, made a basement, and built a prison with iron bars firmly fitted inside. Then the knights would take the criminal there, securely lock the cell door, and that would be the end of it. If you stay quiet, we won't take your life. When Locals said this, the criminal, though swearing, remained quiet and was allowed to stay in the cell. However, since that day, a series of similar incidents have occurred. There were other arson attempts, and even a small fire. Other incidents included fields being destroyed, crops being stolen, and large amounts of salt being spread. The knights do their best to patrol the area, but with so many incidents occurring, it's inevitable that some incidents can't be prevented in advance. Still, there's nothing they can do about it. The farmers are cooperating and taking turns patrolling the area, but they still can't keep up. By the way, all the people we caught were under some kind of curse that prevented them from divulging any information. So, the number of prisoners just kept increasing, and there was no progress at all. We were just getting attacked over and over. It's easier to destroy than to build, as the saying goes. Yep, I'm currently redrawing a field that has been destroyed. I'm still able to put it back together like this, though. The farmers have worked hard for days to take care of their fields, but if they are razed, they will all be ruined in one night. Isn't that too much? You seem sad. Yep. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels really bad. It's easier to break something than to build it. Really, I wonder how people who destroy things can do this. Have they never made anything before? Or do they have no idea that someone else made what they destroy? Even if we make an example of the people we capture, the source who sent them won't feel any pain. Yep. I also thought about subjecting the people I captured to some very cruel treatment. Well, not me, but Ms. Croix and Locals, I mean. But I don't think that's right, either. I'm sure I'm being naive, but if it doesn't have much of an effect, I don't want to hurt people without a thought. I think because it is easy to destroy them, but it is hard to create them. It would be a loss of face if we attacked first. If we attacked as the Red Guard territory, Fae would be blamed, and if we attacked as the forest, that would put the forest in a bad position. If we're not careful, it could lead to the forest being seen as a danger and the royal family having to intervene. I see. Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. The other party can do any number of bad things to you, but that doesn't mean he can't do bad things too. I hate this. It's so unfair. The other party can attack us as much as they want, but as long as the other party remains anonymous, we can't attack them. Yep. If this were a fair fight, it would be fine, but we can't see them clearly, and they can see us, so we're getting attacked one-sidedly. I don't know what their purpose is. Surely, it's their purpose to make us feel uneasy. If they do this for no reason, I hate it even more. Well, I suppose so. I don't know. It's kind of strange to me, but I'm frustrated right now. I'm very irritated right now, which is kind of strange for me. I wish I could at least see what they're trying to do. Yep, and if we can see the other person, that's even better. If the person who sent the bouquet is the perpetrator, then once that's clear, then there are plenty of ways for us to move. And so, the area around the forest began to become a bit rough. Each time this happened I would fix it, or the farmers would fix it. But the situation didn't improve, the methods were getting increasingly worse, and we were eventually getting tired of it. such a day. I came to the patisserie to discuss something with Ms. Croix. The patisserie is still open for business. If we were to close the shop because of the harassment, I think it would be playing into their hands. That's right. The prison cells are getting full soon, so we'll have to build more. Oh. While I was talking with Ms. Croix, the doorbell rang. Ms. Croix and I both straightened up to greet the customer. But hey, it's been a while. How have you been? No, I don't think you're doing very well. The bouquet man appeared, smiling. Oh. It's been a really long time. I wonder if you've been busy. Ms. Croix's eyes are scary. They look like she's using magic, but it's not charm magic, I don't think. It's more something darker. Yes, that's right. Just a little bit, you know? However, the person with the bouquet doesn't seem to be held back at all. I wonder why. I think Ms. Croix's magic is very strong. Right. I guess you were busy sending criminals here? Criminals? What are you talking about? I have no idea. Ms. Croix said this, glaring at the person with the bouquet, but the latter only laughed and said the same thing. What a nasty guy. That's right. It seems like things have been tough around here recently. There's been arson, fields being destroyed. I've heard people have even been attacked. It's deplorable. Who on earth would do something like this? Furthermore, the person with the bouquet said this and lamented in an exaggerated manner, which I also found very unpleasant. Both Ms. Croix and I were feeling very uncomfortable, but the person with the bouquet didn't seem to mind at all as he approached Ms. Croix, smiled, and said, "It's dangerous for you to be in a place like this too. What do you think? Maybe you should come to my territory. After all, I've refused that request many times. Won't you give up?" When Ms. Croix said this in an exasperated tone, the person with the bouquet grinned again and spoke. "Maybe you'll reconsider. Well, if you become mine, we'll help you with security around here. I'm sure there will be no criminals around in no time." "I see. So, if I become yours, you'll leave us alone?" Ms. Croix's eyes glared like blades. There was a terrifying presence of magic, but the bouquet man only flinched for a moment and then acted playful as if nothing had happened. "Oh, that's a very horrible thing to say. I have no intention of doing anything like that. I have nothing to do with criminals. I wonder if this is what they mean when they say brazen." But as I watched the fairies trembling, clutching rolling pins and butter knives, I can't bring myself to stop them. "So, come on, by all means. You don't want any more damage to occur around the forest, do you? In that case, don't you think it would be a good idea to get my cooperation?" "That's true. I certainly love this forest, but..." "Yes, yes, you must love these woods." "Yes, you definitely." After saying that, the bouquet man moved even closer to Ms. Croix and whispered, "I already know your true identity." And the person with the bouquet stared at Ms. Croix, who didn't move an inch and just stared coldly at him, then said with a laugh, "I know, you know, Lady Forest Spirit. I'm this way, not Ms. Croix, I'm here." Section. "A spirit, me?" Ms. Croix did her best not to show confusion or shock. She's a pro at this. "On the other hand, I'm losing strength, and the fairies are face-palming behind the counter." "Yep. I know how you feel. I know how you feel." "Yes. Someone witnessed you spreading your wings and coming out from deep in the forest." That's it." So, when he saw that, he thought that Croix was the spirit. "Well, I can understand how he feels, as the forest spirit. I'm sure you're not happy about the surrounding area becoming desolate. After all, Lady Spirit herself runs a sweets shop, isn't that right?" Ms. Croix was quiet. She just glanced at me, without saying a word, with a look that seemed to say, "What should we do about this guy?" "No, I want to know that too. Well, can I just say something?" However, Ms. Croix seemed extremely perplexed, so I decided to step in and mediate between them. "What, you again?" "It's me again." "Hi there." "Well, she's not a spirit, so, well, it's troublesome for you to say such disturbing things." "Well, that's fine. Even if she's not a spirit, I like her. If she becomes mine, then sending in troops will be no problem. Why don't you come with me? Then I can help not only with maintaining peace around here, but also with logistics and things like that." "Ugh, I don't like this person." "Really? Please leave." "At any rate, I decided to push hard and kick out the bouquet man out of the store. Oh, hey, do you think this is acceptable? Don't you think they need my help around here? Are you sure you want to ruin it at all because of this? It's about the forest, so it's up to me to decide. Please leave. W.O. What? As I continued to push the bouquet man, the fairies began to join in. Apparently, the person with the bouquet can't see fairies, so he probably felt a sudden increase in the force pushing him. In reality, the fairies were pushing him around on his hands, legs, and other parts of his body. Oh, Tugo, could you please pause there for a bit? And then, as we were pushing him, Miss Croix, who seemed to have regained her composure and had just finished thinking about something, asked for us to pause. So, we stopped, but we were ready to resume at any time. First, I want to confirm something. You're the lord of the Marpink family, right? I heard you recently inherited the territory. When Ms. Croix asked, the person with the bouquet looked a bit surprised, but nodded. Yes, I am Talmarigos Marpink, Lord of Marpink. You know me well, don't you? Well, yes. I think Ms. Croix discussed this with Faye, or maybe it was something she just knew. Well, that's fine. So, Mr. Marpink, I can't really give you an answer right here, right now. I thought Ms. Croix would immediately decline the offer, but instead she said something like she was going to think about it. I wonder why. You're not planning on going to this guy's place, are you? So, could you please leave for today? When Ms. Croix said that, Marpink looked a little dissatisfied, but when he saw that I was still preparing to push forward, and that Ms. Croix also showed no signs of moving, he sighed and looked as if he wanted to say, "Oh dear." Well, I'm sure you have a lot on your mind, and that's fine, but without our security, this area will just get more and more chaotic. I'd like your reply soon. With that, Mr. Marpink walked out of the store quickly without me having to push him. However, as he was leaving the store, he turned around and grinned. Well then, I'll come again soon, Lady Spirit. And this time Mr. Marpink got into his carriage and drove off. What should we do? Yep. And so, Miss Croix and I are feeling a bit, well, lost. Spirit. Croix. Huh? Yes, that's right. Apparently, she was spotted flying with the Alexandrite butterfly as her wings and was mistaken for a spirit. Certainly, since he had produced something that looked like a non-existent creature, the Alexandrite butterfly's wings would not be found in any illustrated book. But it is too early to call her a spirit, right? That's interesting. Right in front of Lord Spirit, he's calling a human lady, Faye said with a half smile on his face, and the other fairies around him nodded with expressions that they couldn't describe. Yep, their eyes widened at Mr. Marpink, but when he mentioned the Lady Spirit part, they were completely taken aback, so it seems it had been something on their mind. Yep, I can't just laugh about it, though. Faye sat back in his chair and then looked at me. What should we do about this? They're the ones trying to start a fight. If the Red Guard family is allowed, we'll send in troops. Well, wouldn't that end in a war? Well, it's unfortunate that I can't say anything about the spirit. If I were to acknowledge the existence of the spirit, we'd probably be attacked by the royal family. I wonder what their reason for sending troops will be. Wait a moment. If that were to happen, it would cause a lot of trouble for the Red Guard family, so I think it would be best to just say that the forest spirit and the Red Guard family have completely different wishes. If the Red Guard family were to intervene in the matter of the forest, the royal family might ask Faye, so what's that wall and that gate? So, it would be best if the forest could deal with matters on its own as much as possible. There are a couple of things that are bothering me. While I was worrying, Ms. Croix started saying, firstly, my magic didn't work on that bastard. Yep. Even though you were glaring at him so hard, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Thinking about it, that's strange. That person wasn't that strong when he first tried to charm me, but he wasn't even affected by Ms. Croix's magic. Is he the kind of person who is good at defense but horrible at attack? If you think about it normally, it's impossible. There's no way that someone who can only use magic at that level could block my magic. You're quite confident. Of course, I've been able to get through the underworld using only seduction, charm magic, among other things. Yep. She's a true professional. Very reliable. That's why I feel something is really strange about that. It would mean that they knew what kind of magic I was going to use and came up with countermeasures, and that they had the means and tools to do so. I see. That is certainly intriguing. I don't really want to think about it, but is there a chance the royal family is connected to this? Then Faye said with a displeased look on his face. The royal family might be providing them with tools. If you think about it, there must be some kind of item that can block Croix's charm magic. Like a magic tool or a magic mirror? They can get something like that, I think. I don't understand why the royal family is supporting the Marpinks. There are all kinds of reasons for that. Maybe if they want the spirit, they have to allow the royal family to use the spirit's power as well. Or maybe if the Marpink family fails, they can use that as an excuse to attack the forest. Listening to Faye's prediction, for some reason, my head is starting to hurt. This is really unpleasant. If the royal court magician is on the side of the Marpink family, then a lot of things make sense. It also explains why my magic didn't work, and why they've placed cursed seals on all the criminals so far. Yes, it feels like there was a lot of magics being used this time. So, I have a feeling that someone skilled in magic is accompanying him. And as Ms. Croix said, it might be a royal court magician. With those guys behind them, we can't act carelessly. If we're not careful, we could give the royal family an excuse to attack. Oh no, I'm sorry Tugo. I'm the one who should fix this. No, sorry about that, Faye. It's been a bit of a problem for me too. It's been a pain for both of us. A lot of things. But I'm the one who's mostly to blame. Or rather, I'm really sorry. Hey, I was just wondering. As Faye and I were both looking dejected, Leela stepped in hoping to fix the sight. Can't you lift the curse on the people currently in the prison? Like, remove the curse seal on their tongue? Is that possible? Tongues. Curse seal. Curses. Yeah, I get it. That's right. If those criminals would be able to talk, we could take down the Marpinks with evidence. No way. If it is breaking the curse, we could just cut out their tongue. That's not okay. Cut off their tongue? That's scary. I think that's about as good as it gets. If you could break the curse, you'd have to break it in the proper way, but the only people who can do that are the royal court magicians. Back to square one. I can't help but think about it. We just want to live in peace, but I'm sure there are people out there who don't like that, like Mr. Marpink. Or maybe even the royal family. But why? If I'm unhappy, why should someone else have to be unhappy too? Isn't it okay for me and other people to do different things? I have to be tolerant. We should be tolerant. Everyone should be tolerant of ideas that are different from your own, of happiness that you don't know, and of things that you don't have. Rather than blaming or attacking someone, it would be best if we could just leave each other alone, thinking that it doesn't matter whether others are good or bad. If we can't be tolerant like that, we should at least be indifferent. And what do we do about unreasonable intolerance? What did teacher say? Yep. A wall section. As teacher spun the cup of tea around his hands, I repeated what he had said. If tolerance is a good thing, should we also be tolerant of intolerance? Yes. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Teacher laughed a little and said yes. I see. I did it. So, I got through teacher without depending on teacher. I'm a little happy. While I was enjoying myself, teacher suddenly said, "That's right. It's just something I came up with while I was drunk." I see. I was a little excited and waited for him to continue. I wondered what kind of things the drunken teacher was thinking about. Well, you see, if I were to take his words, I don't think such vulgar things should be put out into the world, and they shouldn't be appreciated. Then everything I've written would end up in the trash. That's not good. When I immediately replied, teacher looked a bit surprised, then grinned. I see. Thank you. And I'm not the only one. If we were to tolerate his every word, nothing would ever see the light of day. Everything he doesn't like would go in the trash. And by the logic that those who want to burn books really want to burn people, we'd probably all go in the trash too. I just imagined it for a minute, and it made me sad. I don't know about that person, but I don't like the idea of me and my teacher being put in the trash, either. So, well, I can't forgive him. No, I can't forgive not only him but all those who are intolerant of anything other than their own taste. Me too. I think we should be nice to people as much as possible, but if someone tries to put teacher in the trash, I can't be nice to that person. I shouldn't be nice. I think I should do the same for something that someone else likes, not just for something that I like. I think I said this before, but I think that peace depends on everyone being tolerant of everyone else, tolerating the tastes, preferences, creeds, beliefs, and so on of all people, or, if that's not possible, then at least be indifferent. Yep, but I also think that's not enough. It is not enough to be tolerant of intolerance in order for what I like to be tolerated. In order for this world to be tolerant, we must be intolerant of intolerance. And, well, that's how I thought with my drunken head. After he finished speaking, teacher took another sip of green tea. And then, again, he made a miserable face. Could that just be an excuse? Hey, Tugo, what do you think? I myself, for some reason, have started to lose track of whether or not this is right. Because, doing the right thing should feel good, right? Oh? It feels good to do the right thing. It's entertaining. It always feels good to have a righteous hero beat up an evil monster. Whether the hero is really a righteous hero, and the evil monster is really evil is another matter, and there is the theory that the opposite of righteousness is not evil but another kind of righteousness. And, moreover, there are often people who are unaware of these issues in the first place. Ah, I see. That's what it means. I'm starting to get it. I've been thinking that maybe I'm getting pleasure from transforming my narcissism into justice and wielding it in this way. I see, so that's why you started drinking hard. You're right. Teacher then drank a cup of green tea with a sullen look on his face. Then he fills the teapot with hot water from the pot and starts pouring it into the cup. It's about to run empty. But is it okay? Well, is he okay? Even so, this is unusual. Teacher is worried. Teacher, who is usually able to put his thoughts into words and arrange them neatly, is troubled because his thoughts are clashing with each other. I am not good at putting my thoughts into words. Therefore, I am usually on the side where teacher is teaching me. But in these situations, I try to struggle together with teacher. The fact that I thought about it together with him is apparently useful to him, even if the resulting idea is of no use to him at all. I think it's a good excuse. I thought about it, and said so. How cliché. Well, it's not like I was trying to comfort you or anything. Well, yep. I can't express myself well. I can't find the words. My thoughts are vague and unclear. So I hope everyone could be happy. After much thought, these words came out. I wonder to myself, what in the world am I saying? But it can't be helped that these words came out of my thoughts and feelings. That's right. That's exactly right. Besides, teacher is an amazing person. He listens to the words that somehow slip out of my mouth and finds fragments of what I was thinking. I hope everyone could be happy. I think so too. I'm not as strong as you, so sometimes I tend to forget. Teacher then rests his elbows on the desk and laces the fingers of his hands together in front of his face, flexing them together as he does so. Excuses or no excuses, I suppose we should all be working hard so that we can all be happy. But it is difficult. In reality, not all people are tolerant, and in the first place, being intolerant is pleasurable to others, I suppose. Or rather, if they are intolerant, they are conscious of what doing the right thing is, which makes the conversation even more complicated. Teacher thought for a moment, then said with a wry smile, that is why we must strive to be tolerant. We must find value in everything, be tolerant, and if we cannot be tolerant, then at the very least remain indifferent. We must always control ourselves, as we are prone to become intolerant in the name of justice. Yes, we must continue to make the effort. Teacher said this with a calmer expression than before, and then groaned. And yet, it's okay to be intolerant of intolerance. You don't have to forgive people who are happy because others are unhappy. That's difficult. It's hard. It is difficult. It is very difficult. It is always a tightrope walk. If we lose our balance for a moment, we ourselves become intolerant in the name of justice, and if we fall on the other side, we end up in the trash for accepting intolerance. Yes, It's difficult, but the act of trying to put this into practice is valuable in itself. Or so I think. Teacher was quiet for a moment. There was value in his drunkenness, he said. He is a person who values experience, so I'm sure that what we just talked about and thought about was valuable to him. I want to be a wall. But when someone says something like that out of the blue, it's a little confusing. A wall. A wall. Oh, why not the wind? I want to be a wall. Against all intolerance. I want to be neither a sword nor a shield. I just want to be a wall. I want to be a completely flat wall. So, it is truly a wall, not the wind. A wall? Yes, a wall. Teacher nodded solemnly and continued. I thought at first I should be a shield for defense, but then the next thing I wanted to be is a sword. If they hurt me, I can stab them back. We should be intolerant of intolerance. Letting yourself get hit isn't justice, and neither is the opposite. Teacher said that and then sighed. But in the end, we don't want to hurt intolerance. We ourselves don't even want to move. We just want to build a wall to protect the kingdom of tolerance. Yep. Don't you want to be a wall? Yep. I want to be a wall. Teacher didn't give me any further details, but I somehow understood what he was trying to say. A wall. Even if I am hurt, I won't hurt anyone else. I won't take any action myself, but I will never let anything through. Impermeable. That's what I will be. Yep. Me too. With that thought in mind, I nodded. Teacher then gave a slightly embarrassed smile and held the cup with both hands. I'm really sorry, Tugo. You've helped me a lot today. You're welcome. We seem to be very much alike. So, in times like this, we need to help each other out. I'm always getting help from teacher, so it would be nice if I could help him out once in a while. Honestly, after swallowing one problem, tea tastes really good. Teacher tipped his cup again and then made a strange face. It doesn't taste good. Could it be that this tea is just stale old tea? Yep, teacher is late in realizing that. Hey, Tugo. What kind of tea is this? How many cups of tea did I drink? A lot? That's good, I guess. It's not tasty though. Teacher sipped his tea again and then began to chant. I want to be a wall. I want to be a wall. He looked much better than before, with a brighter face. Seeing teacher make that expression made the stale tea taste delicious, somehow. Hey, Tugo. What's the matter? When Faye called out to me, I was surprised and came back to my senses. It seemed like your mind wasn't really here. Oh, yep. It's okay. I was just thinking. When I answered that, Lockles was also worried about me, and Leela looked at me with an exasperated look and said, You're really fluffy, aren't you? Anyway, I am fluffy. You were thinking about it, so did you come up with any good ideas? Ms. Croix chuckled and urged me on, so I decided to speak. My teacher once said, people should be tolerant of one another, and if we can't be tolerant, then we should at least be indifferent. At the same time, we must be intolerant of intolerance. When I said that, everyone looked a little puzzled. What do you mean, intolerant? Well, people who can't tolerate things. People who can't tolerate that there are many different things, many different ways of thinking, many different hobbies, and many different people. People who can't tolerate others being different from them. That's why they attack people. Is that just a bully? Yeah, a bully. That's right. Intolerance is being a bully. Maybe a bully who doesn't think they are a bully. When I explained it to Leanne and Ange, they both nodded. Did they understand? That's quite philosophical. Yep, maybe. Apparently, both teacher and I were quite fond of philosophy. So, when I hear that, I'm a little happy. So, I think tolerance should initially act as a shield against intolerance. In order to ward off intolerance, to protect oneself from it, a shield is necessary. Maybe at first it was a shield against intolerance. A shield is fine at first. If they understand that, that's good enough. I think it is probably more sincere to bring a means of defense first, not a means of attack. But the forest already has a shield. I asked the forest knights to guard it, and I've taken all possible precautions. So next we'll be carrying a sword. But if you put up your shield and take defensive measures and it still doesn't work, you shouldn't just stay like that. We should not tolerate those who come to hurt us. We must be intolerant of intolerance. So, we, too, must have a sword, but whether we actually cut them with it is another thing. Sometimes it's important to show people, I can hurt you. When intolerance comes at us, we have to hit back, at least the first time. If we allow tolerance to become intolerance, if we allow ourselves to be attacked, then all the kind people will be attacked, and one day they will surely disappear. Me and my teacher will both end up in the trash. So, to prevent this from happening, complete tolerance must not be tolerated. Not just intolerance, we must be intolerant of intolerance. To do this, we must take up a sword, but once that's over, once we drive away intolerance, and in the end, walls are what you need. If you reach a situation where you no longer need a sword or shield, then you no longer have to attack, and you no longer have to put up a shield to protect yourself. You can just be at peace in a place surrounded by walls. After that you should just be indifferent. Don't be so intolerant of intolerance that you lose sight of your true self. So, I will be a wall so that I can surround and protect what is important, but at the same time, so that intolerance cannot invade. So that I will not tolerate intolerance, not to be wielded like a shield, not to be used to attack like a sword. Such a wall is my ideal. That's why I think that in the end, we'll need a wall. Not just a mental wall, but a physical one. Something that goes all the way around, like surrounding a village. In the forest, your plans has suddenly become so grand. Yep, but since a wall was needed to protect the forest from the village, I think a wall is also needed to protect the village from the outside. Then I would have more walls, so I could paint as many pictures as I want. I can paint a lot of murals. Yay! What shall I paint? What can I paint? You look happy. I don't know what you're thinking. No, maybe you're painting a picture. Yep. You got it. After he had listened to everything I had to say, Faye nodded and said, "Well then, will you be building a wall? I'll go and talk to my brother and father." Ah, that was quick. You're going to talk so quickly. Is that okay? The "I want to be a wall" is just a plan for now, you know? I think it's good. A wall. I was going to suggest that you just paint 100 dragons and turn them to ash, but, well, that's not like you, Tugo, and it's not right for you. So, I'll scrap that idea. Yep, it seems that Faye understood. I'm glad to hear that. It makes me really happy that there are people who understand and agree with me. So, it's a wall then? Okay, I'll get right to it. I'll send my brother and my father a message. Oh, we're not yet there, right? However, just as Faye was about to stand up, he was stopped by Ms. Croix. Based on what Tugo said earlier, I think it's best to punch back first and then build a wall. After all, the other person is looking down on us, so I think it's okay to punch them once and show them what we are capable of doing. There's something scary about what and the way Ms. Croix said it. I also think it would be better to do that before the wall, but Ms. Croix's enthusiasm is quite different from mine. Ah, I see. So, you need something that can be called a sword? That should come first. A sword. A sword. Hey, Tugo, any ideas? Faye's enthusiasm was slightly dampened, but he decided to ask me anyway. And as for the sword, I've already made up my mind. I think a dragon is good. It was the same at the Royal Museum of Fine Arts, but it seems that when a dragon appears, people instantly become quiet. So, I think it is a good idea to have Ryu come out and stare at them. If a glare can scare someone to that extent, that's the best thing. Our goal is not to hurt others. Our goal is to tell them please don't hurt me in a way that they can understand so that they don't hurt us. So, in this case, it would be a proof of force, or something like that. Well, I don't really like this kind of thing, but it can't be helped. Okay, so we'll threaten them with the rhyme. Anything else? Also, I was thinking maybe the bird would be good, but I'm starting to think that's not a good idea. The rumor spread and a slightly jumpy giant bird came outside the window. But you won't be there this time. Yeah, that bird is a bit of a no-no. It looks too fluffy. When Ms. Croix said this while looking at the bird outside the window, everyone nodded in unison. That fluffy thing doesn't look like a spirit at all. In that respect, the Raya looks more like a god or a spirit. So I think that's good. When I continued, it was unanimously decided that the bird was no good. The reason was that they didn't look like a god or spirit. By the way, can the Raya fight? Then Faye said that, and I got a little worried. Yep, they could make it rain, and maybe even bring down lightning. but that might be something an alicorn would be better at. So, even if I wanted to scare them a little, how should I go about doing it? Is the Raya not good at intimidating people? You know, I want something that makes it obvious that no human can compete with it. Like the ground suddenly breaking apart. It would be terrifying to have something so huge attack you. But does that mean the Raya has no choice but to approach them? So wouldn't it be better if the ground split open and a giant creature attacked them? Can the Raya burrow underground? There were a lot of different opinions, but yes, I agree. I want them to be so astonished that they never attack us again. But to do that, we need to do something on a massive scale. Well then, how about you summon a new creature? If it's a big child, they might not be able to live in the forest anymore. That's difficult. Oh, any creature is fine, but it is to look like a god or a spirit. Well, I think that if we leave it to Raya alone, the scale of the operation will be too massive. So we need the power of some other creature, I think. As we were worrying about this, Ange suddenly tilted his head and spoke. I think that Brother Tugo is like a spirit, isn't he? Oh, isn't that okay? Tugo can just remove the ceiling to go wild. Well, if Tugo rode the Raya, it would make a strong impression. He could even draw things like cracks in the ground, and since Tugo can speak human language, he could negotiate. Ms. Croix thought for a while, then suddenly smiled and looked at me intently. What is it? Hey, Tugo, you want to minimize the areas where you swing your sword, right? Yep, that's right. Our purpose is not to fight. Even if we have to swing our sword, it is a means, not an end. So, I want to show them we have this much power and astound them, so that they will stop attacking. That's right. Then let's try imitating that bird. Outside the window, the bird senses someone talking about them and moved closer to the window. No, this isn't about you. It is a little about you, though. We'll copy Mr. Bird and kidnap that bouquet man. As for being the employer himself, it would be impossible for him to be cursed with a silencing curse, so let's make him confess to the crime and sign a contract at the same time. That's amazing. Section. Anyway, I tried my best after that. I persevered. I thought that if I could lift the curse on the people who are now in jail with the curse to keep their mouths shut, I wouldn't have to kidnap Bouquet Man, and I tried my best. But apparently, just redrawing the tongues and erasing the patterns on them doesn't help the curse. I thought I'd do my best to get rid of Bouquet Man. If it's just an injury, I can heal it with my painting. But the silencing curse, I found out, it doesn't just affect that person, it affects a lot of things. Like the territory, the employer, and so on. So if you try to do something about just one part, it won't work. They told me that if I erased the tongue pattern badly, it might explode, or something like that. So I gave up trying to do anything about their curse. And now, with me left out of the loop, discussions are heating up about what to do with me. How should I dress you, Tugo, so that you look like a spirit's servant or a lord spirit or something like that? That's true. I'm not sure if it's enough if I take off the sealing tool. Well, since it's a good opportunity, why don't we dress him up in something fancy as a disguise? I think something forest-like would be good. Oh, that's right. I have some fabric that I dyed recently. It's fluffy, so it might be just right. If we don't hide his face, there's no room for deception. We should put more emphasis on his disguise. It would be a pity if he couldn't work as an artist anymore. Before I knew it, they had left me behind and were discussing something related to me. Everyone seemed to be having a great time. They seemed to be having fun, but, am I going to appear as a spirit? No, you will appear as a creature that may be the spirit but with no certainty. An unknown creature. You could be a spirit, a dragon, or the dragon's master. Or it could be something completely unrelated. You could be thought of as a demon or something. For now, I think it's fine if you are thought of as a creature with great powers, but they can't really be sure of your true identity. It might also be better if you are seen as not being human. Finally, my dropping out of humanity is in full swing. I can't believe I'm going to have to call myself a non-human. That means you should wear clothes that are different from those of any other person in this world. Oh, so should he be completely naked? No, Brother Faye, Tugo looks so pitiful naked, so let's have him wear at least one leaf. But I still don't want to. Oh, you don't have to be embarrassed, Ange. I'm not taking off my clothes. Never. No. If the conversation continued without me being involved, I'd end up looking ridiculous. Faye and Leanne were grinning, Ange was fidgeting, Miss Croix and Leela were talking about clothes, and Lockles was an immobile plaster statue. Please be gentle. From then on, I ended up dressed in something otherworldly clothing. Well, I mean, dressed as a human being in my world. A kimono. I thought that since I was going out with Ryo, it would be better to wear a kimono, so I drew some of those and showed them. When I proposed it as a test, it was accepted as being spirit-like. Huh? Is this spirit-like? Then, I was turned into a dress-up doll using it and was toyed around for a while. That's an interesting outfit. It's a bit mysterious. Hey, don't you think it would be nice to take this fabric and shape it like this? Then put it loosely on top. Hey, Tugo. This is the clothing from your country, right? You don't wear many accessories, do you? I think something a little flashier would be fine. After they did all that to me, I somehow reached a state of nirvana. Yep. Do as you like. As a result of letting them do whatever they wanted to me, I ended up wearing a grey kimono like a cloudy sky, a deep indigo obi, sash-like belt, like the night sky with silver embroidery, and a thin, almost see-through huri, knee-length coat, with a gradation from white to pale indigo. I felt uneasy. Oh, it suits you so well. Is this clothing from your country? We don't wear them as much, unless there are some special occasions. It's been a while since I last wore a kimono. Since my Shichigo-san, child coming-of-age ceremony, I still feel uncomfortable, but it doesn't look very decorative. Can I decorate it some more? Yep. Do as you like. Faye's hands then tied the cord fastening the front of the huri into a decorative knot, attached a crystal ball ornament to it, and also attached a miniature jade magatama, comma-shaped beads, to the obi. Faye seemed to like the shape of the magatama. He said it was round, pointy, and Tugo-like. I don't understand. Anything that hides your face will do. I need to be able to come up a way to deceive them. Anyway. Hey, Tugo, do you have anything good? If I am going to hide my face, I have to use a mask, right? Like a no mask or a Hanyan mask. Oh. As I was thinking about things that hide the face, the pipe fox came out and jumped on my face. Its tail rubbed against my neck and tickled me. Brother Tugo, are you going to put the fox over your face? I won't. Hey, don't got there. When I removed the pipe fox, it cried out with a slightly dissatisfied look on its face. Ah, but there is the fox mask. I thought that was probably the case. And when I said that, the pipe fox cried out with satisfaction. And so, I ended up in a slightly otherworldly style using Japanese clothing, and in that outfit, I came before Ryo. Of course, I wasn't wearing a mask. I shifted it and put it on the side of my head. It's hard to see in front of me if I wear it. When Ryo first saw us driving, he made a face that said, "How noisy," but as soon as he saw me, he opened his eyes wide, and then blinked slowly. Oh, it looks like Ryo has given his permission. Ryo then wrapped itself loosely around me with a pleased look on its face and stared at me intently. Having Ryo stare at me so closely made me feel uneasy. Then, Ryo carried me, much more carefully than usual, and flew off to the small crystal island. Well, when Ryo brought me to the small island, they nodded with satisfaction, wrapped me up between his coils, and went to take a nap. What should I do now? When Ryo wakes up, I'll ask him for all the things. That's right. The Ryo seems to like Tugo's outfit, so let's stay together while we're here. Yeah. So, I decided to use Ryo's body as a bed and took a nap. I feel uneasy about the way I look in the situation, but Ryo seems satisfied. Well, it's fine. I waited until Ryo woke up. Then I asked them about various things regarding our plan, and they readily agreed. Yep. Ryo seems very enthusiastic about it. I thought they might be a bit hesitant, but maybe they're more like Ms. Croix. Then I go back home and get ready again. I prepared a place to keep Bouquetman and made some tools. I also got some prior approval from the farmers and the forest knights. Something like, from now on, there may be sudden thunderstorms and cracks in the ground, but I'm sure the village will not be affected, so please stay calm." The farmers looked a little puzzled, but they seemed to understand. I wonder why they were convinced by this explanation. And so, the preparations were gradually completed, and then, finally, "Mr. Tugo, they're here." A knight who had been patrolling the village perimeter on his Pegasus reported it to me. I went back into the forest, got changed, and then rode Rhyme. I was ready. "Well, I'm off then. Have fun." "Good luck." "Okay, let's do this." "Leave the lightning to me." As everyone sent me off with smiles, I got on Ryu's back and started to fly gently. My destination was the direction where the bouquet man was coming. So, I swing my sword. I won't hit anyone, but I want to astonish them, enough to make them never think of messing with the forest again. As soon as the dragon and I left the forest village was in an uproar. "I'm sorry, I didn't tell you about the dragon coming out of the forest. I'm sorry, I even startled the villagers." The villagers looked at me and Raya for a while, then smiled a little and bowed their heads to Raya. Then quickly finished their work in the field and quickly went inside. "Oh, yep, I think that's a good idea because it will start raining around here." And so, with the villagers seeing us off, we passed over the village and continued on our way out of the village. And then, just as the carriage with the Marpink family crest came into view, Raya made it rain. At first it was drizzle, but after a few seconds it rained, and after a few more it was a deluge. I could see Marpinks panicking as the rain started suddenly and got stronger, but I didn't get wet. I was soaked in the rain, but I didn't get wet. Apparently, Raya is very skillful. The rain is falling so hard, but they seem to be moving all of the rain that falls on me and sending it somewhere else. It's amazing. They toy with me and my stomach with pinpoint accuracy, so I guess it's only natural that they can do this. Watching the Marpinks frantically putting their luggage into the carriage and closing the carriage windows, I grasped the magic candle Faye had given me. A strong flash of light lit up in my hand. Since I had removed the sealing tool, a huge amount of magic power was flowing all at once, and for a moment, the light was so bright that it painted the area white. Ryu seemed to have anticipated this and avoided being dazzled by closing his eyes. I couldn't, so I was dazzled, maybe the Marpinks and the others, too. And then, lightning strikes the sky. Lightning ran through the sky, making a tremendous crackling noise, was something that Locklers had secretly sent out together with Alicorn. In other words, Locklers and Alicorn were the sound engineers for this play. Lightning struck nearby, there was a loud bang, and the earth shook. Then, Ms. Marpink and her friends started screaming. Of course, it wasn't a direct hit. While the Marpinks were surprised by the thunder, I recovered from my dizziness and took out the sketchbook and watercolors I had stored in my pocket and started drawing a picture of a crack in the ground. The picture of the cracks in the ground was almost complete. All that was left was to add a few strokes, and then the picture of the cracks in the earth trembled, contracted, and then expanded. And the land near the Marpinks group split open with a terrible cracking tremor. The ground suddenly cracked, and the Marpinks were very surprised. But this is not the end. The cracks continue. I turned the sketchbook over and over, adding to it, completing the picture, and putting magic into it. And then the Marpinks was completely hit by the cracks in front of them, and they were stranded on the spot. Raya roared, glaring down at them. The Marpinks must have been incredibly surprised to see Raya flying leisurely through the sky and glaring down on them. I put my art supplies away again on Rya's back, and then, just like Raya, I stared intently at the Marpinks. It's raining all around, and we're higher up than them so I can't hear them very well, but I can hear the people around the carriage who seem to be guards shouting something. They're probably saying something like, "Only the one on top of the dragon isn't wet from the rain." So, I stood on top of Ryan. This was quite difficult. Until now, I had been sitting sideways on Ryan and holding on to their horns. You see, because I was wearing a kimono, it was very difficult to straddle. It was so scary even before I stood up that I wondered if I should have just worn a hack armor. But somehow, I managed to stand on Ryan. With one hand on the dragon's horn, I stood firmly on Ryan and was able to look down on the Marpinks. "If you talk, Tugo, it'll ruin everything, so don't say anything until we've kidnapped that bouquet bastard," Miss Croix had told me, so I just looked down at them in silence. And clearly, there was a reaction. When people saw me, they started to run away. I am just standing here, thinking this was bad. I hurriedly completed another painting. I have a small canvas on the back of the dragon's head. I paint on it, using magic painting. This way I can paint without looking like I'm painting, and if I can paint, it becomes real. What was drawn was a transparent arm stretching out from the ground. The arm, misty in the cold, rain-soaked air, stretched out blocking the Marpink's view. And then hands stretched, as if it was going to crush all the humans together. Finally, everyone ran away. The Marpink group are running away one after another, starting with the guards outside the carriage. Even the coachman got out of the carriage and ran away, and only the carriage was left behind. I thought about what to do about this, but I realized that it would be wrong to show mercy at this point. So, I asked the dragon to control the invisible arm. The arm, though slightly swaying, moved skillfully and reached out towards the carriage, and then crackle. They crushed the carriage. All the guards had also fled. After making sure of that, I had Marpink removed from the remains of the carriage. The force was perfect. Mr. Marpink was not crushed at all in the crushed carriage, and yet, he had fainted. Raya stopped controlling the water, and the transparent arm turned back into water with a splash, raining down on the ground. Well, I guess you could say it was water, but it was hot water. Yep. I had been advised to bring out a giant creature, so I made a hot spring, turned the hot water into the shape of a hand, and let the dragon control it. Apparently, dragons can control water, not just train. Yep. That's right. That's why they toy with my stomach. Okay then, let's go get him and go home. I want to keep the hot spring as it is and eventually develop it into a spa. We'll make it the Forest Village Hot Springs, but that aside, for now, let's kidnap Mr. Marpink and go home. Raya directs the rain all the way in the opposite direction. In other words, in the direction where the Marpink group had fled. And the rain stops. Then, as a signal, Kyokyo, the bird came making its usual squeak. And then, rather roughly, grabbed Mr. Marpink and carried him off. Yep. Well done. Good job. Section. After the rain, the villagers had already come outside. The bird flew over them, followed by me and Ryo. The villagers looked up at us with gentle smiles and bowed. I wondered if it was because they worshipped us. With somewhat mixed feelings, we returned to the forest, and then housed a securely disarmed Mr. Marpink in a newly built structure in one of the corner areas. When Mr. Marpink first woke up, he looked around and was stunned. I think that's understandable. It's only natural to be surprised when you wake up and find yourself in a place like this. Here is in the forest. In a cage. The cage is made of magical steel. The bars are designed as if they were made from live trees. There are thin young trees growing in a circle, and their branches and leaves overlap each other to form a proper cage. The person inside would look as if a tree made of steel had grown up to trap them. Ms. Croix told me that this kind of mystical design with practical use is the secret to being scary. It seems that Ms. Croix's prediction was correct, as Mr. Marpink touched the bars, grabbed them and shook them. His face showed a mixture of impatience and confusion. In other words, a look of fear. I then watched him for about 3 minutes and waited until Mr. Marpink realized on his own that there is no way out of this cage. Then I walked out in front of him, who was still shaking the bars even after realizing that there was no way out of the cage. This cage won't open. At least not while you're alive. As I said this as I walked out from behind the tree, Mr. Marpink clearly looked perplexed. Then Raya slithers out from behind me and stands next to me, and finally he looks frozen. I'm angry. You should know why. As soon as I said that, Mr. Marpink started nodding repeatedly. I wonder if he really understands. I'm a little worried. All right, first of all, why did you do that? Although I was worried, I carefully followed the script, and Mr. Marpink became silent. Then, when he saw Raya bare their fangs, he began to speak in a panic. Forgive me. I didn't mean any harm. Really, no ill intent. I get a little angry because he said something so outrageous, and Mr. Marpink goes quiet again. What were you planning to do after capturing the forest spirit? What? I mean, I just wanted them to bring development to my territory. However, even when I tried to recruit them normally, they didn't say yes. So, is that why you did that to the forest village? When I asked him again, Mr. Marpink just remained silent, shrank back, and nodded. Did someone from the royal family ask you to do this? But as soon as I asked him that, he looked up and waved his hands in front of his face as if he had been struck by lightning. Royal family? No, that's not true. That's not true. Not at all. Really suspicious. However, I feel like asking any more questions would just be pointless, so let's move on to the next question. All right. Secondly, what is this? I take out a mirror from my sleeve. This is the mirror that came out of Mr. Marpink's pocket. Looking in the mirror, Mr. Marpink looked startled, and then, rummaging through his pockets, seemed to realize that he had been completely disarmed and that all suspicious items had been confiscated. What is this? I asked again. Mr. Marpink's face went pale, and he remained silent. I looked in the mirror for a moment. Then, I felt something unpleasant. It reminded me of the time when Mr. Marpink stared at me at the candy store. In other words, when he tried to use charm magic on me. So, this something that can be used for protection. Mr. Marpink's reaction was lackluster, but I get the gist of it. This is what strengthens charm magic. Also, it probably protects against other charm magic. That's why Ms. Croix's gaze had no effect on Mr. Marpink. Who did you get this from? From a magician. Where is that magician from? He's one of my retainers. He's in my territory. I see. Well, I'll look into that later. It seems like there are a lot of these, so it's a bit inconvenient. Yep. Well then, sign this right away. That's all the questions I have for now. I should probably ask more questions, but getting his signature takes precedence over them. I had the fairy carry some sheets of paper and sent them into the cage. Since I already know that Mr. Marpink can't see fairies, the papers carried by the fairies will appear to have fluttered out of my hands and into the cage. Finally, a bamboo dip pen and ink pot are brought in, and a table appeared there. The table has the same design as the cage. So, it would appear as if a magic steel tree, conveniently table-shaped, had suddenly grown out of the ground. By the way, this time the canvas was placed on the back of the dragon's head. Thank you. You're not leaving until you've signed everything. Even if you die, I won't let you out. I won't even return your bones to your hometown. I thanked Trio in my heart and said the lines to Mr. Marpink exactly as they were written in the script. I felt a little sorry for Mr. Marpink, but I had to get him to sign the contract properly, so there was no other choice. Quickly, I hurried him, and he hurriedly signed a few sheets of paper. I wondered if he had read the contents. Did you read the contract properly? I was so worried that even though it wasn't in the script, I asked a question. Then, Mr. Marpink panicked and started to check the document. But I think it's too late to check it after signing. The written contracts include an admission of Mr. Marpink's crime this time and restrictions on his future behavior. Basically, the first one says something like, I put a silencing curse on those who I had sent, directed them to a village near the forest, and had them ravage the village by setting fire to it and other harassment. I mistook a villager for the forest spirit. I threatened the person I mistook for the forest spirit and tried to forcefully take them away to my territory, etc. The second one is, I will lift the curses of all those who cursed me within 5 days of my release and apologize. I will never enter Redguard territory again. I will keep any information I learn about the forest and forest village secret. I will disclose my crimes within 10 days and be judged by human law. And I will never tell any lies in the future. From the third page onwards, various details are written down to prevent loopholes, and they are used to enforce the magical contract and ensure the entire contract is fulfilled. Some are copies of those. Apparently, almost all of these documents were prepared by Ms. Croix and Faye, as expected of the professionals. This is. Quickly, Mr. Marpink's face went pale after reading the document. I'm sure it's a big deal for him. It's an admission of guilt. I think it'll probably lower his status a little. That's what Faye said. Why is this? I don't care about the crimes humans have committed, so you will be judged by them. I urged him again to hurry up. Mr. Marpink turned pale, picked up a pen, and reluctantly signed his name. After the signing was over, the fairies would collect the papers again. I looked at them and made sure that Mr. Marpink's signature was correct. Good. That's the first step. I signed it. Let me out of here. Mr. Marpink said that as soon as I checked the sign. He looked like he wanted to get out of the cage right away. Not yet. I haven't signed it. I added something to the drawing of Mr. Marpink's hand that I had done while he was sleeping. I drew a slightly abstract picture of an eye on the back of the hand, with a touch that made it look like I had drawn it. Then, the eyeball pattern appeared on the back of Mr. Marpink's hand. He was shocked to see it. I'm always watching you. Stop doing stupid things. There won't be a next time. After saying that, I ask Raya for a favor. Raya manipulates the water and envelops Mr. Marpink. He struggled in the water for a while, but eventually passes out. After seeing that, I quickly had the water removed, and then, I repainted the cage a bit and curved some of the bars. Then we dragged Mr. Marpink out of there, and then had the dragon carry Mr. Marpink a little way out of the forest, just outside the forest village. By the way, the bird is sitting on top of the cage, chirping away. It seems that this guy has a habit of kidnapping but not releasing them back. After that, Mr. Marpink returned safely to his domain. He was found half-crazed outside the forest village by a forest knight who luckily happened to be passing by. He alerted the Marpink domain, who came to pick him up and take him safely home. And so, we decided to make the contents of the contract public. I sent the document, which was written in black ink on Japanese paper and stamped with a red seal, in a green bamboo tube to the Redguard family and to the Marpink territory, respectively. The people of the Marpink territory seemed to understand that the contract was a magic contract, and the terms of the contract would be fulfilled. In other words, the Marpink family's personal magician arrived at the forest village trembling with fear and trepidation. The curses on all the people locked up in the prison were lifted. An official letter of apology was received from the Marpink family. Mr. Marpink turned himself in, and more trouble occurred. After all, it must have seemed really strange for a nobleman to suddenly turn himself in and say, "I've done something bad." Faye probably wouldn't have found it so strange, but it was Marpink after all. That person would never have turned himself in if there hadn't been anything wrong. Due to these circumstances, Faye and his family had a very hard time every day. The forest spirit and the Redguard family are supposed to have no connection, which is why I had to send a letter to the Redguard family this time. And so, it seems that Faye and the others were also questioned. In particular, an on-site investigation was conducted regarding the testimony that heavy rain fell, lightning struck, the ground cracked, and a monster's arm appeared. However, by the time the on-site investigation began, the cracks in the ground had already been completely removed, and a hot spring was gushing forth, raising a soft, fluffy steam. So, Faye's father said, the hot spring suddenly appeared, so the guards of the Marpink family probably mistook it for a crack in the ground or the arm of a monster. Yep, that's about right. Mr. Marpink himself was tried after this, but because he was a nobleman he wasn't punished severely, but he was demoted, or rather, had some of his status stripped away, which seems to make him feel uncomfortable. Also, according to rumors, he was frightened by the eye-shaped birthmark that appeared on the back of his hand, so he started wearing gloves at all times. Oh, it's not magic or anything, it's just a painting. I think I may have done something wrong. Maybe I'll erase it next time I see him. Incidentally, it seems that Mr. Marpink is keeping his promise to me not to set foot on Redguard territory, so I haven't seen him since. He no longer sends anyone he hired to the forest village, and the forest village is now completely at peace. The knights also seem to have a lot of free time. Yep, they're best off having free time. Section. Many things have progressed, then, as expected, or so I thought. I ran out of magic power a little bit, creating fishes, a cage, and maintaining the hot springs. While doing all that, I got a bit sleepy, and it seems I just ran out of magic and went to bed, but it was only for a day or so. But, it's about time you let me go home. Raya won't let me go. That Raya must have really liked Tugo's outfit. Yep, Raya seems to have taken a liking to the way I was dressed. When I was preparing the hot springs, I wore a kimono and went up into the sky to draw, but then I ran out of magic, and I've been held captive by Ryo ever since. It's already the third day. Ah. No, no. Hey. What's more, Ryo often plays with my stomach. Recently, instead of filling it up all at once, he fills it up little by little, then slowly reduces it. They are really mean. What does the Ryo usually do to you? Locklers looks puzzled, but I don't want to explain. Not like this. Well, Ryo did a great job this time. I guess I'll just have to put up with this until today. Yep. I have no choice, so I'll just bear with it until today. I owe them so much for everything. Ah, but please stop teasing me. Afterwards, I asked permission from Ryo to leave the Crystal Island for a little while, but they coiled their tail around me, so I listened to everyone's updates on the lake. Look, the fairies have decided to sell peach cakes as well. Here's a taste test. Here you go. Thank you. Yep, it's delicious. It seems like the fairy patisserie is starting to get lively again. The fairies have also made a new cake, and Ange brought it over for a taste test. Yes, it's fresh and fluffy, but not dry, moist but not sticky, and very delicious. Maybe it's time to open a cafe. Here, some tea. Leela poured out the tea she had brought in a canteen and served it to me. It tasted so good it made me feel at home. We relaxed for a while with tea and cake. Ryo had a slightly sulky look on their face, so I gave them a bite of cake. They looked satisfied. I see. You like cake, don't you? The fairy patisserie is doing well. I felt a little relieved to hear that. The patisserie was the one that had the hardest time this time around. So I'm glad to hear that it has regained its vitality. However, it seemed that wasn't the end of the matter. The royal family didn't protect the Marpink family at all. I thought there must be something going on behind the scenes. I guess so. Well, it's like cutting off the lizard's tail, isn't it? If the Marpinks failed, they were going to cut them off in the first place. It seemed likely that someone from the royal family was involved, but as expected, the royal family didn't take any action. In short, Marpink was tried without any special protection, and the royal family didn't do anything at all. Well, that may be the case, but the mirror we seized from Marpink was unknown to even the Marpink magicians. There's no doubt that someone gave Marpink the magic tool. But I still have some questions. The mirror, the one that Mr. Marpink had, probably to increase the power of charm magic. Mr. Marpink said he received this from their family's magician, but when we asked the magician about it, they said they knew nothing about it. In other words, Mr. Marpink was lying. Now that he can't lie, I think it might be good to ask him again. That's right. It might be better to make it clear who the other party is. However, well, did the royal family really lend their power to the Marpink family this time? There are still a lot of questions. Ms. Croix looked a little worried. Yep, I've been wondering about it a bit too. I wondered if that's what the royal family of this world are like. But even so, somehow, I don't really get it. But are the royal family idiots? Leanne snapped. I was hoping that nobody will say it. If the royal family was behind this, then it would be extremely foolish. There must be a better way to do this. That's true. For example, it would be fine if we got more actively involved, right? The forest is in Red Guard territory, and the Red Guards are supposed to follow the orders of the king, after all. Well, if they wanted to do something really tyrannical, they could just fabricate some crimes against the Red Guard territory and send in troops under the pretext of subjugating us or exacting sanctions or something like that. Was there even a possibility that they would do something on such a large scale? I see. Should I strengthen our knights even more? So, giving Marpink just the mirror and calling it a day is a bit half-baked. I see. It's true. It feels a bit strange. If the royal family is involved in this, it's probably just the part of them giving the mirror. And maybe they're helping with recruiting people? That's about it. So, if a member of the royal family is involved, there must be a better way to do it. So, this is a bit strange. Well, never mind. I guess I'll have my father inquire the Marpinks directly. Something like, I got a mysterious letter from the forest telling me to ask about the mirror. Do you know anything about it? Won't that cause a lot of trouble for Faye's father? Oh, it's fine. Father likes to tell these kinds of lies. Oh, They like that. I see. Well, there are people like that. Yep, from my perspective, I'm just grateful. So, you're going to build a wall after this, right? Yep. The wall will be built as originally planned. We have already discussed the construction of the wall with the Red Guards. Faye's father said, this land was empty to begin with. It doesn't matter if you add a wall or two. By all means, make good use of it. I'd be happy if you could develop it as well. I'm really grateful. As originally planned, I'll make it so that there are 12 entrances in the wall. But I'll only build 4 at first. If it turns out that this is inconvenient, I'll make it 12. Well, in the future, the forest village may become a key transportation hub. At that time, we'll need around 12 entrances. The royal capital only has around 6 entrances though. Look, the forest is larger in terms of diameter alone. Oh, that's true. This forest is quite large. Therefore, the diameter of the surrounding villages is large. However, since the forest is in the center like the hole of a donut, the actual usable area is not that large, and if we were to build another wall around that village, the diameter would be larger again. So, we'd need lots of entrances and exits. So, I discussed the detailed design again and then I painted the wall. When I told Raya that I would be painting the wall, they agreed with a look that said, well, you'll probably run out of magic again anyway. I rode Raya up into the sky and drew a wall from there. It went all the way around to protect the forest village. It wasn't a very high wall. It was only about 10 meters high. If I made it too tall, it wouldn't take long for it to collapse. I painted a wall like that, and there are 12 entrances, but the gates are closed for now. I can open only the parts I need when I need to, and I can close them when I need to. I think this will make the forest much less vulnerable to attack. I hear that there are rumors about Mr. Marpink here and there, and I hear that has also served as a deterrent. Anyway, after creating that wall, I was completely satisfied. And then I ran out of magic. Do I still have to stay here? And so, I once again found myself imprisoned on a small crystal island, buried between Raya's coils. Why did it end up like this? Well, I guess that can't be helped. It's still summer, so spending time splashing around in the water here isn't so bad, right? For a moment, you really did look like a spirit. That's what you said when I first arrived. Faye came over to where we were and looked at me with an indescribable look on his face. You really do look like a spirit when you're dressed like that. I see. What I'm wearing now is a yukata with a white background and an indigo pattern. And an indigo obi. A fluffy one. It's a little hot today, so I thought this would be fine, and put it on, and painted on the edge of the island, with just my feet in the water, using Ryu's body as a backrest. I put my sketchbook down and made my way over to where Faye was. Ryu grabbed my obi a little and stopped me, but then they let go and I grabbed hold of Huu, and we made our way outside the island, to the edge of the lake. What's wrong? Is something wrong? No. Well, people were surprised when a wall suddenly started appearing again. Yep. Sorry. But I told the villagers, it's possible that the wall will grow again, but I'm sure it'll be fine so don't worry, so it's probably fine. Well, for now, we're investigating, so we've opened the gates in 4 places. It's all going according to plan. Yep. There are 12 entrances, but if we don't open the gates, they will all be like walls. For now, we have only 4 openings, east, west, north, south, and west. The other entrances are closed for now to prevent the invasion of outside enemies. The forest knights are stationed in 4 locations, 2 at a time, taking turns. Well, that means there are 8 people guarding the gate at all times. Yep, that's right. The problem I'm having right now, if I made a wall, I have to make a gate. If there's no gatekeeper at the gate, there's no point in building a wall. However, even if we were to use them as gatekeepers, the forest knights were a bit too few. So, what should we do? The forest knights only have 16 members, including locals, right? Don't you need a few more? Yep. Having them here is reassuring. If there are 16 people and 8 gatekeepers at all times, there is no time to rest. That's not good. If possible, I would like them to have about 3 days off a week. I know. That's why I'm going to put out a call for applications. We've got a lot more people in town, so we're going to hire more people to make up for it. I'm grateful for Faye's offer. We'll interview knights again using the fairy method. If we can increase our numbers, the village's safety will be further improved. And then Faye started recruiting knights, and we did a little bit. Soon after I was freed from Raya, I was finally able to return home, but when I got there, Miss Croix and the others said to me, "You look like a spirit," which made me feel a little conflicted. However, when I changed into a shirt and pants, and had bread, ham and eggs, and edamame for breakfast, they said to me, "Ah, it's the usual to go." And then Faye's father arrived. "This is the first time you've been here, isn't it?" "Yes, that's right. I usually leave it to Faye, but since the spirit invited me personally, I thought I'd take this opportunity to come. Thank you for inviting me today." Faye's father looked around the forest curiously and greeted me. There was no need invitation or anything. This was Faye's father's land after all. "So, you wanted to talk to me?" "Yes. It's a bit of a strange story." Faye's father said this with a serious look on his face, and then he began. "I inquired the Marpink family." I said, "I received a letter from the spirits asking me to inquire about the mirror. Do you know anything about it?" "Oh, so he really did lie like that. What an amazing person." And then Marpink confessed. He spoke since he was forbidden to lie. Then Faye's father smiled meaningfully at me. "Yep, I was the one who forbade him from telling lies." "Then what about that mirror?" "Yes, it seems this mirror was a gift from a demon." "Demon? And that demon predicted the resurrection of the Demon King." "Demon King?" Now that I think of it, this world very much a fantasy world." Chapter 5, The Return of Orange. Well, I'm not that surprised when I hear Demon King, because when I went to see the murals in the royal castle, that's what I saw. That was the mural in the royal castle's great hall. It must have been painted with magic. Vividly colored, precise, and with a slightly tingling sensation of magic, or perhaps the presence of something. I can understand it now. That's a magical painting. That mural depicted a story of a hero who appears and defeats the Demon King, which seems to be a common story in fantasy. Faye explained it to me briefly, so I remember most of the story. I remember the storyline roughly because Faye explained it to me briefly, and I guess that's what this one is about, too. Well, you probably think that's a pretty absurd story, right? Yes. Well, Faye's father looked at me and gave a wry smile. "Personally, I think it's not so strange for a demon king to be something impossible this world. I thought it might be the ramblings of a deranged madman, but somehow, Marpink speaks strangely clearly. Also, he's begun to claim that I was simply seduced by the magic of the monster who bestowed the mirror on me, and so I committed all these crimes. So, the point of contention is whether he is responsible or not. It sounds like a trial in my world." "Well, if he was deceived by demons, that would be proof of a weak will. And if it was discovered that he was working with demons, that would be a much more serious crime." It was more serious than the trials in my world. "So, well, to be honest, you can just assume that in the end we still don't know where the mirror came from." The Demon King's resurrection has been a common rumor. The idea that a demon appeared is quite plausible, though. Is that so? I see. Anyway, Marpink got the mirror from a mysterious being. I see. That's the end of the conversation with Faye's father for now. After that, he told me to be careful because there might be monsters out there, not to mention the Demon King. After that, Faye's father rode home on a winged lion-like creature with a mane of flames. His dad's summoned beast is so cool, but even so, I see. A demon, huh? I kind of want to see one, but if it's a dangerous creature, I'd be in trouble. I decided to grow wild roses and raspberries again on the outside of the city wall because I didn't want dangerous creatures to come in. I don't think they can climb up there because they are thorny. In addition, I grew some trees inside the wall, in the donut-shaped area between the forest wall and the city wall. I wanted to have a kind of forest office inside the donut and a flower garden so that fairies can live there. Oh, fairies are increasing again recently. There are a number of fairies who come all the way from other territories to interview for employment at the patisserie. and fairies who are wandering around on their travels see the forest village and decide, I'm going to live here. And they decide to live here. I've told the new fairies who have moved to this area to let me know if they see any demons or anything like them as soon as they find them. They are all that nice people, so when they see me, their eyes sparkle, they give me a hug, the fairy handshake, and they nod. Now we are guarded against demons. Security will be strengthened a bit more. Specifically, with plaster statues. I see. In that case, let's be more vigilant than ever. We will never tolerate demons attacking. Mr. Marson's words are reassuring. Combined with his muscles, his reliability is boundless, just as you'd expect from our plaster statues. However, from now on, we also have to guard the gates of the city walls. I still think the number of knights is a little low. I think Faye will find them for us soon. Increasing the number of knights is an urgent matter. However, all we can do is pray that there will be many people who will respond to the recruitment. However, I did help out a little. I drew the knight recruitment poster. I'm happy that my work is being used. Is the recruitment going all the way to the royal capital? No. Faye said that he only goes out to territories that are friendly to the Red Guard family, to avoid looking suspicious. Gathering knights means gathering military power, and that's pretty easy to understand. So, if they do something in a clumsy and public way, well, they'll attract attention. In short, they'll be accused of rebellion and things like that. Mainly from the royal family and nobles who are on friendly terms with the royal family. So, this time, the places that are recruiting are within the Red Guard territory, the Ostkar territory where Mr. Safa and his family are, and the Dioran territory where we have an advantage. The Marpink territory is somewhat suspicious, so I've excluded it this time. Then, there is the territory under the direct control of the royal family, which allows recruitment of all kinds of people because it has become completely deserted. I hope they find people. It's been about a week since we put up the posters. I'm starting to think it's about time for the original applicants to show up. That's right. To go. Or, how about just drawing a knight and materializing it? Lockles said this somewhat jokingly, but, draw and create a knight. To go? I wonder if I can draw people. If I draw a person, they must be fictitious, I think. Otherwise, there would be two Lockles or something. That would be hard. But can I draw people without a model? Even if I did, would it really be a fictional person? It would be a problem if the number of people I just happened to draw somewhere increased, or if they were summoned and just appeared. I'm sorry, I said too much. I was struggling with this when Lockles stopped me in mid-sentence. Yeah, if I had thought about it a little more, I might have started to get steam coming out of my ears. Yep. Sorry. I just don't feel like I can draw people. I wonder why. Don't think too deeply about it. Let's stop this. We'll leave it to fate to recruit more knights. Yep. Let's increase the number of knights in a straightforward manner. I ended up chatting with Lockles and Mr. Marson on the spot. We talked about what demons are, and that magic beasts are good, or smart, versions of those demons. I see. In other words, my horses are good, but they're demons. If my horses were to become naughty, they'd be demons. It's vague. Come to think of it, I don't know that much about this world. Even though I've become a spirit. Even though I've actually become a spirit. That's why listening to stories from this world is fun. Just listening to conversations between people from other worlds is fun. Especially if that other world's person is a good person. So, I enjoy it leisurely, listening to the conversation between Lockles and Mr. Marson. However, suddenly, a voice that wasn't theirs rang out, followed by the sound of hooves. The faces of Lockles and Mr. Marson turned towards the source, and suddenly, they brightened up. Intalia. What? Intalia? Running towards us, the sound of hooves light and lively, her long amber hair fluttering in the wind. Is Miss Intalia? It's been a while, Ed. And Mr. Marson too. Ha ha ha, I'm not the only one. You may have heard from the gatekeepers, but almost everyone is here. When the other knights came out of their house, wondering what was going on, Miss Intalia had an expression of disbelief. Yep. Well, if you see all these plaster statues with familiar faces gathered together, that's an expression you would make. Welcome back? It's a bit embarrassing to be told welcome back. but that's how it is. Lady Carnlia's journey has come to an end, Miss Antalya said happily, smiling with sparkling eyes, and she gazed intently at the faces of Locklers and Mr. Marson. It's like a dream. I lost my home, but now I have a place to return to, and my former colleagues are there. Her misty amber eyes are so beautiful. I think it would be rude to stare at them for too long, but they are so beautiful that I just want to paint them. However, just as I was itching to start painting, Miss Antalya blinked, calmed her eyes, turned to face me, and assumed a respectful posture. And you too, Sir Hugo. It's been a while. Welcome to the forest village. I'm happy to see you again. You may be surprised at how much the forest has changed. Yes, I'm surprised. I never imagined it would develop to this extent. It must be Sir Hugo's doing, isn't it? As expected, Miss Antalya said with a chuckle. That's mostly correct. And it's not just the forest. Sir Hugo has also grown up quite a bit in the short time I've known you. Really? Have I grown a little? I'm not really aware of it, but, you know, I've been through a lot, so I guess I've grown up a little bit. Yes, there's something. Well, what is it? Something inhuman? No. Mysterious? Powerful? No. Noble? That's the kind of aura you have. Yep. It's true that during the time Mississippi Antalya was not here, I had turned into a mysterious, non-human creature. I felt a little sorry when I saw Miss Antalya panic when she realized that she had tried to praise me but ended up assessing me. No. I'm glad I got to hear your honest opinion. Yep. Inhuman. Yep. By the way, where's Carnlia? Since Antalya looked extremely apologetic, I asked, hoping to change the subject a bit. Then, here, a shadow swiftly appears in the sky. Then, a beautiful chirping song echoes through the air. The singing resonates loudly in the sky above the forest. And then, Hugo, a fluffy orange creature suddenly descended from the sky. Then, jumping down from the fluffy orange creature and running towards me, another fluffy orange person was also there, with her smiling face. Her eyes sparkled like large, candied kumquats. It's been a while. As promised, may I live here from today? Carnlia and Phoenix Chick, who is no longer a chick, have also returned. End of Volume 6.